atom and replacing it with another causes something else. It's just having the means to do that. And I believe that, yeah, it was more of a general knowledge back then, you know.
These are knowledges we had that we lost for whatever reason. And I think, just as my personal opinion, we got to the point where we were corrupt in this. Just like how we see in these so-called ruling class being corrupted and dividing amongst themselves now. I think we went through that. So yeah, I mean,
I think
Suave,
we went
if you don't
through.
win that debate, Suave, I don't, man. Look,
I don't know.
you
It's
better
gonna
win
kind
that
of be
debate.
hard though. I think it's gonna be hard just because it's like even if Egyptians had a way more stuff than us, like it's almost no way to prove it. I mean, you can prove some stuff, but I mean,
Whoa.
like you can't prove like they were doing like crazy surgeries. Like you can prove that they was doing some kind of like maybe relieving pressure on the brain, but you can't prove that they could like swap somebody's heart out or swap somebody's kidneys or something. So I
Well,
think even if they
the,
were doing that, which I don't even doubt that they could, that anybody in ancient times could actually do stuff like that. I mean, obviously there, like I said, there's not really that much proof, but I think it's going to be hard just because it's so much stuff. Like
uh,
literally,
It's
like
hard
now,
not would be
hold on.
hard not to say that it was possible, mainly because of the surgical precision that they use with everything that they did.
Look, check
no,
it.
I see what
I
you're
know
saying,
what
but
I say is
that's kind
they
of a
got
jump.
they got surgical tools. They got illustrations of surgeries being done on the wall. They also don't know how they got certain organs out,
This,
or
this,
the like
check it,
they don't
Swab
know how
Boss.
they did like 70% of the shit that they was
Like, and
doing.
because the thing is, just because, like, cause I feel you, but just because because they made the pyramids, like somebody can say, like, oh, just because they made the pyramids, that doesn't mean they're good at this. Because, like, Ben Carson is like literally like one of the best brain surgeons ever in history, but he's the leader of HUD right now, and people are like, well, just
He's
because
the
he's a brain
dumbest
surgeon
black. Yeah,
doesn't
he's
mean
stupid.
he can be doesn't mean he has accurate information on how a program like HUD should run.
Check
So
this out.
I agree with you, but
Firstly,
I kind of think it will be hard. I don't know though.
check this out, Swab Boss. Now, you're going to have to deal with the scriptures and you go into this because the scriptures let you know, and I'm not saying Kemet or nobody else let people know. Like I tell people all the time, you can't go in the scriptures in one spot and find where the scriptures tell you this knowledge was not known to anybody else. But what I'm saying is, just like it said, I believe it's the Songs of Solomon, there's nothing new under the sun. Everything that is, was, or will be. Yah requires that which has passed. So what am I getting at here? All you have to do, like when the brother said it's going to be hard, and he brought up, the surgeries and all that. White people know, the Caucasian knows about. They went in those pyramids and they found laboratories. All you have to do is look up Flinders Petrie. He's that's the one. See, when a
Oh
Caucasian
shit.
goes, and he does archaeology work and all that, basically he'll find something. They won't know how this thing works. So the one who figures out how it works, they will give him the credit for it, and they might name it after him, whatever. But Flinders Petrie went in those pyramids and he found laboratories in there. He found all the stuff you see now, the vials, the needles, all that. This is nothing new. This is old information. So look up Flinders Petrie, and he'll tell you himself. This is a white dude. Uh, he'll tell you himself what he found, and they know this already. All this is a repeat. What we going through is a repeat. Now, just like DNA, man knew the scriptures tell you about DNA. Even Kemet tells you about DNA. When you look at the staff with the two snakes wrapped around it, I think it's called the caducus or Seleucus or whatever. That is DNA. But now they'll give it to Elsie Franklin, that white woman from she's a British Jew. They'll give her the credit when you look it up, or Fischel Levine, another Jew, Russian Jew. But the scriptures tell you about the seed. Do not mix You know, and then you go with Moses when he had the staff with the snake
Oh,
wrapped around it. And I mean, we knew this. This is what
what?
they.
We knew what? We knew about the.
We
Okay.
knew about DNA. We knew
Oh,
about
okay. Okay. But you
We
using
we.
know
the
about
Bible?
microscopic organisms and stuff.
No,
But you
this is what
trying
I'm
to use
saying
the
though.
Bible? You trying to use the Bible to prove that?
I'm using the Bible and I'm using Kemet. They knew about these technologies. This is nothing new. This is a repeat. They knew about these tech. It's all right there in these scriptures on the walls. It's a story that's being told. And most people look at these stories and they don't have the comprehension that they had back then. So they interpret it
So
different
the
ways or
Bible. So everything that
go ahead.
happened in the Bible is correct.
With the Bible, now, me personally, I deal with the Torah. Now, I'm Torah
He
centered.
know it's some bull.
Hold on,
He
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
he
No,
finna
no, no,
dance
no,
his
no.
dance, but he know it. So go ahead.
No,
Defend
no,
your
no, no,
shit,
no, no,
fam.
no, 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 no. Now, if you look at the King James Version Bible today, obviously a lot of stuff has been tampered with in there. I'm not saying the whole Bible is not correct, but there are some things that have been tampered with in there. So I don't throw the
So
King
how can
James
you
out.
trust the rest
What
of the
I'm
Bible?
saying is, what I'm saying is, if you don't have the comprehension to understand, see, most people don't even know what the Bible is. They don't know where it come from, what it is. All they think is they got off a slave ship and a white man put the Bible in their hand and said, "This is your
He
God
did.
now." No, 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 no,
No,
no.
just
He
really
did.
quickly, just to point something out. Remember, I said earlier that people always like if they have a problem with something or whatever, they're going to be proselytizing whatever they believe in. Earlier, Renee said she doesn't believe in the Bible. Now he just pointed something out, and she immediately discredited it because she doesn't believe in the Bible. She
Mm-hmm.
immediately challenged the Bible. So that's the point I'm making. Like she's like, I don't believe in the Bible, so I don't care. I'm
Is
trying to
that a
basically
hold
basically
on,
say
no, OJ, hold on, no, OJ, hold
That
on, OJ, hold on, OJ. Is that a black thing though? White people don't do that, fam?
what
Huh?
white
What?
people white people argue about doctrines, but they
No, no,
ultimately
no, no,
don't
no.
care.
White people don't. They don't. How do you
No,
think black
see,
people
this
know
is
about
what no,
religion?
no. See,
How do you think
this is
black
what.
people know about religion?
No, I'm not saying about religion. I'm saying about stuff they believe in. Like this could because black people, we really don't have an agenda. So our agenda becomes whatever we believe in. Whereas white people like they say, Republican or Democrat, they still believe in one goal, that you should be subjugated and that white people should have everything. So regardless if they believe in feminism,
Okay, but they still
regardless
got
if
that
they
divisions on the look. They riding in the streets. They beating the shit out of
But
each
hold
other
on.
all over the world.
no,
But what you're saying is not comparative to what I was saying. When I talked about why do people care if your salvation is your own? Why do they get so hung up on other people who don't believe in God? We're just having a conversation about this, and what he was trying to bring forth, I guess, is some type of proof or what have you, is from the Bible, and I just don't subscribe to that. So that's
so
all
I
I
know,
so
was
and I was
saying.
just
sister,
pointing that out. I
let
was
me
just
ask
pointing
you
that out,
this,
and you're
sister.
basically trying to disprove it.
Let me ask you this, sister. So basically in a nutshell, what you saying, there is no science, no mathematics, or none of that in the Bible. Is that what you saying?
I didn't say that.
No,
I
I'm
asked you,
asking you,
was the
is that
Bible
what you
true?
saying?
No.
Okay, okay. So when you
I
saying is
think the
the
Bible
Bible
is
true?
allegory. Go ahead.
The Bible is, yeah, you correct. The Bible is full of allegories, parables, knots and riddles that you have to
Mm-hmm.
figure
Lies.
out. No, no, hold
And
on,
lie. That's right. Plenty of lies.
hold on. The Bible is full of allegories, parables, riddles, history. You have to figure it out. The scriptures
Why?
clearly tell you
Why? Why do you have
that
to figure out the Bible? That don't make any sense.
it
Why
do
would you
make
have to
sense
figure it out?
because you
So
have
are
to use,
people?
sister.
So let me
The
ask
Bible,
you
the
this:
scriptures tell you my people are lost for lack of
but what if
knowledge.
people are not intelligent enough to decipher that?
Hold on. The
Who says
scripture
everybody's
clearly,
intelligent enough to break down parables and all that? Who said
hold on,
anyone's
sister.
intelligent enough to do that?
Hold on, sister. The scriptures clearly tell you my people are lost for lack of knowledge. They have rejected knowledge. Therefore, I shall reject them. So the scriptures are made for you to use your brain. You have a brain. You have been
Why
giving
does
this
why does
intelligence.
the That doesn't make any sense. If
How does it not make sense?
I'm gonna tell you how. There's this book that this is supposed to be the whole key to life, every creation, all creation. This is supposed to be the book that all of that is compounded from this book. Okay, explaining all of that, telling you, I guess, how you supposed to live and this, that, and the other. Now, if that's the case, why does it have to be something that needs to be deciphered? If this is something, let me just finish this. If why does it need to be something that's deciphered? Why does there need to be parables and the person got to try to figure out what's real and what's fake in there? What is used as allegory versus what is supposed to be just factual? And the person is supposed to determine that. Who's to say everybody has the quote unquote intelligence to do that or has the ability to do that? And then furthermore, like, okay, go ahead. I'll let you get that first before I pile on some more. I added a lot more, but go ahead.
All right, let me say this. Let me say this, because now I'm
break that down. Who's to say people are intelligent enough, so to speak, to break down these parables in the Bible and all this kind of stuff?
Okay, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna give you the simplicity of the Bible, and you could go into the not so simplistic. So the scriptures tell you a man shouldn't lay with another man's wife. Do you agree with that or do you disagree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay, the scripture also tells you man should not lay with man like he lays with woman, and woman should not lay with woman like she lays with man. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So this is very plain. This is something plain and simple, basic for anybody to comprehend who has comprehension.
Way more in the Bible than that.
Now, once you pretty much learn that and you go on to a higher level, basically when you get into the parables and the knots and the riddles that you have to use intelligence to figure out, these are things basically what it's telling you how to perfect your inner self. See, the brothers was talking about earlier about
who's to say people can determine that? Who's to say somebody can determine that?
Hold on.
Okay, look, let me ask you this, Si. Does that Bible do more help or more harm?
Are you asking for basically our people, or what are you saying?
Does that Bible do more hate, or more help or more harm?
Well, I'll put you like this. If most people would actually read it, and if they don't understand something, ask somebody who they think is knowledgeable of it, what is this? Then it would do more help.
Okay. I want you to answer my question, but I want to react to that. I want to respond. It do more help.
Yep.
The Bible has done more help than harm. That's not a historical fact. Okay,
well,
and then when
you do is look at the black community, and whether I'm a Christian or not, what organizations in the black community has the most success? Christian.
Okay, now understand this. Now listen. Okay, what do you define as success?
Right.
Well, they own property. They don't know. No, hold on. Let me state this before I keep going in. I'm not necessarily agreeing with what Christians do, but I'm just simply stating to you that they use something out of that book to amass wealth, property. Okay. There you go. To amass wealth, property.
They're using people's fright. They're using people's fright. They're using people being scared, because that's the thing too. In my opinion, I'm gonna just keep it a buck. In my opinion, most biblical believers, I ain't gonna say all, but I'm definitely gonna say most, they are into this because they're scared. They're doing it in fear. It's not because they love the Most High or whomever so much. They love Jesus or they love God so much. They're doing it out of fear. It's not genuine love.
And I'll tell you this:
they're scared that if they don't do these certain things, or if they don't repent, or they don't accept Jesus Christ as personal Savior,
they're doing it because of a reward punishment system, and they gain.
They're scared that if they die, they're gonna go to hell. So they're doing all of this out of fear, not out of love. not out of loyalty.
And they gain those properties not because of what's in the Bible, but what's out of the Bible. They're 501c3. A lot of these people, even the church, like Minister Howe says, his people came together in front of that. That's not in the Bible. So what I'm telling you that.
Hold on, brother.
Okay, hold on. I got you. Let me say this though. So what I'm telling you is that without that Bible, these same things can be accomplished. You're only making this statement about it because in comparison to where we are, what it is a play on our ignorance. And you admitted that you have laws like don't sleep with a man if you're a man. That's common sense. That's something that we're born with. That's not a magical, it's not holy, it's none of that. Then you say once you get up to the parables and stuff like that, people of a certain intelligence. That right there lets me know you're playing on people's ignorance because you're using words to confuse people. Because people who actually do get into the Bible and study it, like a few of the brothers and sisters, they know what these terms mean. They've searched up the etymology of the word. They searched up the Hebrew. What's that? Deuteronomy 28. Mm-hmm. When it says you shall be sold brought back into Egypt on ship, and you will sell yourself to your enemies. That's not right and exact. And people who study the Bible
how is that not right and exact? Now I'm gonna put you on the spot with this one. How is that not right and exact?
Because when you look at the scripts that you get these terms from, that's not what that verse says. If you go to the Codex Sinaiticus, you can bring it up right now. I'll bring it up right now.
I know what it
okay.
means.
If you go to the Codex Sinaiticus and you go through the script and you look up Deuteronomy 28:68.
Bro, I know exactly what that scripture means. And I know what it's saying behind what the being brought in.
What does the Codex Sinaiticus say?
Brother, when it says you shall be brought into Egypt.
Hold on. Okay, now let me say this. The Codex Sinaiticus says nothing about boats or Egypt or slaves. It says nothing about that.
Bro, I know. Listen, when the scripture tells you shall be brought into Egypt again, Egypt is another word. They use the word Egypt there. But
I understand that point. What you're saying
is telling you shall be brought into
I understand, brother. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is the script don't say that. I understand that you saying if somebody said the words you will be brought into Egypt on ship. Okay, I'm saying the Bible misinterpreted purposely from the original script to the King James Bible, the Queen's Bible, all these other.
How did you come to understand that, brother?
I looked up the Codex. I looked up the Codex Sinaiticus, and I looked up the terminology myself. But my clear beginning of this was being involved in it and knowing it's not right. I mean, wherever you want to start the game at, it don't matter. But what I'm saying is that book.
Hey, so look.
What you say, bro?
So you said man laying with man is common sense, right? Man should not. You said man should not lay with man is common sense, right?
Yes.
So how do you explain what's going on with African Bambaataa and them up there right now? How do you?
That's a learned behavior.
Just because it's common sense doesn't mean that people don't violate common sense.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point.
Okay, but brother,
wait. You said that's your point. That's your point. What?
That's my point exactly. The scripture clearly lays out to you. I'm gonna tell you. The scripture clearly lays out to you punishment for violating what's unnatural. Clearly lays that out to you. It tells you what is.
And what's the punishment? Now let me do this with you. What's the punishment?
So let me get.
What's the punishment? I don't want to dance. I just want to have a conversation. What's the punishment?
Okay. Well, first of all, sodomites.
It's a punishment death.
Hold on. Sodomites catch more diseases than anybody else. Period. That's just facts. When you participate in this homosexual lifestyle, this is a behavior that can be passed down to your generations. That's the punishment. Homosexuality does not produce life. Homosexuality does not produce life. So therefore, you killing your seed, erasing yourself off the planet.
I agree. That's the punishment. I agree. That's the punishment.
I agree, but that's not spooky.
But that don't have nothing to do with faith. That happens to you no matter what you believe in.
It has nothing to do with the Bible. That has nothing to do with the Bible.
Hold on. Didn't I not tell y'all earlier? You can't go in that Bible and find one point, one law in there where the Bible says this is exclusively to the Bible. Nobody else in the world knew about this. I challenge any one of y'all to go in there and find these are universal laws. The Bible is nothing more than a history book and a motherfucking instruction book that's been compiled to instruct a certain people. Even the people Israel themselves. Why would they tell you? Okay, let me say this and I'm gonna let it go.
Go ahead, bro.
Now this is telling on the people of Israel. Why would it tell the people of Israel not to lay with animals if they weren't doing that shit? It's a lot of stuff in there where even it shows you the Israelites themselves were not perfect, but it's telling you universal laws. What's gonna happen if you do certain things? That's all it is.
That's not spooky.
Where's the spooky?
That's not spooky.
That's my point exactly. So
no,
why do you keep?
No, the spooky part is like some people say. Some people say the God is up in the sky or something. The Most High, the sky is going to catch 100,000 or whatever. Angels is going to come down and all this. That's spooky. You talk about homosexual.
You breaking up?
Hey, sister, you breaking up? Breaking up.
Dang. Okay.
Hey, y'all mute. Well, y'all mute while they talk, because sometimes that distorts it.
Go ahead. We can hear you now, sis.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying, that's not spooky though. Like the thing about the crack in the sky and 100,000 angels or whatever the case may be, and all of that kind of stuff, that's spooky. But if you talk about homosexuals getting more diseases, there's nothing spooky about that. That's true. That's sexual. The anus is not a vagina. The anus is to dispel waste from your body. And trying to use it like that, it causes disease, sickness, issues with that person, with all kinds of things. But that's medical, that's biological, that's not it's not religion. Well, I know you don't say religious, but it's not spooky, is what I'm saying. It's medical, it's biological. If you do A, B will happen. If you do A, B is likely to happen. That's all it is.
This is what I'm getting from you, sister. And this is not a shot at you or nothing like that. What I'm getting is some of the things in the scriptures that you don't understand, some people may have interpreted as spooky, and you going off what they interpreted as spooky. And now none of this stuff in the scripture is spooky. As I told the brothers earlier, the creator point blank told people that he doesn't crack the sky or nothing. He's gonna address you in you. You are part of him, so he addresses you and he talks to you in you. You don't have to look outside to find the creator. He's telling you the whole time, get wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and perfect your soul. That's what he's telling you.
But see, this is what you did is exactly what I'm talking about. This is one of my problems with Bible and religion or culture or however people want to put it. It's just as what you were saying, you have a ton of other people who say the sky is going to crack and 100,000 some angels are going to come down. Okay, you have a ton of other people. There are tons of different denominations all under one book. And you were speaking earlier when I kept asking about what if a person doesn't have the intelligence, so to speak, to break down these terrible things. You mentioned that they can ask somebody else. See, there's the problem. Because one of the first things a lot of Bible believers will say is you have to read the Bible for yourself. You have to have your own interpretation. So if everybody can have their own interpretation, how can somebody else say something is wrong or somebody else's interpretation is wrong? If everybody's entitled to their own interpretation of the Bible, then what is there?
Who told you everybody's a seat? And this is what I said earlier about a lot of it.
Suave knows me well. Nobody haven't told me anything. I am very intelligent. I do all my own thinking.
And this is what she absolutely is. But this is what I'm saying. Just like you said, the Bible tell you seek knowledge and understanding. Also tell you lean not up on your own understanding. Everything that you go in, I could go and grab something that it contradict that. And this is the example that I gave. Okay, I'll hold on right after this. This is the example that I gave. If you will pay attention to the screen right here. This is the Excuse me. This is the Codex Sinaiticus. This is Deuteronomy right here. You see this line right here? Check this out. If you look at the Hebrew writing, at the Greek writing, because there's no Hebrew writing. If you look at the Greek writing, this is not what that says. That Deuteronomy 28:68 that you have starts off with the word Kai, Kai. That was placed there. That whole thing. Now let me show you what I'm saying. Watch this. Let me click it. I think I gotta click. Okay. Let me translate this to English.
Did you not hear me when I said I agree with you? That wasn't what it said, bro. But go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Deuteronomy 28:68. What you tried to say is that it didn't mean what it said word for word. That it spoke of Egypt and it spoke of boats and it spoke of selling yourself.
I didn't say nothing about boats. You said that. But go ahead, bro.
No, the Bible said that. All right. So this right here. Sesta der per equus you and children and child skies and qua este. None of this. This means enemy. This word right here, ectros. You could look this stuff up. You can't translate all of this stuff completely back under like Google Translate, but if you look it up word for word, it says nothing about selling yourself to your enemies, going back into Egypt, none of that. That was purposely put there to legitimize your enslavement over and over again. And when the Bible speaks of iron and all of that stuff, they been had slavery. They been had chains on necks. All of the stuff that we think is modern, they been had. Go ahead, jump on me.
Let me ask you a question. So, if we all agree that we were rulers of this earth, we were advanced in certain sciences and all this, how did we fall and let some people come out of a cave who, like I pointed out, the English were the last people on the earth to get civilized? How did we end up on the bottom and they end up on the top?
If just study history, we civilized them. We gave them education. We was teaching them math and philosophy like we was teaching the rest of the world. They were an immature species of people, and so they didn't think like wise people. And we got comfortable with them, let them in too close, and their ability to be way more violent than us. Because see, we wouldn't kill.
Here's the problem with that.
Go ahead, jump on it.
We outnumber them like 100.
I agree.
There's no way you can tell me that they, with a lower maturity, lower sense of knowledge, could subdue the whole.
No. What I mean maturity is experience as a people. You understand what I'm saying? What it is not outnumbering. It's the will to kill babies, women, old people, people we wouldn't kill. It was the ability to wipe people out, decimate people, destroy the men, women, children, their dogs, their artifacts, everything that ever spoke of them. You murder it. You murder it,
bro.
Can I add the Swab real quick? Can I just add to that?
That is not exclusive to them.
Our natures are different. I call it like this. We have a different nature than they have.
That is not exclusive to them.
Right. I'm not saying that means it's exclusive. Okay, you can't speak. You should not typically speak absolute. So I'm not doing that. I'm not saying it's exclusive to them. But I'm saying if you look in terms of the world and the history of the world and things that have happened, time and time again, it has been white people who have gone and conquered countries, conquered land, and have done the most damage in terms of that. I'm not saying that Black people or African people also don't still kill and destroy, or that Asians or nobody else does. But I'm saying they exceed everybody else tremendously while being the smallest group on the planet. That's why I say I think their nature is different than ours. That's why we haven't bucked back in a lot of ways, because we can't tend to get vicious enough. Where did that programming and all of that? So I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying our natures are different from theirs in general.
I agree with that. Defend that shit. Defend that.
I agree with that, man, because when we was in the Garden of Eden, we was eating fruits. And what they did was start killing of all the animals, and they start killing. You got to realize we had leaders, and we was tribal people, so we had like chiefs and things of that nature. So what they did was start eating on our chiefs and our witches, and our ladies was witches. They was the ones, if you know, in slavery time, when they couldn't get to a doctor, they had to come to the slaves to get the women to cook, to use the herbs and the spices, because that was the healing mechanisms. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we was using, the women was able to cook things and heal with the herbs and spices, because they knew how to put together the right herbs and things for healing. You feel me? So that's what the slave owners used to come get our women to do that. And what they did was they told the women to stop doing the witchcraft, and they start killing us and peeling our skin off and wearing our skin and wearing the animal skin. So it was a ripple effect. You feel what I'm saying? It was a domino effect all the way around the board. And we were supposed to be eating fruits and vegetables. And when they start eating off the animals and things of that nature of the world and start wearing us, it put us in the fear mechanism, because they was killing and killing everything. We were a peaceful people. We was creating. We didn't know nothing about death. So when they came and introduced that death and start killing, it made us in fear. And that's where they took control of us, and they start implementing these man-made deities over us. You feel what I'm saying? And let us know that when we went to that spiritual realm, that this were the things that was going to be happening to us. So to this day, right now, this is why the women be so protective over the men, because they don't want us to get killed and slaughtered like that. You feel what I'm saying? That's why they so protective over us to this day.
That's because we're under a system of racism, white supremacy, not because they were witches.
Well, listen.
Did you hear what I said? I didn't say
go-
because they was witches. I was saying because we were witches and wizards. What I mean, that witches, you were using the spices. We were using different things and herbs. We knew how to talk to nature. You feel what I'm saying? We knew how to. Yeah, we knew how to communicate.
Yeah, like I say, you're looking at stuff through the white man goggles, and inside you can go in. You're looking at white shit through the white man. So when they see us heal each other, when they see our ancient grandmothers or our past grandmothers or mothers, sisters heal each other, to them, it was spooky. It was magical. When they looked at us in our natural element, it was God like. It was spooky to them. They couldn't explain that shit. But there are ways. That's why I don't back down from the word witch doctor, because it just means magical healing. You didn't understand. But now Yale and Harvard send research teams to find out what they're doing, and they make a chemical version and patent it. They know about the leaves and the enzymes and this, that, and the other. Yeah, go ahead, Sal. You have something to say?
And let me add one more thing real quick before I go. When y'all was talking about the animals and things of this nature. Well, damn, what the fuck? Y'all go ahead, man. I had lost my damn. I wanted to say something, man. I'm gonna catch this.
Hey, I want to read this off real quick, because I'm finna get off the line. I got an early day. I just want to read something off to y'all real quick, and leave that thought with y'all, if that's okay.
Good.
Always.
Okay. This is out of the etymology dictionary for religion. State of life bound by monastic vows. Also, conduct indicating a belief of a divine power. From Anglo-French religion, Old French religion, piety, devotion, religious community. And directly from Latin religium, I think I'm saying that right. Yeah, I hope so. Religium, or nominative religio, respect for what is sacred, reverence for the gods, sense of right, moral obligation, fear of the gods, divine service, religious observance, a religious faith, a mode of worship, cult. Let me say that word one more time. Cult. All right. Sanctity, holiness, in Latin, monastic life. That is all that Scorpio Bay has to say tonight.
Hey, I appreciate you stopping through, brother, as always, man. Hopefully that email get answered.
Thank you for having me. It's your platform.
All right, peace, brother.
Peace, brother. Peace,
You're welcome to come to game night again.
Hell yeah, yeah. As soon as we figure out how he hitting 10,000, I'm ready to do this.
All right. Okay.
That was up. That was up.
That's
Peace,
what's
God.
up
All right, peace, y'all.
Hey,
for
one
sure.
more thing I wanted to say. I said religion. What y'all was talking about the religion. Now, all right, this is what I wanted to say. It came back to me. Now, we supposed to be, they said we have, if y'all want to go by the Bible and the biblical terms, that we had reign over everything on the planet, right? Ain't that what they say? That we was superior over everything on the planet, right? But why are we the only ones that gotta have a book? Don't know animals, don't know nothing else, need no directions. They just leave. Now we was talking about common sense. It's common
So,
sense for a nature. They not sleeping. You don't see no gay lions. You don't
mm.
see no gay goddamn elephants. You don't see none of
Oh,
that
they
shit.
introducing that. They of course they introducing that now, and they're gonna be happy to show you that. But you're right about that. When you leave things to its natural element, the story behind books is, to me, like I say, all of these advances in technology are going the wrong way. It's only
Yeah.
impressive to the people who don't have the natural sense.
Mm-hmm.
Microchips is compensation for the inability to remember a terabyte of information. When
Mm-hmm.
we know we can remember information like that. So these books were, first of all, I want y'all to, these books that we're using now are purposely built and constructed to manipulate you, to make you think one thing is true
Yes.
when it's not. It's their version of history. You understand what I'm saying? And when I look at books, I believe, just like you said, why the animals don't use books. We didn't need books neither. It's only when you're trying to relay information to someone else where you have to
Like,
make a language, a common language, a
Let me
common, you know.
let me interject here,
Go ahead,
because a
bro.
lot of things are going past it. First, you can look at history, you can look at the walls and Kemet and see the commissions damn near wiped out the South Africans completely out. I think they were called the Nubians. So wars amongst
No, 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 no,
war
no, no.
is not.
Okay,
Oh
so
yes,
tell
yes.
me, no, no, no. But the Nubians joined the Egyptians. That's where you got the
Hold,
guy Amin Ra from.
hold
The
on, hold on, hold on,
Egyptians.
hold on.
Uh huh.
They had wars with the Nubians. I mean, all this is on the walls in Kemet. They
Yes,
damn near at one
yes.
point wiped the Nubians out until the
And
Nubians
then
regrouped
what? And
and
then
came
what?
back and conquered.
And
So
then what? Okay, hold
and
on, hold on, hold on. Now listen to what you just said, brother. How did they almost wipe them out of existence, and how did these people come back?
they
And you
almost wiped them out during wars.
then
The
they didn't
Nubians,
all listen. If they were able to come back and conquer them, common sense would tell you they didn't almost wipe them out.
they
You
did
don't get
wipe the. No, hold on, bro, because this is all happened over periods of years. This ain't like, okay, we come down there and whoop y'all ass, and then y'all muscle
okay.
just
Why
shriveled
they
up
didn't wipe them
tomorrow
all the way out? Why they didn't wipe them all the way out? Why did they give them
because
all
they
these
fought.
years? Why did they give them all of these years to rebuild their numbers?
Because they fought. They fought back.
No,
I mean, this ain't nothing. This
you
is
just
common.
said it took them it was over amount of years when they came back. They didn't fight back initially. They got whooped all the way to the point where you saying they almost was out of existence. Then they
Listen,
said, "All right, we
listen.
good."
Hold
They said,
on,
"We
hold on.
good." They said, "We good. We got what we want. Go ahead and do your thing. We not gonna
Bro,
press you. We know that you could grow in numbers and come back and kill us, but that
Kemet
ain't our
had
game."
many wars throughout its reign. Some
Huh?
wars they won, some wars they lost. But they had many
Uh-huh.
wars out their reign.
Yes,
Now,
they did.
two, now, the second thing I want to point out about this whole why do we need a book situation. Now, let's say everybody to for any society to be successful, you need laws, you need instruction. Now, let me give this, I guess you could say, parable or analogy or whatever. You get a brand new car. They're gonna give you that. If you get a brand new car, you get the car. A manual has to come with that car to tell you what type of fuel to put in there, what type of antifreeze to put in this car. You're just not gonna get a car and you don't understand that. And if you say, well, it's common, you put gas in the car and antifreeze. They got different cars. They get run on Bugatti is something totally different from a Ford. So you get a manual of instructions on how to maintain that car. Now let me break this down out of the Bible and show you that when you say when you make these statements that everything is common sense, everything ain't common sense. The Bible will clearly tell you don't eat swine, don't eat crustacean. Now we go into science and see what effects crustacean and swine has on our bodies. I'm going to exclude the Caucasian out of this, and I'm just going to talk about our bodies. When you start to eat crustacean and all that, you get things like gout. These are bottom feeders. You're eating an animal that is sole purpose that's been put in the ocean is to eat shit and other dead animals. That's his sole purpose. You are what you eat. That saying is true to a degree. So if you're gonna eat something that its sole purpose to eat shit and waste, and you putting this in your body, if you saying, but that's common sense. But many of our people today love shrimps and lobsters. You go with the pig. So
That's because they was
doctors,
programmed, brother. See, common sense would tell
but
you
that's
that.
not
Listen, common
hold on,
sense would
bro.
tell you.
Hold on, bro.
Common sense would tell you that you drink your mama's milk out her titty, bro. You don't drink no cow milk. Ain't no other animal drinking no cow milk. But they told you,
I say it like this. I say it like this because I want to.
that you need to eat meat and drink cow milk, bro.
I say it like this because I want to make it. I wanted to make it clear. Hold on, and then I let you go. So hold on. Let me say this. Let him, and then you can explain how he proving your point, and then he can rebuttal. What I'm saying is this: the stuff that you pointing out in that book makes it clear. You see that we was dumbed down, and now this information is impressive. We knew our diet. We knew that we got our food from the trees. The trees don't grow our food, and our food don't grow from the ground just for us to ignore it. We knew this. But we're under a system of people who benefit from getting blood in their diet. And so therefore we're introduced to that. To me, instinct is knowing to suckle from your mother's breast. Common sense is the sense that's common among the people. And that depends on who you're born within. That depends on who you're born within. If you're raised from a home and you know to take your shoes off when you come out, that's common sense in your home. That's not common sense in the next person's home if they weren't learned that. So I'll make the distinction between that. And the stuff you talking about eating pork and this, that, and the other, when you born into an environment like that, but I believe that you know the conflict. I believe you know the conflict. That's why when they give you know when you're a baby and you eat meat, they don't give you a adult-sized portion of meat. It'll murder you. They get you used to it by giving you little bits of it. And when you get an upset stomach or a fever, they give you a little medicine. We know it's from the reaction of you taking that pork and getting used to that pork, but it's not common sense now. But I believe it was then. And if you look up that now, you look at the dietary system of that, they knew when they ate meat, they were going to pay the consequence. That's why you eat mostly vegetables, herbs, fruit, and then a slither of meat. Now we base our meal around the meat. You eat a bunch of meat and a small portion of sides. That's not how we did. Even when we did eat meat, we knew we had to give our bodies time to detoxify. It wasn't a lifestyle.
And that's what I told you on the last stream.
Yeah, and I believe, like I said, I believe the Bible. I believe the Bible helped us out through our worst times. It was there during slavery, but what I'm gonna tell you is now we're past that. Take the good information. This is what I'm saying. Take the information, implement it into your life, and stop teaching your kids to read that whole book as being right and exact when you know that's not the truth. Stop teaching these influential kids. Okay, go ahead,
brother. I didn't. If you listen to what I said. Once you study and get a history of where this book, the Bible, came, who compiled it, where did it come from, who interjected what, where, when, then you will comprehend and you will see all the mistranslations, all the lies they put in there will fall away. And you can see the truth of the book for what it is. Now, when he said it's common sense and this, that, or whatever, okay. He proved my point by listen. If we got stripped of our knowledge of self, and we got stripped of all this, and we got programmed to live a certain way and do a certain thing, then would not this book pointing out these things be able to you read it and say, okay, I've been living this way, but this book is telling me this way, and if you try these things and if it comes out to be true, would that not be something that helped you break the program they put on you?
Yes.
So this is what the deal is, and this is the problem with that. Out of people constantly being in the Bible, reading the Bible, that ain't changed a damn thing for many people. for most people. This idea that, oh, if you read this book, then that's supposed to make you supposed to follow this book. No one, and I'm gonna say this, and I will repeat it. No one can follow the Bible. Let me say that one time again. No
Facts.
one can follow the Bible. Not
Facts.
human being to live up to the Bible unless it's a baby that just literally was born and literally passed away. I don't, that's a sad thing, but I'm just saying, no person can live the Bible. That's false.
It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal.
It's illegal, absolutely. It's illegal to this society to fully live the Bible. On top of that,
let me say this, because see, again, if you don't have, that's why I say, and it's cool we building like this. That's why I say you need to really seek out the truth of the matter, because regardless of what you say, if you research it or you hear it or whatever, all right. When you say nobody can follow the Bible or whatever, I'm just gonna give you a little bit here. So I'm gathering, and you correct me if I'm wrong. When you say nobody can follow the Bible, it's illegal. Like, okay, how the scripture would tell you to make sacrifice and that's illegal in this society we live in. Is that some of the points you try to point out, right?
No, I'm talking about usury. I'm talking about trading, spending, and earning the US dollar.
Okay, usury. The Bible tells you do not practice usury. It gives specific laws where it tells you, let's say, for instance, if you have.
But the US economic system is based on usury.
Wait, bro. So if it tells you,
I know, but whatever you finna go into, what we're saying is that it's illegal not to spend money and trade with money.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
It might be illegal not to use money and trade with money, but we can even step out of the Bible and we can just go into not so recent African history, African American history.
Let me ask you this real quick before you go on. Let me just ask you this real quick before you go on. Do you use usury?
No, I try not to use usury. Do you know?
But you do though. But you participate in usury.
No, we do. We all do know what usury is, right?
Yes, okay. We do.
So no, I do not use usury. Now, hold on. Before I came into knowledge of who I was, I probably did usury back then. But once I figured out who I was and got on a different path, no, I don't use usury.
Okay, this is what I'm saying.
And if you say,
that's my point. So if you claim you did use it, then you didn't live by the Bible.
Did you not hear me say before I figured out?
Okay, can I ask you this? And I don't want to get in your business. Do you file taxes?
Yes.
That's usury. That's you committing usury. You spending the dollar. Hold on, I got you.
Go ahead.
You using the dollar is participating in usury. You're agreeing to pay somebody 7 cents on a dollar. That's usury. When you file your taxes,
my taxes is higher than 7 cents on a dollar.
Okay, there you go. However,
I wish it was 7 cents on a dollar.
Sorry, that information was wrong. But like I said, that's usury. When you file your taxes, you're getting taxes. Tax. That's usury. Do you understand that?
I understand that, but here's the deal with that though. You're saying you're using. Hold on. You're using something that's forced upon a people that's in captivity. Me willfully using usury, I don't do that. But if you're using a scenario,
but our whole point. There you go. That's what it is.
Hold on. That's not when you say I'm participating in usury. That's me being forced to participate in usury.
Okay, but what I'm saying, my whole point. Hold on, bro, because remember the point that you defended. We said it's illegal.
Hold on.
That's it. We didn't say you weren't forced. We didn't say you don't feel bad. All I'm saying is that you cannot. It's illegal to live up to that Bible 100%.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes,
Hold on.
it
You
is.
just admitted. You just
No,
admitted it. You just admitted it.
hold
You
on. No,
being
it isn't.
forced.
No, I did. Me saying I participate in paying taxes is not admitting that you
No,
can't live up to the Bible.
you saying that that filing for taxes is usury. You know this. You being
How?
forced to do that. You know this. This is what you
Right.
just said. So what
I
you
understand
said,
what I just said.
so what you're admitting is that it's illegal not to file your taxes. You're being forced to do something. That's the whole point of it being legal. That's my point. You're being forced not to even live up to that Bible.
Hold
Because
on. Hold on.
one thing I'm gonna tell you like this, and then you can go in. Anything my people pick up, if we all pick it up together, nigga, it's the truth. I don't give
All
a
right.
fuck. If we
All
all
right.
became Christians tomorrow, Hebrews, Muslims, I know if we were left up to our own guys, if we were left to us, just like that, we solve the problem. Because you
So
could tell. Go ahead,
here's the
bro.
issue. Here's the issue with you saying nobody can live up to the Bible, and me saying I'm forced to pay taxes. We have become comfortable in our captivity. We have become some people who believe that we got to do this, even me to a degree, because you don't have to pay taxes. The tax system and money usury is set up to, if you're going to make $1 using their system, you have to do it this way. As I was going to point out before we got into this, we can go into African American history maybe 100 or so years ago. They had something called the barter system. We can live off the barter system today, but we don't want to give up these comforts.
Oh,
We like
then what?
YouTube.
Then
We like
listen.
cell phones. We like all this stuff. We become accustomed to it. See, and this is what's contributing to our own captivity. That's what this is. This ain't nothing.
Also, you
There's
still
nothing.
cannot give. You still cannot give me no proof that anybody can live by the Bible. Like the stuff you saying now is strawman. You going way somewhere else.
Oh, okay. Give me an example of somebody not being able to live by the Bible.
Hold on.
I just
Okay,
did.
I will.
No,
But
you
hold on.
didn't.
I will, but wait a second. We always said is nobody can live by that Bible. No one. And Suave was bringing in that, in fact, for some things, it would be illegal in society to live by that Bible. Now, here's the thing. Of all these people, excuse me, like Hebrew Israelites or what have you in general, or Christians, and all these people in the United States who are Christians, why aren't all of y'all following that practice then? Why did you participate in usury? And why do you continue to participate in usury then? If you know that it's the Bible. So are you going to follow the Bible? Wait a minute, wait. Because remember, you're supposed to be in the world, not of it. So are you going to follow the Bible, or are you going to follow what the society says?
One.
If
Did
you
you
follow
not?
society, you're not living by the Bible.
So y'all just gonna overlook the barter system, right? And
No.
then, okay, we could go. We gonna
Do
go
you use a
into.
barter system for
We
everything that you do in life? Do you use a barter system? Why aren't
for a
you
lot.
using it?
Hold on. For a lot of things, I use the barter system. A
But I didn't say
lot
a
of
lot of
things.
things. I said for everything. Is there such thing as a little bit of sin, or is a sin a sin? Like
Hold.
that's a little bit of sinning. Is there such thing as that? Because if you're
See,
not gonna, if
hold
you
on,
violate
sister.
something
Hold
in the
on,
Bible,
sister.
you violate it, whether it's a
Hold,
little bit or a lot.
But
hold on, sister. Hold
and
on,
what you
sister.
saying not actually contradicting what you saying, brother. What I'm saying is that you because even I recognize the barter system, but you can only barter what you have. We don't have cars. We don't have gas. At some point in time, you have to barter something for money in order to trade money for a material to therefore barter. It takes money to like the system that they have set up, bro, has put a stoppage on you being right by any law. Even they laws. They say you can't kill. The president kills. He signed orders to kill. So we see a clear distinction between who and who cannot kill. Like however you want to put it, you have to admit that you're ignoring and omitting very important things just to uphold some minuscule gain.
All right, here we gonna go with this. I'm gonna answer the sister first with the sin thing. When she said, "If you sin, is there such thing as a little bit of sin?" Sin is sin, point blank, period. But here's what I don't think you getting. There are different punishments for sin. Though there's no two sins that have the same punishment. I mean, well,
How do you
that's
know
not
that?
necessarily true, but I know because I read what the punishments for sin is. Now
So
let's
what's
go
the
to this
punishment
barter
for
system. Say that again.
so what's the punishment for usury?
You saying what is the punishment for usury?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you said different sins have different punishments. So what's the punishment for usury?
Just like, okay, let's say let me give an example here.
Okay, don't your Bible
Let's
say the
say,
wages of sin is death?
Hmm.
where does it say that in there?
Where
And
does
when
it
you
say
say,
that in the
hold on,
Bible?
hold on, hold on, hold on. And when you say the wages of sin is death, since you
We're
so
not
keen
gonna
on,
interpret. I'm not a
hold
great
on,
interpreter. Listen, hold on, no, I got you. I am not a great interpreter. I
hold
read shit the way they wrote it for me. I
on.
give it to you the way they gave it to me. The wages of sin is death. The payment for sin is death. And the Bible says no sin is greater than the other.
No, the
So
Bible don't
that's
say. Hold on, hold on, hold
the
on.
Bible don't say that.
No, no, no.
But
You
you
listen. I
just said
told
a
you
different
before.
thing.
I told you earlier. I am Torah centered. I know the history of this book, so I know what to follow and what not to follow. I comprehend who added what, when, where.
How do you
How
know
So
do you
that?
as
make
I,
that distinction? How do you make that distinction?
How do you
how
know
do
who
I make?
thought who had go ahead, I'm sorry.
All you have to do is study and see what parts of the Bible was
Study
added
what? Talk
and
to me.
what
Talk to
day.
me. Talk to me. I really want the answer. All you have to do is study what?
History. Don't you know in the 1611 Bible, the
Study
original
history.
King James Bible, the 1611, you can't find Jesus nowhere in there. Did you?
Yes,
Don't
I
you know
do.
that?
Yes, I do.
So,
But this is
so
my thing again. Why do people have to do all of this massive study? And this is just supposed to show you how to live a decent life
this
or
is
good
your
life,
sal-
whatever, and
This
go
is
to
the
heaven. You gotta be in there and you gotta go to theology school. You gotta do all of this stuff.
no, 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 no. This is your salvation you talking about. This is you extending your life through your seed on this planet. So if
And how
you
do you
don't
know
feel
that?
like you don't have to, so if you don't feel like you have to put labor in that, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, why do you have to put labor in that? That doesn't make sense. Isn't that just laying out, or isn't that supposed to be basically the rules?
So
And
you
you
gonna
supposed
have
to follow,
children.
wait a minute, listen. And you, it's not about nothing personal about me. I'm not asking you nothing personal. Please
No,
don't
no, no.
ask me.
I'm not asking you personal. I'm giving you an example. So
Wait a
you're
minute,
gonna
but wait a
have
minute. So
children, and you're not gonna teach them the do's and don'ts of life, everything you've learned.
yes, absolutely you do. Absolutely. But see, the difference is the Bible is a bunch of fairy tales and all this other spooky stuff that's put on it. Versus you telling your child, hey, this, that, and the other. That's not spooky unless you threatening them with hell and all that. But the Bible is spooky. Those are the
So,
differences. One is
so
practical, one is spooky.
let me ask you this: what's spooky about the Book of Proverbs? What's spooky about the Book of Proverbs? Is there anything spooky in the Book of Proverbs
Let's see.
telling you
I'll look for.
about how to
Right
obtain
off, I don't
wisdom,
know right
knowledge, and
offhand.
understanding?
I don't know
Telling
right off. The Bible is, you can't take one part out of there. The Bible
you.
itself is spooky as a whole.
Hold on. What do you mean you can't take one part out of there? I don't understand that.
Like you said, like you're asking me, what about Proverbs is spooky? Let's say there's nothing spooky in Proverbs. That has nothing
Okay.
to do with the totality of the Bible, right? You can't cherry pick, can you? Aren't you supposed to go by the whole Bible?
Hold on. I think you got the wrong Israelite when you saying that. As I told
No.
you, as I stated before, I know the history of the book. I know who added on what to the book, when they added it, why they added it. So
Well, okay, fair
I'm
enough.
not no one West camp Israelite. I don't do that.
So
No,
how
no.
do you know things? how do you know something nobody else knows?
Okay, this is what I'm gonna say. Okay, I just
Ain't
looked
no
up
hold on.
Proverbs. I just
I don't
looked up
know you.
Proverbs. Here go Proverbs 1. I'm gonna read Proverbs 1 down to 7. For gaining wisdom and instruction, for understanding words of insight, for receiving instruction in prudent behavior, doing what is right and just and fair. I want to stop there. What is right, just, and fair?
Are you asking me a question?
Yes, sir.
What is right, just, and fair?
Yes.
According to you, it's common sense, right?
Yes.
Oh, he's asking
Okay,
you.
well, you got your answer.
But doesn't the Bible define what is right? Don't the Bible go into what is right and wrong?
Again,
What does the Bible say is right and fair?
brother. Hold on, brother. Again, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this again.
Yeah.
Nowhere in that Bible can you find where it says that what is right and wrong was not known before the Bible. All you're looking at is a compilation of wisdom and knowledge.
Okay, hold on. The Bible itself, I hear you. The Bible itself putting this information. What did you just say? What did you just say?
Not exclusive.
No. The very first thing you said, you can't look in that Bible and show what?
One spot in that Bible where the Bible tells you this is something you're going to get out of the Bible and you're not going to get nowhere else.
Okay.
This knowledge, this wisdom, all this, man knew it. So
why is it in the Bible? If man knew it, why? Where is the instructions on breastfeeding in the Bible?
Say that again.
Where's the instruction for eating in the Bible, like breastfeeding, putting food in your mouth? Not what to eat. Hold on, wait. Not what to eat. Not what to eat. How to eat. To say put food in your mouth and not up your ass. Shit that you already know. Where does the Bible explain simple shit like that?
You go into the book of Leviticus.
What it say?
Find out.
It tells you what to eat in Leviticus.
Okay.
It doesn't tell you how to eat. It doesn't tell you don't put food up your nose, put it in your mouth. Because you know this, right? So them putting this in this book is saying somebody don't know this. Get them this book so they can obtain this information. But you just said it's something that we already knew. So
listen, bro, that's not going.
Okay, let me finish this. No. Let me finish this. I don't know what you want to understand, but let me read the rest of this.
All right.
Doing what is right, just, and fair, for giving prudence to those who are simple, knowledge and discretion to the young. Let the wise listen and add to their learning. And let the discerning get guidance, for understanding proverbs and parables. The sayings and riddles are the wise. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. That's spooky.
No, it's not.
Okay, explain that to me. Interpret that for me. The fear. Let me read it all in this context. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Exactly. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Now, the word Lord might be put there. Now, I might not agree with that word Lord because I know where that word Lord comes from.
Why not? Why not?
Because I know where that word Lord comes from.
Where does it come from?
They're telling you
in the Bible.
Because it was translated that way. Lord, if you look up Lord, it means master, which comes from another word. It goes back to Baal. It goes back to an idol.
Okay, so can I ask you something? Now, because you just taught me something. So this scripture says the fear of the master is the beginning of knowledge. What does that say to you?
The creator was never called the master.
What does that say to you, black man in America?
Listen, he just twisted that. But can I say something before I get out?
Hold on, OJ. No. You can't say it. No. Before you say it, tell me how I twisted that. Tell me how I twisted that. Okay, you just said he just twisted that. Tell me that.
You clearly just said. I mean, we don't know if his etymology is correct anyway. You said so. It says.
Okay, hold on. So because hold on. Because you don't know that Lord means master. We're supposed to think that I twisted the Bible?
No, I'm just saying he just said that.
Okay.
No, this is what I'm about to say. I was about to get out of here. So
that's what's up. I appreciate you coming through.
No, that's literally what I was about to say. But he said that, and then I just interjected that real quick. But what'd you say? Go ahead. What'd you say?
I said you left him out there to dry. You didn't step in and have his back.
Okay, now listen, OJ, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming through. I appreciate you coming through, OJ. I really do. Lord, someone or something having power, authority, or influence. A master, or ruler. I didn't twist that. So the Bible says fear. So the Bible. Yes, you were. You were. The Bible says fear of your master is the beginning of knowledge. What does that say to you, and how did I twist that?
No, hold on. That word Lord was not there. Now
okay, hold on. You gonna be here. You gonna be here. OJ finna go. OJ, how did I twist that?
Let me go. I'm just saying. You said what he said when we don't even know if what he's saying is correct.
I just looked up more. I knew that, Lord. Hold on. Listen now, because you admitted that you don't know something. You said when we don't even know. We know. I know. I've been through. Hold on. I've been through that Lord meant master. Now I'm looking up. I'm showing you in the definition. Lord means master. How did I twist the Bible?
I'm not even trying to get into that. This is what I was about to say.
Okay.
Because she asked me, she said I left him out to dry. Like me, it's no point to even debate the Bible with people who don't believe in the Bible, because they not gonna believe in it regardless. If you prove it, they're not gonna believe in it. No, it's not even about that. This is the thing.
That's exactly what it's about.
Can I talk? Can I talk? If you prove it. If you prove something, you're still not gonna believe it regardless. So it doesn't matter. Like at the end of the day.
Okay, but OJ, but can you admit that the Bible hasn't been proved yet? Out of all the years, out of all the people that's been born and died, it hasn't been proved yet.
I mean, nothing's been proved. I mean, the point of the Bible.
Nothing's been proved. Nothing's been proved. Did you just say nothing's been proved? Did you say nothing's been proved?
When I say that, I mean there's a ton of things that people believe in who state.
Okay, so okay. So now let's put it back in perspective.
Wait. I'm saying the Bible literally says you have to believe. Like it literally says that. So that's what. So if
but he just said that the Bible, and then you can go in Renee. He just said that the Bible says seek knowledge and wisdom.
Oh wait, let me please say this. Please say this. See, when you just said the Bible says you have to believe, right? But how do people wait? Just let me finish and please listen, because I would like you to answer. Just please listen. So if you have to believe, how do people get to the point of believing? You are just supposed to believe because your grandma or your mama or somebody down the street or a pastor come to you and give you a Bible. You have to be introduced to the Bible. You're not born with a Bible in your hand. You're not born. Somebody has to pass that on to you. So you don't believe until somebody presents a Bible to you. You mean to tell me a human, which we know humans, flesh is weak and all that kind of stuff. So here comes a human, be it your grandma, be it your auntie, whoever, comes to you and give you this Bible. Are you supposed to just take that book and just believe it just because they gave you the book? So when you say you have to believe,
see, look, listen.
To be able to believe.
All right.
Go ahead, OJ, and then I want to, go ahead, OJ, answer, and then I want to say something to you before you dip off. Go ahead.
All right. So look, at the end of the day, the Bible, it even says it's not for everybody. So if you hear something and you don't believe it, then it is what it is. Like, that's why.
Okay. But doesn't the
it's just not for everybody. If it resonates with
just answer the question. Answer the question. Don't dance. Just let her know.
I'm not dancing. If it resonates with you, then you believe in it. If it doesn't, then you don't.
Let's say it's a 17-year-old and they grew up, we'll say 17, 18. They grew up, let's say their family wasn't into religion or into a culture or what, or none of that. And so that's the household they came from. They're 18. And they're curious now about the Bible or what have you. How does that person get to a point of believing? Because remember, it says you must believe. How does that person? How would?
Like I said, if you find it, you listen to. I just said it.
He answered it. He answered it. He
I
said,
answered it. Don't try to play.
he said,
Like, don't
read
try to
it.
play and
No,
say I did
he
it.
said, read it. And if you,
This is how Bible belief is false. All of it is false belief. Because
Okay.
if you give the Bible to this 17, 18-year-old person, right, how can you prove to them that this book is supposed to be real? Is this supposed to be real because a lot of people read it? Is this supposed to be real because the pastor says it? Because the girl says it? Are we supposed to be able to make our own minds up and figure things out? So how can the Bible be proven? Are they supposed to believe? What are you? What is
Well,
exactly?
I literally think that's the point.
But what are you
Like,
believing in? When you say you must
That's
believe
literally the
in
point. Like, that's literally the point. Like,
No,
it
Okay.
is. Like, look,
They
look.
get the
If you
Bible,
don't,
they
if
get the
you
Bible,
don't,
they read it. Okay, they read
if
it.
you
Now
don't
what?
believe, if you don't believe what it's saying, then that means you don't believe
But
what it's saying. That's literally
Okay.
it.
You're not born believing.
I
You're
never
not
said
born
you
with
were
the Bible.
born. I never
You
said
have
that.
to be given it to by
Okay.
another
Who?
person.
Okay.
Did I literally not just say
Okay.
it?
No,
You read
you
it,
did.
you
You
read
did.
it, or you listen to it.
You
And if
can't
you don't
answer my
believe it,
question.
you don't believe it. If you believe it, you believe
can't
it.
answer my- You really
How can I
can't
not
answer
answer
my
the question? That's
No,
the
you
perfect
just won't
answer.
say. You just won't say you can't. That's her
Yeah,
problem.
exactly.
You just won't say you
I don't
can't. You're
I
just
don't
not
see what you're
saying.
saying.
You're not saying. She
I
said.
never said you
Okay,
can
let me
prove
say.
it.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down. Let me break it down. Yeah. You said no. You said okay. You just said I never said you prove it. You said if we prove it, you won't believe it anyway. You brought up proof.
Exactly.
Okay. And I said nothing's been proved.
If
She
God came
said
down
how?
and smacked you in
Okay.
the face,
And
you
she
would just
said
say that was
if
some
God
spooky. I don't know
listen,
what that
if
was.
God
Like,
came down and smacked me in my face, I would acknowledge that, brother. You are exaggerating. Then she said, how do you come to the state of belief?
Right.
Belief,
and that's what I'm
belief.
saying.
Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me break it down. Belief comes from evidence. You have no
Belief don't have to
evidence.
come from evidence.
Okay, now you're gonna
That's
make up
literally the
belief.
point. It
Okay,
doesn't have
hold
to
on. Let
come.
me say what I'm saying.
It
Let me
doesn't
say what
have
I'm
to be
saying. Let me say what I'm
evidence.
saying. Let me say
It
what I'm
don't have to
saying.
have
Let me say what I'm
evidence, and that is
saying.
literally
Let me
the
say
point
what
of
I'm
what I'm saying.
saying. Let me say what I'm saying. Faith is lack of evidence. Belief comes from evidence. But I'm gonna put it to you like this.
Oh my God.
We can look it up. We can look this shit up. I'm not making this up. These are not okay. Look, you know who Herodotus is?
He was like a Greek philosopher or something.
Okay, historian. He was in it. He was a Greek who was in Egypt at the time before the Greeks invaded and conquered Egypt.
He created the Indian and the Odian, right?
The Idian and the Odian.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that, brother. Yeah, I had that.
Go ahead.
That sounds like the Idonians. Yeah, you know the Idonians. You might be
No,
meaning
that
that's
was
what.
him. No, that was
Okay.
Herodotus. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying you might be meaning the Idonians. Okay, look. He wrote about a part of Africa along the coast, the rim of Egypt, that collapsed, sunk under the water. These pages were found, whatever he wrote it on was found, and scientists used them and found a sunken city in Egypt, Lona. That's proof. That's proof. That's him saying something a long time ago, people finding it, and you haven't done that once with the Bible. And on top of that, Herodotus never wrote about the Jews. Hebrews, Jebusites, the city of Jebus, being named Jebus before it was called Jerusalem. None of this. So somebody who you were actually able to prove something on,
and
he
that's
never
what I
spoke.
wanted to get at you about when you said that before. But go ahead, I got you. Go ahead.
He never.
I'm about to say something. I'm about to take it off.
If the Jews are supposed to be there so long and accomplish so many great things, have languages, all type of shit, how can you find an underground city from this man's writing, and they still digging up the artifacts now? Priceless shit. But he never mentions the Jews at all. He mentions the Greeks, the Persians, the Nubians, Egypt, anything. What's happening here? Defend that.
It's not about defending it. Like I said, either you believe it or you
I
don't.
know what you gonna do. You running. You running. I know
I'm not
you been
running.
quiet. You been quiet
You
all
know
day,
I'm not
and when you open your mouth, you running. I know what you doing. You got your
I'm
foot.
not
Hold
running.
on,
I
OJ.
catch
You got your
everything head
football
on.
jersey on. You got your football jersey on. You're hurdling over people. You hurdling over the questions. You're spinning off. You're tapping
Nah,
circle. You're
OJ
stiff
was a
arming.
power runner. OJ
You're
was a power
stiff.
runner. I
You're
run
stiff
through.
arming. You're
I
stiff
don't run
arming.
around. I
You're
run through.
stiff arming. You're stiff arming in questions. You're stiff arming in questions. Sir, defend that.
But yeah, I'm out of here. Y'all have a good one.
All right, thanks,
you
man,
need
for
to
coming
do-
through.
All right.
what you need to do is look up Hezekiah's seal. You can look that up yourself. Hezekiah existed way before Herodias and the Greeks, who weren't really. He wasn't a Greek. He was a Macedonian. The original Greeks were black. But you look up Hezekiah's
What's his
seal,
name?
and this will show you a bond between Israel and Egypt because the is on the seal.
I never said that one true. What that mean? What does that mean?
So that means right there, that shows you even before Herodotus came along, there was proof of Israel's existence. Now,
Hold on. No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
When you say Jews is a term that's a Johnny come lately term when white people took your history, regardless whether you want to accept it or not. White people took your history and ran with it.
Facts. That's what I'm telling you. And guess what? And guess what now? You're running with their history in your head, telling me I should run with it too.
No, I'm not running with their history.
Hey, who were the people who translated the Bible?
You said who were the people who translated the Bible? The Bible has been translated. The Bible has been translated by many different.
Who originally translated it?
Okay, let me say this: the Bible has been translated by many different people.
Okay,
but if you want to go to the original translation, where it was took from the original script it was in and translated to something else, many people will tell you the Greeks did it. But the Greeks did not do it, because if you know the scripture and you know history, those people that was in Egypt at the time were not Greeks. They were a group called Edomites, which is not the white man. A lot of people like to say Edom is the white man. That's some bullshit, because they came from a black woman. So the original translation.
So that was Manzars.
Hold on. The original Edom was not white. This was a black man.
So they were Manzars.
No. What are you
No, you sure? They weren't mixed. They weren't mixed. Was they mixed?
No, they weren't mixed. They came from a black man and a black woman.
And what were these people named?
The Edomites.
Okay, you know who that? Okay, but you do know there was a Greek presence. You do know there was a Greek presence in Egypt, right?
Yeah,
a very welcomed Greek presence in Egypt.
Check this. Because now we dealing with trickery, and we dealing with. I'm not saying you or nothing. I'm telling you, we dealing with trickery and plays on history.
And you saying the trickery began right after the Old Testament was written.
This is what I'm telling you. Let's stay on one topic.
That's when it started.
Let's stay on one topic. Now we talking about when the book got translated from its original text, which was the original. I don't want to call it Hebrew because there is no such language as Hebrew, but the original language it was in when it got translated. Because that original language, nobody's been able to truly, completely break down to this day. But when it originally got translated, those people that was in that land, this goes, and you can look at this, the movie 300. This is history, biblical history. They tried to leave out, but all that is connected. That and the book of Esther, all this is connected. When those people, when that what's his name, the Persian king at that time, was it Artaxerxes? Nah, what was his name? Anyway, whatever his name was, when they were defeated by the Greeks, the Edomites that lived in that land fled. The only place they could flee to was Greece, because Greece was the ruling power at this time. When they went there, and remember, Greece, Egypt was already conquered at this time by these Greeks who were really Macedonians. Egypt was already conquered. Alexander was a Macedonian. Egypt was already conquered. So when they fled, even before Persia was completely conquered, they fled. The hierarchy of them fled. This is why they was let into Egypt, and this is why how they got comfortable. They were there for over 100 years. So they started to lose their customs. So when they got a hold of these scriptures and they translated this, it wasn't not no Greeks who translated this book. Those were Macedonians who was ruling at the time. Ptolemy and all them, these weren't Greeks. History gives them that credit.
Ptolemy's not a Greek.
What kills me
I'm
is.
gonna say this
what
again.
kills
I'm gonna
me
say
is
this again.
Yeah, say
All
it
you have
again.
to do, all you have to do is do more research into this, not on a base level, and you will see Macedonians conquered Greece. They came into Greece and took over. Alexander was a Macedonian. He was not a Greek.
Was he
You're
white?
dealing with a
Was he white?
he was a Caucasian. What you would
Oh,
say
okay.
Caucasian, yes. But the
Okay.
original Greeks were not Caucasian. They were black. What you would call
Okay.
black today.
Oh my
These
goodness.
Macedonians, when they invaded, did they destroy Greece?
No, they really didn't destroy Greece. They
Did they
just
change?
adapted. Hold on.
Did they change? I got you. You said no.
They just adapted.
You listen.
Go ahead.
Did they bring a new language to Greece?
Are you asking if they bring a new language to Greece?
Yes, in
I'm
those
pretty
words.
sure
No,
they
no, no.
did bring
No, no,
different
no.
language.
So the Greek language that we know now, the Macedonians brought in.
I'm not gonna say 100%, but because if you look at the Greek language and look at the original Greek language and the Greek language we speak in today, you will see the differences in there. It's just
Not
like how they try to say this Hebrew is this is Yiddish. What they speak, these motherfuckers run around talking about they speak Hebrew. They're actually speaking Yiddish, but they still call it Hebrew today.
Oh man.
See, this is why I said when you start studying this stuff and you start breaking down these historical facts,
okay. Haven't I been
a
talking
lot
to
of
you?
y'all.
You ain't just been sitting here teaching.
No,
We
bro. I'm
bitter,
not.
so I
I'm
obviously
not
know
time
about
out,
the Greeks, and I'm not, so I'm
bro.
studying history.
No,
I
bro.
mean,
I'm not
it's
saying nothing. I'm not taking a.
ridiculous because at the end of the day, I see what's been happening a lot lately, and I don't speak on it as much because I have a lot of people that I love and respect who
Go
believe in the
ahead.
Bible
Go
and
ahead and
things
speak
like
on
that.
it, sis. Speak your mind right now.
Okay, but it's just ridiculous to me because what I see happening is now there's this whole push and movement of a bunch of black people trying to blackwash the Bible. And so for whatever
Yeah.
reason, black
Hey,
people cannot
Suave, you know I had to get at you
brother,
about that.
you said let me go. So let me finish.
Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. It's a bunch of black people now blackwashing the Bible. And so now they're, trying to transition everything that was noted as white into black and things of that nature. And that's, I guess, supposed to make the Bible now okay or more acceptable. And I feel like that's so sad because black people, for whatever reason, do not want to let go of that Bible. I'm not saying the Bible has no value. What I'm saying is, in terms of this is end all, be all, I do not subscribe to that. I think that there is practicality in the Bible in terms of how certain things and how to live and stuff. And I don't have a problem with that. But the idea of spookism, this idea of heaven or hell, nobody, not one person, number one, like I said earlier, can live by the Bible. Number two, no one can prove, no one prove there is a heaven or hell. Not one person can prove that. And so it's
No,
like everybody's running around. Let me just finish. Everybody's running around in fear. Oh, fear. It's all fear mongering. Like if this was so real and so heavy, why is man relied on to keep this alive? You get rid of man, the Bible dies. Because it's man, it's your grandma, it's your mama, your grandpa who give you this Bible. And the last thing I'll say for a bit right now, and I'll let you go. But the thing is, like, for Black people in America, I understand. I agree with Swab. At one point in time, we needed it in terms of. I'm not gonna say needed it, but I can understand. I'll say that in terms of having something to believe in. Oh, I'm suffering right now, but one day I'm gonna be with my maker on streets paved with gold and all that kind of stuff. And it was a mental thing, it was a psychological thing to excuse the suffering that our people went through in their life. That in the afterlife they would have a beautiful life, and that these white people would someday somehow be punished and condemned for what they did. They'd be struck down eventually by the Most High or by Jesus or God or whomever. And so my thing is, now that y'all trying to blackwash this Bible, it's like we did not come here with Bibles. Somebody gave us the Bible. That's why I said it takes man to keep this alive. You can't show nowhere where any of our ancestors came here with a Bible. It was this white man who gave you the Bible. So how can you go and then all the people who talking about everybody who has any artifacts of the Bible are white. Or if they're not white, they're non-Black people. They're non-African people. All these white people are the ones who have the artifacts supposedly and found things and did all of this other stuff. They're the ones who published this Bible. And if you say that there are parts of the Bible missing and things taken out, how can you trust it? How can you trust a book that's not divine then anymore? It's not divine because it's not completely the word of God, according to you even mentioned that things have been taken. So sister, I love a lot of my people. We gotta wake up.
I'm gonna try to remember everything you said because you said a lot. Okay, let's go with this whitewashing the Bible, which I find just wow. So let me ask you this: are Black people whitewashing Kemet?
No. I mean, in terms of
hold on. Why are Black people not whitewashing Kemet? Why you don't agree with that?
Because we're not saying that Kemet is white.
Because Kemet is in Africa. That's why.
So hold on. So you saying the reason why you say that is because Kemet is in Africa. So right. So you basically what you saying the Middle East ain't Africa. What they call the Middle East today, that's not Africa?
It depends on where it's at in the Middle East. No.
Yes, the Western Middle East is Africa. The Western and Middle East is Africa.
Don't you know all that was connected until they created that connection? Let's not stick on that because I want to get
what was your point in saying that though?
Because it's like y'all not comprehending, if y'all not seeing in history anything. Hold on, sis. Anything the white man conquers, he takes over and he takes on that. Just like how I pointed out, Alexander and them wasn't Greeks. They was Macedonians who came in and took over Greek and took on that culture. Just like they came in, Kemet, took on that culture. They did the same thing with the Israelites.
When Egypt, all these wars that you said Egypt had, did they go in there and did they install their culture or did they take on that culture?
We're not talking about the Egyptians.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Listen. No, I'm not. I'm asking you a question in comparison to what you just said.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you said it was so unbelievable. You brought up Black people whitewashing Kemet like we're walking around here saying Kemet was white. We're not. Then you said the Middle East.
No, you got that twisted. I said, are Black people whitewashing Kemet? And you said no.
I just said that. I just said that. What is going on?
You just said like we're saying Kemet was white. I didn't say you said
that's
Kemet
what whitewashing means.
Yeah.
Bro, you slipping, bro. I said
do you mean blackwashing?
What she said was Black people are blackwashing the Bible. I said, what are Black people blackwashing Kemet?
Okay.
That's what I said.
No, you said whitewashing.
Yeah, you said whitewashing, but I know
Why
what
would
you.
I
I
say?
heard what you meant was blackwashing,
I
and
don't
that's
know
why
why
I
you
said
said
no
it. You were
because
just
it's
thinking, yeah,
different.
you was thinking too fast. Yeah, yeah.
No.
That ain't that. You ain't slip up or you ain't. I'm yeah.
So
Go ahead.
Suave, answer the
Go ahead.
question, Suave. Why do you not believe black folks is blackwashing Kemet?
Because Kemet was a melanated place, so saying that black people were the dominant presence there, it would be exaggerating your presence. I think that
So
black people
let me.
romanticize sometimes with Kemet, but
I
it's not the
agree with
same
that.
thing.
I agree with that.
All right. That's a good point. That's a
I
point
totally
you
agree
put
with
there.
that.
So
Because people
now,
go too far with that whole Kemet thing. I'm not saying
so
I'm against it, but I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
really
what I'm
there with
saying.
that.
I think that black people come out of the way
uh,
we've been taught to learn is through this holy system. So when you leave Christian and Hebrew and Muslim and you get into Egypt and Kemet, you try to make it a religion. It's not a religion. We do not
brother,
Uh-huh.
believe
hold on.
we do not believe that nut was real. Gamp is not a real person.
No,
These are anthropomorphic of natural.
you do not believe that. Every commission don't believe that because Jabari would tell you something different. But
Listen to
hold
what I
on,
just
bro.
said and complete. Okay,
Hold on.
go ahead.
Let me say this. So now that's a good point you made about how you said Kemet was melanated people. Now, whether you believe in the Bible or you follow the Bible, whatever you want to call, because I don't believe in anything. If I can't prove it, it don't exist. So,
Right. But you believe in
so
the
hold
Bible,
on.
don't you?
Hold on. I don't believe in. Did I just say I don't believe in nothing? But let me get to this point. For hold that thought, sister. Let me get to this point. So now the scripture tell you Moses lived in the Pharaoh's house and passed off as his grandson. So that shows you right there. Moses had to be a melanated person that looks
No,
similar
that shows
to.
you right there that Egypt accepted white people.
You said you don't believe
Oh,
in
What
melanated
is
people.
wrong
hold
with
on, hold
you,
on, hold
fam?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Oh
Look what you
no.
look what
You
you
said you
just
don't
said.
believe. You said that
Hold
you
on,
don't believe in anything
sis.
you can't
Let
prove.
me
How can you prove
let
Moses?
let
Moses?
let me prove. Let me go into what he just said because he was in
Okay.
error with that. So if Moses passed as the Pharaoh's grandson, how would he be white? How would they? That don't make no sense, Swab. Look what you just said.
Listen, first of all, you heard the story of Moses. So we could point out this one point and I'll build
Okay,
with it. Let's just go
okay.
off the one line. He was accepted as right.
No, no, the daughter passed him off. Pharaoh's daughter passed him
Uh-huh.
off as her grandchild. There was no Caucasians in Kemet at this time. So how did come on, bro? They accepted
Okay,
white people because they accepted Moses. Even
first
if
of
you
all,
don't follow that story, if you think that story is make believe, the point I'm trying to make is if the Bible put forth this story, and you know in history there was no Caucasians in Egypt at that time, then that is clearly showing you there's no black washing going on in the Bible if they speaking of black characters. Now,
okay, hold on. There were no Egypt. There was no white people in Egypt at the time of Thutmose the second.
no. So you saying Moses was the biblical Moses? Is that what you trying
No,
to
no,
get at?
no. What I'm saying is that Thutmose was the Pharaoh at the time of the Exodus. Moses freed himself from Moses freed himself from Thutmose. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, Swab, because that's an error.
I'm
Now,
listening.
When Moses was passed off as the grandson, Moses the Exodus didn't happen until like 43 years later, when the Pharaoh's
Okay.
daughter passed him off as her grandson,
Okay.
as her son. So
Okay.
right there, the Bible is showing you that whether you follow the Bible or you say you believe in it or not, the
Okay. Now
Bible is
listen.
putting
Oh,
forth
I
a
get
black
your point.
character.
I'm get your point.
So how is our
Listen,
people blackwashing?
man, listen. You're saying Moses was black because he was accepted by the people as a grandchild of the Pharaoh. You're saying there was no white people in Egypt at this time. At the time of the Exodus, 40 years prior, Thutmose II was Pharaoh. You're saying there was no white people in Egypt under Thutmose II rule?
Can you prove that Thutmose II was the Pharaoh of the Exodus?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead, prove it.
What is that noise?
His vapor.
Oh.
What's the time of the Exodus, brother? I'm gonna pull it up. I'm just really throwing a rock at you because you testing me right now. So I'm gonna test you back. What was the time of the Exodus?
You know, trust me, you walking into a trap. But
I know.
what was it? Ah,
Hmm.
14 something BCE. Cause I
Okay.
don't have my notes in front of me, so I don't know exactly.
All
But
right.
if you Google it or anything, you'll see. But although they give you two different times of the Exodus,
Yes, they do.
Which one is
Yes, they
right?
do. Yes, they do.
Why is there so much confusion?
watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Go ahead.
What the fuck was the time? Hold on, hold on.
Just get the time of the Exodus. We don't even have to go into nothing else. Just get
What
any time
time
of
was the Exodus?
Look, Suave, stop.
No. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop.
No.
Okay. Do what
Wait.
you're doing. Do what you're doing. Do what you're doing. Go ahead.
So, is you the one brought up the Exodus? So, for you to even say there was an Exodus, then Israel had to exist. And even if they did exist and they commingled with the Egyptians, they had to come out of there black. That's just a come on, bro.
I'm
So
okay.
you mean
Okay.
to tell me the
Now hold
black
on. You
gene?
just okay.
So
Go
you mean
ahead.
to tell me the black gene ain't dominant? They went into Egypt,
Oh
70
Lord.
souls. There was
No,
only 70
always.
people.
No, the black gene is not always dominant.
Hold
No.
on. This kills what you're saying, sister. If they went in there, only 70 people went in there. Egypt was a metropolis, an established metropolis at this point in time. If they went in there and mixed with these people, there's no way
Okay.
they
Here
could
we
have
go.
came out
Okay.
anything
Now
but
listen to
black.
this. Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. 1446 BC. Okay.
Right.
That's the date. That's one of the days given.
Mm-hmm.
The late date around 1225 BC. That's the dates given. Them the two dates that you're talking about.
But
Now
bro,
watch this.
if they
Hold
went
on.
in there,
No. Wait. At 1446 BCE. That's the Exodus they giving us. That's the time that they giving us. Okay. Now watch this. Thutmose the second. 1493 or 1492 to 1479 BC. This is the time that your Exodus give you. He's Pharaoh at the time. The Bible speaks of Ramses. Ramesses.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
The Bible speaks of Ramesses because they have Ramesses on the wall enslaving people, and so they try to say that's the they try to leave it up to you to make that correlation. The Bible never really says who's the Pharaoh at the time, but they speak of Ramesses during the Exodus because they got proof on the walls that Ramesses enslaved people, but these were other Egyptians. These were other Egyptians on that wall. These were not Hebrews or Jews. And they know this, and they purposely did that in that Bible, knowing that you would research, well, who was the Pharaoh at the time where Moses freed himself from the Pharaoh? Thutmose.
Now, why would they omit Moses from the Bible?
That's my question.
Because they did not want you.
That's my question. That's my question to you. No. Don't laugh at it.
Want you. No, I'm not laughing at it. I'm asking you. They did not want you to know that the people coming out of there were black. So these people who call themselves Israelites and Jews and all that today. No, let me get this straight. So they went into Egypt, 70 people. They stayed in there hundreds of years. And then they came out, and we know the Egyptians were so-called black at this time. So then they come out hundreds of years later, and they come out white? Is that what you... That don't make sense, bro.
What I'm saying is that it makes sense to me that it doesn't make sense because it's a fake story where they try to write themselves into your history.
It's a
That's
fake
what I'm saying.
story. But you
It's all
put
fake.
forth the Exodus, but it's a fake story.
I'm showing you, even when you go by y'all logic, it's still fucked up. I can
How
do
is it
both.
fucked up if we going by
Because
my
you're
life? Because
saying,
I just told you.
because you're saying there was no white people at the time Thutmose ruled.
I
You
told
still
you there
standing?
was no,
You
no,
still
no,
hold
no,
on?
no,
Are
no,
you
bro.
still standing on that? Are you still standing on that? Are
No,
you
bro,
still
because
standing on that?
no, that's false, bro. You trying to make
You
me
didn't
say
just
something
say
I didn't
that?
say. No,
Okay,
I
you
didn't.
just now
You
listen.
said Moses was the Exodus.
You just
Oh,
said
bro.
that Moses was accepted as the Pharaoh's grandchild. I said that shows that white people were in Egypt being accepted. It wasn't a big deal. We weren't looking like, damn, you got a white grandchild. We
That's a
didn't look at
lie.
some.
That's a
Listen,
lie.
oh,
Egypt was set
okay.
up.
Okay, so let's move
Bro,
on. 'Cause y'all
Egypt was
ain't
set up on
gonna-
bloodlines. Period.
Bloodlines on rulership, not on who could come in and out and trade and make
So,
money and
Right.
so
profit.
basically, hold on. So basically, a white boy could come in there in a royal family, and they didn't go off his bloodline. They didn't look at him and say, "No, this ain't our blood. Get this honky out of here." They didn't do that.
Yes, the same way they wrote them on the walls and gave them their laws. The same way they didn't omit them.
Whoa!
They didn't. They didn't. They put
What
the
you
dark
doing,
skin.
Suave?
Listen. They put the dark skin, brown skin, red skin, yellow skin, white skin man. They didn't turn the white skin man upside down. They didn't have
So
no
they let
reason to
him.
hate him. Listen,
So no,
fam.
no, no, no. You look at what you just said. And
Yes,
Egypt was set up on a bloodline of hierarchy. So if a
yes.
white boy came up in the damn Pharaoh's temple and he looked at him and knew, "Nigga, that's not my bloodline. They was not finna
If
let
the
Moses rule."
Pharaoh's daughter, this is your daughter, bring you a baby, and says this baby, it came up the river. She don't
So
care. It's
she
white.
passed it off as
Listen,
hers,
fam. Listen.
bro.
How many times you gonna say that? She passed it off as hers. What I'm telling you is that that's not a big deal that they brought a white baby into their family and said, this is our grandchild. What I'm saying is that they weren't under white supremacy and they had no reason to have disdain for these people. Not at this point. Now, what you're saying is that the person was brown and that it wouldn't make sense that there's a white person in Egypt at this time. And I'm telling you, at the time, Thutmose II was ruling. There were white people there.
Thutmose
So tell
came
me,
later, bro. You just got finished looking up. Thutmose came at the Exodus. When she brought Moses in, he was a baby. This is
40,
years
40,
earlier.
40 years later, so between Moses being picked up as a baby to the Exodus, white people were not only introduced and integrated into Egypt, but had
As
set up trade
slaves.
shop.
As
Wow.
slaves. You
Do you
see
know
it
who
on
the
the
I
walls in Kemet. What the hell are you talking about?
do you know who the Idonians are?
That's what they tried to call the
Do you
Israelites.
no,
Come
that's
on,
who the
dude.
Greek
You tripping.
that's the Greek. You're tripping. You don't hear you? You don't hear you moving from goalpost to goalpost and reiterating point at the point, even though what are you
Bro,
doing? What are
bro,
you doing? The
bro.
Idonians were Greeks who were settled
You
in. The Idonians were Greeks who were settled into Egypt
bro, you in
securely.
error. Let's just get something straight. You're in error when you say the Pharaoh let a white baby into his palace and gave him rulership, and they
I'm
live
saying,
off bloodlines of hierarchy.
listen,
That makes no sense.
I'm saying it never happened. But even in your story, it shows contradictions and false shit. You
Bro,
have to
you
even
own
if you
one,
go
Suave.
even what I'm telling you is simple as this. It's false. But even if you go by what you believe, you will have to omit major factors and admit that shit don't make sense. That's all I'm saying.
You
That's
own
all I'm
one,
saying.
Suave. You
All
own
right,
one,
that's all I'm
Suave.
saying.
So
So let's
basically,
move on because I want
let's
to hear
say
you
this.
answer some.
What you want to say, sir?
No,
I want
hold
to
on.
hear
Let
Miss
me answer her about the heaven and
answer.
hell. You the scripture see, and this is again. I guess you might have looked up some information on what Israelites or Christians believe, like who follow the New Testament and everything. But I told you I'm Torah center, and the Torah clearly tells you you make your own heaven and hell. It speaks of no afterlife.
Oh
They
gosh.
got that shit from Kemet and the afterlife. The scripture, the Torah don't teach you of no afterlife.
Why do you
Heaven
have
and
that book, bro? Listen to what you said. Why do you have that book? Why do you have that book
so
in
now
English? In English.
since you can't dispute what I'm saying, you go into why do I have the book?
See the lesson. See the level of psychological sickness in our community. I'm not saying you. I'm talking about this level of confusion. You have one book, and you have a multitude of denominations. You have one book, and this person say that one, and that person say this, person say that. And so now you're saying, oh, you make your own heaven or hell, whatever that's supposed to mean. What do you explain it to me about you make your own heaven or hell? So let's take an example. Wait. Let me give you a scenario. So you say you make your own heaven or hell. So let's say a person, they guess they led a pretty decent life, but they lied and stuff, and they maybe cheated on their wife or husband, and they did all of these type of things. So that person dies. Explain to me what that means in making your own heaven or hell.
Okay. So now, as I stated, I'm Torah-centered. I know where the New Testament comes from. All you have to do is look at the first 2 pages of the New Testament and tell that whole Jesus story and all that is false. So let's leave that out of it. Now, second, when you said somebody cheats, explain what a person makes their own heaven and hell. One, the scriptures, the Torah, they don't speak of no afterlife. That came out of Kemet and what they believed in the afterlife. This is where you get these Christians and these New Testament Israelites who run with that New Testament and follow that. All they doing is following Christian mythology. Second, the Torah does not speak of it. It tells you whatever life you make for yourself is the life you're going to live. Hugh Hefner made a paradise for himself on earth. With his house, his grottos, all them women, to him, that was a paradise. A crackhead who chooses to smoke crack, that's he making a hell for himself. He running around living in hell. There's no heaven and hell below. Heaven and hell can be right here
that Bible. And this is my point. This is my point. This is my point. Look. Let me make this one point. Let me make this one. I'm not interpreting the Bible. I'm reading the Bible for what it says. And then I look up what the word means in either the language that it derived from or etymology. I'm not interpreting it. That's the problem. That's the problem. You keep telling me listen.
If you're not interpreting, how you telling me I'm not interpreting?
Because you just interpreted it. You just said what heaven and hell was.
How you just misinterpreted it?
I'm telling you. You're stopping me from telling you to ask me to tell you. You just described a heaven and a hell. The Bible describes a heaven and a hell. You took fire and brimstone and made crack addiction. That's you interpreting that. Right or wrong?
So crack addiction ain't living in a state of hell?
Thank you.
See what I mean?
It's those little points right there. It's those little points right there where if you just answer the question, it makes it easier.
So what's hell to you, Swab Boss? What is hell to you?
It's a place that was used. It was imagined, made up to push this reward and punishment system on you to make you obey certain laws to establish a culture of security for another race. That's what it is.
But you telling me I'm misinterpreting what hell is, and you don't even believe in hell.
You just asked me. You just asked me what hell is, and I'm telling you the Bible. Listen. Do that for me. You just asked me what hell was, and I told you what it was from the Bible and my point of view of looking at life from real perspective. The Bible says that hell has many levels. It's hot. You go there, you burn forever. Right? So what I'm saying is that place don't exist because don't nobody know where you come from or where you go. I'm looking at the past that we have with these group of people and how they use their religion doctrine to put us in a state of, oh, we deserve to be slaves. Oh,
Yeah.
we must do good. Oh, love your master. Turn on. And I'm saying they made that shit up to control us. How the
Okay,
fuck is
well,
that
one of these
entitled?
days we gonna have to have a debate on what the Bible says, because he,
And see,
I,
everybody does
I,
that. See, these are the games. These are the games that they play. That's why I say it's crazy as
hold
hell to
on.
me.
What game,
Wait, let me
sis? What
explain
game?
it.
Speak on
I
it.
say, okay, let me please. I say these are the games that are played. Oftentimes, when having conversations about the Bible and debates, I've seen multitude of people doing this. Just me observing, maybe two people having a discussion or whatever the case. And so what ends up happening is typically the Bible believers, some people was like, well, no, you just got to read in the book. You just got to get in the book. See, in the book, it say that you just got to read in the book. And what I'm saying when I say a game, because again, you would have 1,000 different people who say what you said is wrong. And they say their interpretation is correct. Every single person has the answer. Every single person who reads the Bible has the answer, and their interpretation is correct with the Bible. That's why this whole thing is so relative. It's so it depends on the person. It's nothing
Sister,
concrete.
how's that different from any other
Everybody has
system?
to read it. Everybody has to read it and interpret it. So
How's that
therefore, you're
different
going to
from
get a
any other
million. Wait a
system?
minute, wait. Because people are going to take certain things different ways. Hence, you have a ton of religious denominations all who use doctrine, Bible. That shows you there the level of confusion and the level of people not agreeing on the interpretation of what the Bible says. And it's mass confusion. It's
How's
just
that
a
different,
book.
sister,
Somebody
from any
wrote a
other
book.
system?
Somebody
How's
wrote a book. Exactly. Religion is a system. Exactly. You
how?
right.
No, you not hearing what I'm
It's a
saying. I
system.
asked you, how is that different from any other? How is that different from Black Power?
But see, no.
Ooh.
You saying that religion or your culture, whatever, is a system, right? You just said that. So
I'm
then that's
asking you,
comparable to black
how is that
power.
different from Black Power? When you
Because
said,
I'll tell you why it's different. I'm gonna tell you exactly why it's different. One big difference. Because y'all all are using one doctrine, one book. That's how it's different. Black
no, that's
Power
not
does not
true.
have one. Black Power does not have one doctrine. The holy book, the Holy Bible. Everybody's using that one book.
That's not
Black
true,
Power doesn't
sister.
have no one book. It doesn't have no doctrine.
That's not true,
You
sister.
use a
We don't
doctrine.
all use
It's supposed
one
to be
book.
a what book do y'all use then?
You got some people who use the Holy Bible, which they call the
Uh-huh.
Holy Bible, which is Old Testament, New Testament. Then you got some people who only use the Old Testament. You got some people who only use the New Testament. Then you have some people who
See what
only
I'm
use
saying?
Torah.
See what I'm saying? See what
So
I'm saying?
I'm gonna
So
ask
can
you
you answer
again.
to me?
I'm
So
gonna
can you?
ask you again. How is that different from Black Power?
Because everybody's still going by the Bible. Whether you want to say the Torah, you want to say the Holy Bible, it's still the Bible. It's
No,
still
it's
the
not. The
Bible.
Torah is
How are
not the
y'all having
Bible.
such things?
You
How
got
do y'all have so many? Y'all have so many denominations. And then let me ask you this: why is there an Old Testament and a New Testament? Why is that?
I explained to you before. Some people
I
came
didn't ask you
along.
that. I
Hold
didn't hear
on,
you say that.
but I did explain it, and I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna go into depth. Some people came along, got their hands on Black people's records who were ruling, looked at it, was fascinated in it, and decided to write themselves in it. This is when the New Testament came along. That's the same thing they did in Egypt, same thing they did in Greece, and everywhere else they
Who
copied.
gave you the Old Testament,
What?
brother?
What people came along?
All
What
the
people?
Old Testament, all the Old Testament is a different scrolls
Who gave
compiled.
you the Old Testament,
I'm
brother?
I'm gonna tell you. All
Okay,
the Old
watch this. Let
Testament.
me give you an easier question. Watch this. Who gave you the New Testament?
Bro, let's stick to one question at a
Yeah,
time. You
you see how
asked
you
me
was just
who
finna
gave
say.
me the
You see
Old
how you was
Testament.
just finna say who gave it to me, but you want to explain who gave you the Old Testament? Who? What group of people?
Your ancestors gave me the Old
See what I'm
Testament.
saying?
Yes.
What group of people?
I just answered you, Suave. Did you
What
not want
group?
to
I have
listen?
many ancestors of many backgrounds, many persuasions, different cultures. Which group of people gave you the Old Testament?
Your ancestors. Israelites.
And that's how y'all have to live
Israelites.
y'all life. And that's how y'all have to live y'all life.
Now let's
With
go
the
to
inability,
who gave us the New Testament. Suave, you
with
can't
the
ask questions.
inability, you have to live your life with the inability
Suave, you can't
to
ask
recognize
questions.
shit for real. Whatever question you gonna ask me, I'ma answer it, bro. I'm not gonna
Suave,
lead you down the
I'm
side
trying
street.
to
What? What's
answer
up?
your question.
Let's go.
What do
Let's go.
you asked me who gave the New Testament?
I asked you who gave you the Old Testament.
You asked me who gave me the New Testament first, then you asked who gave the Old Testament. And I
I
wanted to
know.
answer both of them, but you interrupted. Now,
Okay,
as
go
far as
ahead.
the New Testament comes along, you got Macedonians who wrote in there, you got Romans who wrote in there, you got Edomites who wrote in there.
Okay,
All
brother,
these
brother,
people who
brother,
got
brother,
their
brother,
hands
brother,
on
brother, brother,
records.
brother, brother, brother. Who gave you the Old Testament? Not the papyruses, not the things they used to translate from. Who gave you here? This is the
Suave,
Old Testament. Who gave
suave,
you that? Yes,
suave, suave.
yes,
Did you not hear me when I answered you?
yes. But that's false. If
That's
that's
not
your
false.
answer, that's false.
That's not false. You go in the book of Malachi, and what does it tell you? It tells you when your people realized they was finna go into captivity, what did they do? They compiled all the scriptures and notes they had into one book. And what did it say? It said they planned this, something we don't do today. They planned for the future. They knew they was like, once
And
our
what and
offspring
what
comes
and
out of
what?
captivity,
Okay, I hear
how would
you.
they know who they
And
were
what
and their history?
and what did they call that?
They called it the Book of Remembrance.
Okay. Who gave you the Old Testament? Back to my question.
So now
Who
you're
gave
playing
you?
semantics and
No,
word
I'm
games.
asking you literally. I'm asking you answer this as literal as possible. Who introduced the Old Testament?
Introduce it to me, the world, what?
Wow,
Because you
man.
like to
See
play
what I'm
word
saying?
games.
This how y'all gotta live your
No,
life. The
Swab,
Greeks,
you
Answer is
the
play
Greeks,
word
straightforward.
the
games.
Greeks,
Answer
the
is
The
Greeks,
Greeks
the
straightforward.
did
Greeks.
not.
I'm
The
gonna
Greeks
answer it for
did
you.
Answer
The
is
not.
Greeks.
No,
straightforward.
that is a lie.
Who
I
gave you
just
the
got
New
finished.
Testament? Who gave you
I
the New
got finished
Testament?
pointing out to
Who gave
you
you the New
those people
Testament?
who was in
Who
Egypt at the
gave you
time
the
was not Greeks.
Who gave you the
I'm
New
just saying, who
Testament?
gave you?
Did I not answer that for you?
You're
Who?
moving. You're answering one question
Swab,
with the answer I'm asking.
you
Listen,
gonna
I
go
said
back
who
over this
gave.
video and
Listen,
you
I
gonna
said
see.
who. No, I'm gonna go over the conversation now. I said who gave you the Old Testament? You started naming the Macedonians. You started talking about my people gathered. I said, well, what did they call that? What did you
Swab,
say? Man,
Swab,
see what I'm saying?
you are an
You don't
error
want the
because
truth. You don't
Swab,
want the
you lie.
truth.
Swab, either you mistaken or you lying. I did not say the
Brother.
Macedonians gave us the Old Testament.
I
I
said
was
you
telling you
started.
about. Go ahead, Swab. Go ahead.
What? I said you started naming off all these people and you went into my ancestors or the people of Israel, whoever they came together, got all their knowledge together. I asked you, what did they call that? Was it the Old Testament? No. You clearly answered that. I said, who compiled all these books and said, I'm omitting this, I'm adding this, I'm changing these names, changing these dates, changing these locations, calling it the Old
Okay.
Testament.
So
Who did that, bro?
now that you put it like that, and you
What
went
the
into
fuck?
detail, and what nigga, you did not say who I'm
I should
omitting this.
have
All
to. I
that
should
what you
have
just
to.
said,
You
you
know
did not
how
say
did
before.
how did they get the Old Testament out of the
Swab,
Book of Promise or whatever? Listen,
the answer to your question is white and black Romans did that. You do know there were black Romans, don't you?
Oh Lord.
You
are
do
you
know that there
serious?
were 9 popes, don't you?
I knew there was white people in Egypt.
Hold on. You do know there were 9 black popes, don't you?
I know there were white people in Egypt, something you won't even admit. So of course I know about the
Hold
black
on. How
presence
are you talking
everywhere.
about? I won't even admit that. Come on, bro.
Because
Don't
you
even
said at the time that you said
swab,
it when you
swab.
said when
So
Moses
when you
came into Egypt,
asking
white
me,
people weren't there.
so
You
when
said
you
when
asking me
Moses
who
came.
admitted
Hell
these
no.
things, I'm telling you, white and black Romans. That's what I'm telling you, Swab.
I'm telling you, black Romans was not on these councils. I'm telling you, black
Yes, they
Romans was in.
were.
I'm telling you, black people was in that military. I'm telling you, black
So you
people.
telling me Aaron from Ethiopia was not at the Council of Nicaea? Ethiopian, whatever
Why
you
was
want to
there a
call them,
council of
Christian.
Nicaea? Why was there a council of Nicaea?
So you wait, hold on, brother. You telling me there was
Yes,
not a black
there was black, there
Ethiopian?
was black, there was
Hold
blacks, there was blacks at the council of Nicaea.
It's okay. No, we got that clear. There were blacks there. So when I say blacks and Caucasians gave you omitted shit, moved shit around, and all that, that's the answer I gave you. What's so hard to understand about that?
Because you're omitting the fact that blacks were not the influential power on revising these books into Greek and then translating them into Hebrew from Greek and
Bro,
claiming that they were ancient. You have this whole period.
hold
How many
on.
Bibles do you have? You
Now
have to
it
hold
seems
on,
like you
listen.
could go into
Oh
an
man.
agenda. You got an
What?
agenda. You going into an agenda because we talk about the Council of Nicaea. We're not talking about Greeks. Why
Let
do
him
you
You
finish.
keep
brought up
bringing these Greeks?
you brought up the
Oh
council of
my
Nicaea.
God!
You brought up the
You
council of
brought up the
Nicaea.
Because you
council of
asked me
Nicaea.
who omitted stuff, who rearranged, who added stuff, and I told you who.
No. I said that blacks were not on these councils, and you
Yes,
said,
they were.
listen. I said that blacks were not on these councils. You said yes, they were. You said so it wasn't a black at the council of Nicaea. That's when the council of Nicaea. I'm talking period. I'm talking about on the higher influential level. I'm talking about when they said why is what, listen, fam. I'm not finna sit up here and chase this dumbass mouse with you all day. It
So you
came
do
from the
understand the Council of Nicaea is when they omitted stuff, added stuff, and all that. You do understand that, right?
council of Nicaea is one of the times when they did that. Yes, they did it several times. You
Swab,
know that,
that's what
right?
you just did,
The
Swab.
Bible. So to the Bible.
What did I just do? You telling me that you telling me that George didn't write a Bible, the Queen didn't write a Bible, King James didn't write a Bible? Where was the black people there? Where were the black people at?
Yeah,
Hold on.
Okay.
Now we getting into something
Yeah,
else.
that's a
With
good
I
very
said when they were sitting on the
hold on,
councils, you
Swab.
went
Either you gonna let
specifically
me
to the.
talk or
Go
not.
ahead,
That's a good
go
point.
ahead.
So now we getting into Europe and around this time. So you mean to tell me there was no blacks ruling during the Middle Ages, the
Why
Dark
is
Ages?
it that when you answer stuff, you can never answer it straightforward. You always go and ask somebody a question back.
Okay, when you say where were these when you act like King George and them didn't write a Bible, where were the black people that were ruling in Europe at this time? That's where they were at.
Where were they at when they were
They were
rewriting these
ruling
Bibles?
in Europe. That's
Where
where they were
were
at.
they
I
at?
answered
What
you.
happened to them
Listen,
since then? What happened?
listen. And that's what the Bible is. It's one truth, and then you escort a whole bunch of
Yep.
assumptions after that.
Yep.
I
So,
didn't
brother,
ever say,
brother,
you're finna
they
do it
were
again. You're
Let them
finna do it
finish, bro.
again.
Let them
I
finish.
never said blacks were not ruling in Europe. I
you
said,
asked me
where?
where were they
Oh,
at when
man.
King George translated the Bible, which was King James, and I told you they were ruling in Europe at the
Fam,
time.
And King
where
James
was
is
the,
black, right?
Say that
please
again.
don't say that. Please don't say that.
King James was black, right?
I'm not 100% sure if he was black or white.
All right, fam.
Y'all so
You not,
dumb.
yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like I said, much power to you, man. But even if you
Yeah.
go by that,
Brother, don't run.
even if
Don't
you, I'm
run.
not running, I'm not
Can
running.
we
What,
agree, or
what?
do we agree that
Uh,
blacks was ruling in the Middle Ages? Do we
I
agree in Europe? Can we
now
agree that
listen,
or
now,
no?
oh wow, okay, answer it again. Ask me again in another way. I want to answer.
I'm gonna
I,
ask you
I,
one more time.
were blacks ruling
Do
in Europe?
we do we agree that blacks ruled in Europe in the Middle or Dark Ages?
I wouldn't say they wasn't, brother.
So this Bible was created. Now this Bible was created around this time, and blacks was in rulership. So you mean to tell me blacks had no part in this book?
Yes. Yeah, I jump dead out the window and I say that. Yeah.
And look, we don't. But see, let me just interrupt real quick. We don't even have to go to that whole historic point. I'm gonna tell you why. Because this time we can go into more modern history. Because since that time, the Bible has been controlled by white people. It's been published by them. It's been changed, done. They've done whatever to it. They've done all of these things. Okay, so we don't even have to do that. We just know that the Bible itself has been tampered with and has been in the hands of white people. So therefore, how can you trust the Bible? How can you go by a Bible who you say is things taken out of it? You talked about the Council of Nicaea. We know that it's white people who are the ones publishing, producing the Bible. How can you trust that?
Isn't okay. I'm gonna answer your question because you said I don't like answering. I always answer questions with questions, and that's rude. And that's rude. So I'm gonna answer your question, and I'm gonna give you a question. I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna give you a question. No, I'm telling you, I'm gonna answer your question. Now, how can I trust it? Is because I know when white people wrote what. I see the fuckery they attached on to the scriptures. If I read them and I know them, I can see what contradicts what.
Now this is my thing. Now listen, I'm finna throw you an olive branch. No, I'm finna throw you an olive branch. I'm finna throw you an olive branch. I'm finna throw you an olive branch because this is my point anyway. Why we just don't take what we know is good, okay, implement it into our lives, okay, and write books that will actually bring some knowledge that's not known to us. Why don't we why do we have to keep learning at 40, 30? Oh, we have to interpret shit. Oh, it's context. You've been told your whole junior years, your whole teenage years, this book is right and exact. You can't take away. You cannot add nothing.
I have not been told that my whole year.
Well, I have.
No, let me ask the sister a question that I was gonna ask her, and let me respond to your question, Suave. Now, the sister. Now, as you just said, how can you believe in the Bible or trust the Bible, whatever, and it's been under white people's control? Egypt been under white people control for how many years now? Okay, I'm gonna just answer that after I answer Suave. Now, Suave. Now, I agree with you.
Wait.
I agree with you, sister. Can I answer?
I don't believe in no king. I'm not a comedic person.
He'll come back. He'll answer that.
No. Let me deal with her directly now, and I got you, Suave. Well, let me leave Egypt out of there, and let me go to another spot. Why would you believe in Black Power when we know Black Power? The founders of Black Power believed in. Marcus Garvey was a Catholic. Most of the original Black Power people who started this, who y'all call on, were Israelites, Christians, or Catholics. So answer that, but give me a second. Let me talk to Suave. Now, Suave. Now, I agree with you to an extent when you said, why can't we take the good out of there? I agree with you, and that's what I do when I research. This is why I know who created the book of Romans. I know that's some false shit. I also stated that if you read the first 2 pages of the New Testament, the whole book is shot because it tells you right there in the Old Testament, it tells you the pen of the scribes are in vain. It's letting you know that these motherfuckers was gonna come along and try to rework history. So once I read the first 2 pages, I know that whole book is shot. Period. No way around it. So that's what I do. I separate the good from the BS, and I practice on that. That's what I do.
Okay.
Like, well, I don't. That man. I mean, that to me, that makes an even worse case for the Bible. That you have this book that's supposed to be the divine word, quote unquote, inspired by, wink, wink, which means a man wrote it. All right. He supposedly was inspired by. Nobody can prove this, though, right? So then you have this book, whether he was black, white, or purple. Okay, nobody can prove that this was the word of the Lord. It's just this man said that. Okay. Again, now you're saying, oh, well, yeah, I know that they took stuff out and changed and added, and I can read it and determine the, excuse my French, fuckery they put in there. So now, not only it's not good enough for people to learn the Bible and hey, this is what you're supposed to go by and this and that. But now they've got to be able to go in there and like they dodging, like they playing dodgeball with a simple fist, go to there. See, don't read that part because that's where they added on. But see, on this page, yeah, that's right. But then go down to the next. Okay, see, in this verse was right, but that verse was wrong. Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds? And then
If
also,
you're not,
let me tell you, and also let me you did it again exactly what I said you would do. You answered me with a question talking about, well, how can you believe in black power and these people were Catholic and this and that? Again, I
no,
will
I
tell
answered
you.
you and asked you a question. I didn't answer you with a question.
Oh, no, that was your answer. Fucking dodging. I just said.
I answered you and asked you a question, sister.
You know how to pick out what's incorrect. But anyway, that's just crazy to me. But anyway, so to answer that, first of all, that's a false equivalence. Those things don't even add up. Those things aren't even equal. Black power is a political. It's not religious. It's not no culture, so to speak, in the way that y'all mean it. It's political. That's a political state of mind.
It is not a false
And I'll tell you like this: Black power is
black is religious. Excuse me, black power is political. So regardless of whether Marcus Catholic, whatever the case was, it was not any religious doctrine brought into it. It's a political movement. That's different.
Sister, do you
Black
understand
power.
politics?
Hold on. Let me say
Do you
this:
understand politics?
Black power is ours.
Absolutely. That's what I specialize in. Socio-political condition of black people in America.
Black power.
So you don't. Go ahead, Swab.
Black power is ours. It wasn't given to us. We created it. It's the only thing we know we created.
That's
They've
right.
taken credit for everything else. They've mistranslated everything else. We define black power. Black power doesn't stop you. Listen. Black power doesn't stop. Black power does not stop you from being a Hebrew, Christian, Muslim, or atheist. All black power is requiring you to do is be black first.
Yep.
That's it. Pay attention to your people over other people. That's it. We not saying hate nobody. We saying love your people. That's it.
Are you going to heaven or hell? We don't have it. It ain't nothing like that.
That's all. That's all. All we saying is that the black people who went through the black people who have been displaced, no matter whatever means, by this entity, deserve their own nation to be separated and recognized as sovereign people of Earth, not of any constitution, not of any corporation, not of any territory. This is our Earth. We are biologically in tune with this bitch. It gives us oxygen and food, and we don't have to genetically modify nothing. That is what black power is, the right to get up under the oppression that we have to call ourselves whatever we want to call ourselves. We want you to be recognized as a Hebrew, but you can't because there's somebody tapping on your neck telling you black. We want them to be Christians, but they can't because there's somebody on their neck telling them they black. So we the group of people that say, fuck it, we black. And we finna show you what black is, not by your definition or your conception. But you done fucked up now. Yeah, because that's what we is. Here we go. Now we finna show you that black ain't none of the stuff that's in your dictionary. You got to answer for that. And we're gonna show you how white ain't none of the stuff that's in your dictionary. You got to answer for that. We are pulling the. Come on, fam. We're not running. We're not hiding. We're not ducking. We're not dodging. We're right in the face of the problem. We're not waiting on nobody to come do nothing. And we're not saying you can't. We're not saying you can't. Believe whatever you want to believe, but when you hungry, you get up and you get something to eat. All we saying is do that on a mass scale. Don't
Right.
go get you something to eat, but then when you see we hungry as a people, we pray. No, let's get up and get us all something to eat.
That's right.
Brother, I agree with you in theory. I agree with everything you said as far as what we should be doing for ourselves. I agree with that. I'm with you. If I was walking down the street today and I see like 10 white motherfuckers jump on Suave, I'm a big dude. I'm gonna knock about 5 of them out. I don't know what you did, Suave, but I'm still gonna knock about 5 of them out. And we gonna wrestle the rest or we gonna knock all of them out. My
I believe
point
that.
is
I
my
believe that.
point my point is saying this is this. When you say, okay, well, we gonna say, well, black mean this, and we gonna take this and we gonna take that. This is the same thing you accuse other blacks doing, saying they're trying to blackwash the Bible. You saying they're trying to take something and say, no, now we gonna take it for ourselves, and it's gonna mean this, it's gonna mean that. We can go in circles all night talking about this. But what I'm saying to you is, I agree on what you said we need to be doing. I agree. But what I'm saying is we need laws, rules, and regulations on how to do this stuff. Because regardless of what we say, now I agree with you and you agree with me on how we need to operate. But you know just as well as I know, we have an upper class bourgeoisie black community who don't see it like that, and they out for self, and they working
Black
hand in
people,
hand with the oppressors.
black people have been in the Bible for 18,000 years, for a very long time. We've prayed, we've cried, we went got the Holy Ghost, we run up and down inside the church. We've done everything on this planet that you can do. So many black people have tried their hardest to live by that Bible. People have tried to go and repent. People have turned their life over to Christ. People have done all of these different things. You got people who first thing in the morning they do is start off reading the Bible, and it's the last thing they do before they go to bed. And as a people, we continue to suffer. All of this Bible and biblical stuff have not saved nobody. And you want to talk in terms of the only exception I'll make to that is this. There are some people who've gotten off drugs and different things like that in terms of going through certain programs and stuff like that. So I'll give credence to that. But when I talk about overall, I'm saying nobody. I'm talking about the overall condition of the community as a collective. That this Bible has not done anything to push us forward. In fact, it's held us back because this idea of, well, the Lord's gonna take care of them. I had a Hebrew I heard the other day say that Black Power is, we only got a Black Power movement because we are impatient on waiting on Yah. Somebody actually literally said that. We only have the Black Power movement because we're impatient when it comes to Yah. So in other words, we just supposed to sit and twiddle our thumbs and allow these people to continue to beat us down, tell us black is ugly, tell us black ain't nothing, do all this stuff, and we're not supposed to ever try to rise up and organize and get some self-esteem for our racial self-esteem, racial pride. We're not supposed to do none of that because we just wait on
Right.
God.
And you know how I
Let,
know that's
let
the right
me
answer. You know how I know that's the right answer. Let me say this and you can go in. Because we tried Christianity and they didn't stop us. We tried
No,
Judaism,
they
they
encourage
didn't
you.
stop us. We tried Islam, they didn't stop us. Only thing we not permitted to do is Black Power.
Facts.
Because they know that's the key. Because if it trumps everything else. When
That's
you hear
why
Fred Hampton say, you know what,
Mhm.
fuck they head up. When you hear Fred Hampton say, Black power to the blacks, white power to the
White
whites,
power to white.
red
That's right.
power to the reds, yellow
That's
power
right.
to the yellow, that fucks they head up because you don't hate them. You loving yourself and you teaching other people to love themselves.
Yep.
This
all right,
whole religious doctrine that you had,
let me
there's a
interject here.
specific group of people. There's a specific group of people that's getting a certain condition that's
Let
not
me
allowed.
let me
Let
interject
me say
something
this
here.
real quick, brother, before
Sister
you
Renee.
answer. Let me just say this real quick, brother, before go ahead, because I just lost my thought. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sister Renee, I heard that you interviewed
What you
Fred
gonna do?
Hampton Jr. before, right?
Oh yeah, a few
Black.
a
You
couple
want me to
times.
answer?
And
Yeah,
that's
I
and
know
yeah,
Fred
that's
Hampton
that's a
Jr.
comrade of mine. Uh-huh.
I was with him when they protest V103. I was down there.
Okay.
I know of him. Here's my issue. I love the
No.
Panthers to death. I studied the Panthers when I was a young boy, so I understand, you know. But here's the issue, and here's what's going on in my mind with Black Power. And I spoke this to a couple other brothers before, and one brother just basically stole what I told him and ran with a whole narrative of Black Power is dead to get a debate with Sarnetta and them. But anyway, I pointed out the fact that where these brothers left off, because let's be honest and let's be frank here. The Black Power movement in that time was infiltrated and destroyed, basically. So there was, even though these brothers had good intentions and good hearts, and I pretty much got into it with Michael Edwards, and I will ever remain into it with him of the bullshit he tried to pull with Fred Hampton's name. These brothers was infiltrated and destroyed. So somewhere down the line, we did not pick up and learn from their mistakes. This is what I was
Okay.
saying when I was talking to them other brothers. I said we are supposed to look at the past, learn from it, and better prepare ourselves. So
Okay.
if we're looking at a Black Power movement, if that's the movement y'all gonna go off of, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not seeing a lot of brothers, and I'm not pointing y'all out. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
seeing a lot of brothers learning from the mistakes. I'm seeing a lot of brothers repeating these same mistakes they
Mm-hmm.
made back then, thinking this is the right way to go,
Now,
and
now
that's
let
a
me say this.
mistake.
Now let me say
I
this.
don't. Let me say one more thing, and I'm gonna
Go
end
ahead.
with all the knowledge Fred Hampton Jr. has. I don't think people are listening to him and applying what he's telling you about what's going on. I
Mm-hmm.
just don't think people are. But go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, he's clearly not getting the recognition that he should. He's not getting the media publicity, back up the resources, the promotion. He's not getting the TV interviews. He's not getting that push that he should. Like Black Lives Matter is getting posted all over the place. This is the thing. It is surprising how frank and blunt people are willing to be about Black Power, but
Facts.
not the Bible.
Facts.
It's amazing how you could say we must admit those brothers was compromised, like that Bible wasn't compromised, like that, like our ancestors who wrote the original scripts weren't compromised,
Hmm.
and it's been disconnected right in front of your face. Now, Black Power, like I said, Black Power is ours. We update it every day. Every day when we wake up, we realize was you no longer useful, and
Mm-hmm.
we get rid of it or update it, and we realize what new ways may be useful, and we install that. So it's constantly growing. There's no constriction putting on it. Now, what I do see is that 400 years ago, we had the Bible
Yep.
speaking about not progressing, speaking about no new ideas, speaking about not learning from your mistakes. I see today we have the Bible, the same mistakes, the same thing. We got a whole oh man, I used to be a piece of shit. Man, I was a womanizer. I was this, I was that. And guess what? I found God and I'm leading a church. If you were this type of person, you shouldn't be getting patted on the back for now doing what's right when people were already doing what's right.
Mm-hmm.
At least put the people who said in the beginning, like, no, I'm not going to beat girls. No, I'm not going to smoke crack. No, I'm not going to pistol with people. Give the acknowledgement to the intelligent people who knew off back right from wrong. Quit judging us off the worst of us and saying we don't know right from wrong. No, he didn't know that shit. We know that. And we the people who should be being put on this pedestal to influence us as a whole. Then you will see a progression of Black Power. But when you see people get put in front of Black people, and then they're clearly not for Black people, but they use the Black card. They use the Black culture. They use the Black swag. But their intentions are harmful. Just the
Can
same
I
way you set up here and said, The intentions of the Black Panther, they was good. But okay, let's say the intentions of the people who wrote the Bible was good. But
Right.
something
Can I ask
greater.
you? Can I ask you, Suave? Because what
Absolutely.
I'm
They
seeing is
never pick apart
you
that
you
Bible.
you. Hold on, sister. Because I don't remember when you came in, but I'm gonna address Suave because now I'm sensing you taking me as like I'm coming at Black Power. Now, when we started this Suave, if you will recall, I told you, I showed you that it was the Bible shows you where the people who wrote it were wicked. Didn't I point out it had a law, thou shalt not sleep with animals? If they giving you a law not to sleep with animals, you had to be doing it, or else why would they give you that law? So there's no, I pick apart the people in the Bible. All the Bible is all through it is showing you wicked people in the goddamn Bible. So there's no
So
way
why would
I'm
you
gonna
still
sit up
believe
here and
it?
say, hold on, sis. There's no way I'm gonna sit up here and say that nah, you picking apart our stuff, but you're not picking apart your stuff when it's evident, it's written the wicked stuff these people were doing in this book. Now, the sister asked me, why do I still believe it? As I told you, I
Yeah.
don't believe nothing. If I can't look in there and apply this knowledge to my everyday life, it's not real to me. It don't exist. I can go into Torah and apply these things to my everyday life. Now, as far as what I was, the statement I was making on the Black Panthers and all that, brother, regardless whether we got to be real. Just as you frank with about the Bible, I'm frank about the Bible and the Panthers because I love my people and I see the errors they made in the Bible, in the Panthers, in the Christian church, or whatever, and I learn from their mistakes. I have to, because if I don't know the past, which the scripture tells you, if you don't know your past, you doomed to repeat it. This is what we've been doing all these years. This is Sister Renee keeps saying, well, we've been in this book for all these years and we ain't getting nowhere. It's
Jesus.
because we do not know our past.
What
So
is
when
the
you say,
mistake that you
Why
learned?
does it have to be all of these This is my thing, and this is why does it have to be all of these stipulations on this book? It's all these stipulations. Okay, this is supposed to follow. It's supposed to be the Bible. But then, like I said,
since you breaking up a little bit, say what you said
okay,
again, you breaking up.
okay. I said, why does it have to be so many stipulations on the Bible? It's like, why isn't that book just there? This should be the book of life where people can get the book and read it and apply it. No, you got to around here and there and figure out what is real, what's fake, what was added, what's not. Then you gotta decipher this over here. Then it's parables over there, and then
If
nobody can tell you anything about afterlife to prove anything to you about none of this stuff. Nobody can prove to you that Jesus ever even existed. I said the whole basis of it is that this man claimed that he was that his work it was inspired by God. This is all there's nothing holy about it, there's nothing divine about it, nothing God about it. It still came from man.
sister,
Hey, you breaking
sister,
up bad. Now
if
you
you
going
hear
in.
me, if
Hold
you hear
on.
me, sister, you breaking up. I think
Yeah,
if you
maybe,
tone your
maybe.
voice down a little bit, it
Yeah,
won't break up.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay, so can y'all hear me?
yeah. It's
Yeah.
like you getting so loud, it's distorting.
Okay, all right. So it's like, what is it? Nobody can prove that. Like I said, at the basis, and really for real, nobody can disprove this. At the basis of the Bible, I don't care what history you go to or whatever. This all comes from man. It all comes from a man saying he was inspired by. The book is inspired by. It's still not a book from God, yeah, the Most High, whoever you want to name. And then there was no proof that Jesus or whomever ever even existed. We sit up here, Black people, we put all our hopes and dreams on that. To me, that's sad. That's a sad state of affairs as a community. We have to make every on this Bible when we have been believing forever in this country and we continue to go through the same suffering? And that's supposed to be more of a solution to us than Black Power? That's supposed to be more of a solution to us than revolution? That's supposed to be more of a solution to us standing up for Black liberation? I can't get with it.
As I pointed out to you earlier, Black Power was founded, on the Bible. Now,
no, it was not.
Yes, it was, sister. All the
now you know that ain't true. You know that's not true.
So Marcus Garvey wasn't a Catholic, and he didn't.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Go on and on and on about these people that was in the Bible.
But you're clearly making the assumption that because there was a religious person that they founded Black Power on it.
And also, let me say
that goes directly into politics.
Let me say this real quick. Marcus Garvey, his tenets, as far as the UNIA, were not based on religion.
I'm not saying.
Let me finish. Church can have a religion, and they can create something that doesn't have religious elements in it. Okay, and then the other part of that is in terms of Black Power. Black Power became more popularized during the 60s and with the whole Panthers movement and what have you. And the Panthers were very much so anti-religion. They didn't uphold no religion.
Hold on, sister. No, that's not necessarily true. I'm from Chicago, and I have uncles and aunts that were Panthers, and yes, they were.
No, the movement.
Hold on, sister.
And when it was started.
Brother, can I ask you this? Like, we not gonna play with it because you trying to make it seem just because people had a religious belief that the entity they was in. Well, hold on, Liz, you ready to do it again?
No, I'm not.
I ain't even halfway in the sentence. Did the Black Panthers pray before they meet for their meetings?
Some of them did.
No, they didn't, brother.
Don't go. So
the Black Panthers, the Black Panthers did not.
I got Panthers all in my family, bro.
Brother, who don't? I'm from Gary.
So how are you trying to say they didn't? Some of them didn't pray and all that.
Listen to what I said and stop romanticizing. Did the Black Panthers? Did the Black Panthers? I didn't say did some of them. I've already said some of them was religious. But then when they got together and they put their religious hat down and they picked up their Black Panther hat, did they hold hands and say, bow your head in the name of Jesus Christ? No.
Bro, you know I don't believe in no Jesus. Stop.
Okay, but what I'm now you moving the goalposts again. What I'm telling you is that none of these Black Power organizations were
They say any of that? No.
Where did they get their moral code from? Y'all running from
knowing right from wrong. From knowing right from wrong.
Running from y'all own history.
From knowing right from wrong. From knowing right from wrong. They go ahead.
So you mean to tell me that they couldn't determine that it was wrong? That them, the other Black people in the community were getting their ass beat by the police. That they was killing brothers. They would take brothers out to a field and beat their ass and leave them out there. They constantly harass people. You mean to tell me they didn't know
breaking up?
Yeah, turn it down. Turn it quiet or pull it away from the phone or something.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, you mean to tell me that they didn't know that it was wrong, that they would get their ass killed, whooped, beat, stripped down by the police, that they needed the Bible or some
No, I'm not telling you that. I'm not telling you that. What I'm telling you is
they were founded off of police brutality that they went through. So your whole moral code thing, I don't know what you're talking about.
Sister, I'm not telling you they needed a Bible to tell them getting their ass what was wrong. What I'm telling you is most of them brothers and sisters who were in that movement came from a Bible background. That's
brother. Okay, now listen to what you said.
Let me answer.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Say so many things and y'all don't let me answer everything.
I do.
Let me answer her when she said, why do somebody have to figure this out and figure this out in the Bible? Why do they have to figure out these parables? Why do they have to figure out that? And I'm going to answer that to the sister as simple as I can. If you're not willing to use your brain, you deserve to be in captivity. That's as simple as I can
Oh,
put it.
so can
Okay,
I ask you?
bet. Okay, bet. You asked a question. Let me say this.
Does an
You, what you
illiterate
say, Ken?
person go to hell? Do illiterate people go to hell? People don't know how to read.
Illiterate and intelligence are two different things. Floyd
Does an
Mayweather is illiterate, but he's
illiterate person go
intelligent.
to hell? Do they go to hell?
Listen, as I
This called
stated
this Bible.
earlier,
This book's supposed to
I'm
have
gonna
all
answer your question. As I stated earlier, you
do
make
they go
your
to hell?
own
Yes or no?
heaven in the hell. They can. You make your own heaven and hell right here on earth. The
But they not
scriptures
able to read
speak
the
of
book.
no afterlife. That's
They're
Kemet.
not able, but they're not able to read that book. And remember, you need the book to know right from wrong. So they're
No, I
not
did
able to.
not. No, hold on, sis. Hold on, sis. See,
But you
now
keep.
you
Oh, wait. You see, let me show you where you messed up at. You said where did they get their moral code from? It came from the parents, right? Almost as if they couldn't have a moral code unless they were in the Bible. So then I asked you, if the literate person who cannot read the Bible, are they gonna go to hell? You said, oh, you make your own heaven or hell based on what you
you
do.
you
What is the literate person? Wait a minute. The literate person could not read that Bible for them get their moral code. So how could
you
they be made to have their own hell if they can't even read the Bible to get moral code from?
you see how you just did that? You see how you just did that? When I
Yeah.
told you most of them Panthers came from a Bible background, and you just turned into you saying they had to have that Bible to have a moral code. Because I asked where they get their moral code from. See, you
Uh-huh.
see how you did that? That's not cool.
But
All I told you was
all I
a
use is
lot of them Panthers came from a biblical background.
Okay, now let me tell
Now,
you this. Now let me say this. Let me say this. You saying that means nothing. It
yep.
means nothing. Look at the Black Power movement. Name off where are the deacons? Where are the pastors? Where are the reverends? If all these people were so religious, where's the pastor Rap H. Browns and the Reverend Fred Hamptons? Where are they churches? Where are they congregations? They clearly, it wasn't about that, brother. Despite what they did on Sunday. Monday, they had a lunch program.
here's what I
Mm-hmm.
say about the Panthers were infiltrated, and I'm pretty sure if you do any research on Fred Hampton Jr., he will point these facts out as well as I know them. Most of these reverends and all these people that was in the movement, the ones, even the agents that was in the movement, most of them used that to get. You will see brothers and sisters in Chicago now with mega churches who really was in the movement back then, but turned around and basically was in it for nefarious purposes.
Okay, so
Period. So
like
when
I
you
said,
say,
so like I said,
come on, bro,
where were
go ahead,
all the
Suave.
pastors and reverends in the black movement?
You said pastors and reverends like Martin Luther King. Is that what you're
It's
talking
not a
about?
black movement. He was on
Yes,
integration. He was on
but he
integration.
still was in the
He was
civil
an
rights. He
integrationalist. He was
still
an
was in the civil
integrationalist.
rights
I'm
movement.
asking you. I'm
So you never
asking
heard
you.
Al Sharpton yell Black Power?
But,
What?
I asked
wow.
you, I'm gonna ask you
You
again.
I'm
Because
can
you
okay.
asked him where was all the reverends,
you can
and
yell
I'm saying you never
Okay.
heard Al
Okay. Okay.
Sharpton yell
Okay.
Black
That's
Power.
one. Okay. That's one. Okay. That's one. And I'm not
what?
even considering Black Power, but we gonna go with you because he's a
Because
politician. So you can't be.
what he did.
Hold
We know
on,
what
hold
he
on.
did.
But okay, bet. So you faulty and even bring him up. But I'm gonna go with that. One, that's one.
Go
So
Okay,
ahead.
basically, oh, so
that's what
you
I'm
so
saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, let's quit.
hold on, bro. So what you saying? So just because I just named Al Sharpton, there was only one reverend in the Black Power movement.
No, all I'm saying is that religion was not the forefront of the Black Power movement. That's
I
all I'm
got you,
saying.
bro, and I did never say religion was the forefront.
You
When the
said that
sister
it was
asked me,
founded on religion. You said the
hold
Black
on,
Power movement
you
was founded on the
bro,
Bible.
You said
Suave,
yes.
you
No,
All
mistaken,
right.
or you being
no.
disingenuous.
You said it was
I said Black
founded.
Power
You
was
said
founded on men who believed in the Bible. I didn't say it was founded
you
on
said
the Bible.
people believed in that. You
When
said
I
it was.
pointed out, no, I didn't. I pointed out
Yes,
Marcus
you
Garvey. I asked you, was Marcus Garvey a Catholic? And I said, y'all running from y'all past. Black Power was founded
did.
on men who was religious, who believed in that Bible. That's what I told you.
And no, whatever Marcus Garvey did didn't have nothing to do with no religion. Within the UNIA,
The dude was a Catholic. How are you gonna say the UNIA? First of all, he founded the UNIA. He was a Catholic, and he founded it with other Israelites. And then eventually other people came in. So how are you gonna say religion don't play a role in the politics?
It was not a part of his movement.
So you saying their religion played no role in their politics? Is that what you're saying, sister? No,
it had nothing to do with the repatriation movement that Marcus Garvey was pushing. No, religion was not a part of the creation of that. Even if he was a religion, you can do both. Like
you gonna leave this? You gonna leave this up, ain't you, Suave?
Black Power is not Suave.
I think he's busy doing something or whatever.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so, and also let me say this, because I've had conversations with Israelites before, and like we talked about like Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman. They was like, yeah, they was Bible believers and stuff like that. Here's the thing though.
I don't got no proof they existed, so go ahead, sis.
That's just ridiculous, but okay, whatever.
No, it's not.
Okay, that's fine. But here's the thing that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, there are records of them existing.
No,
there are actual records of their existence.
Now, brother. Let me play you something. Go ahead.
Okay. But a lot of times, well, I'm gonna just say some of the conversations I have with Israelites, like I said, who were like, oh, well, they were Christian or they believed in the Bible. Well, the problem with that is, like you just tried to bring up, damn near all Black people were raised with the Bible. Especially when you go back historically, and that's all we were allowed to practice. It wasn't like Black people had all these options of being Buddhist, of being this other religion over here, or that religion. No, that's pretty all. It just is so much so, it's still today. It's something like 83% or 84%, something like that. Over 80% of Black people in 2018, about to be 2019, still believe in the Bible. So this shows you that historically we've always believed in, that's been the main religion of Black people. So you saying that, oh, well, they come from that background. What Black person doesn't?
Now listen, and I think that's an easy case to make.
That's easy.
Now listen.
I can't get with it.
As I pointed out to you earlier, Black Power was founded, on the Bible.
Do you understand that? Do you understand? You just said you didn't say that.
Okay, I understand that.
Okay.
Go ahead. That's right. Go ahead, Swan, with the pulling up the info.
Because I know what he said, and that's the type of stuff. Unless you able to do that every time, hold on, something going on. Oh,
You all right? Oh, okay, I guess he had to do something. But yeah, brother, you did say that, brother.
I got you.
We wasn't lying on you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
They can say all of the out of the world things they want to say, but unless you able to do that every time they call you on something, you're not credible, and that's crazy.
Hold on. Okay, I was in error when I said that.
I know.
However, you can't run from the fact that your whole movement was founded by men who used that book. You cannot run from that.
Listen. No, I can't. Now let me tell you what you listen. Now let me tell you what you doing. You saying that because those brothers read the Bible, Everything they created came from the Bible, and that's false.
That's
I'm
ridiculous.
telling you, they moral code and your morals plays a major part in your politics.
What?
Okay, well, let me tell you this. What part of the Bible taught Marcus Garvey how to start the Black Star Fleet?
What? If that's the case, the black community would be in a way different position. You
So
know why?
you let me get this
Wait a minute,
straight.
all these different black
You
people
saying the
can all
Bible don't
these
teach you about
different people.
economics?
Wait a
Which
minute,
We
part
all
just
of
we
the
just look.
Bible? Which part of the Bible? And
no,
no, the Bible does not teach you about economic. It tells you about people economic status. It tells you about people money. It don't tell you
Did we
put
not
your.
go over that they talks about usury in the Bible earlier?
That's not teaching you economics.
Yes,
That's not
okay.
teaching you economics.
Just how you did what you did, Suave. I'm gonna put a video up showing you where you was in error.
okay,
If
yeah.
you leave this up, I'm gonna put up a video showing you where you was in error.
I absolutely will leave this up.
Here's a question. So if a person needs economic advice or education, they need to just read the Bible.
I didn't hear you say that again.
If a person needs economic advice or education on that, they just need to read the Bible, right? If they want to start, let's say somebody said, okay, I'm going to start my
Sister, you
business.
breaking up, sister. You breaking up.
Yeah, I think you getting too loud or you too close or something. My bad.
No, it's just like my reception during this time. Remember I told you yesterday?
I
It
know, but
goes
it don't break up when you lower your voice though.
okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Right.
Okay. So if somebody's like, man, I want to start my business, I want to do this, this, and this. So are you telling me that for them to get economic advice and education, they just need to go read the Bible?
No, I'm not
And that
telling
will
you
tell
that.
them how to start, that'll tell them how to start their business.
No, I'm not telling you that.
So what claim are you making as far as Marcus Garvey then? Because you saying he learned
Then
economics.
Marcus Garvey, I'm gonna say it again.
Mm-hmm.
If you're trying to say Marcus Garvey was a Catholic, Marcus
Uh-huh.
Garvey read the Bible. So if you're trying to say that the moral code that he had did not come from that Bible, and your moral
I
code does not play.
said
Hold time out, Swab. Let
you
me finish
moving the
talking to her.
goalposts, which you say you
Swab,
don't want to do.
Swab,
So
you
I'm
not. I'm
allowing.
talking
Okay,
to
go
her,
ahead, go ahead,
Swab.
go ahead, go ahead. Go. You
So
talking to
if
her
you're
about my
saying
question? You talking to her
so,
about my question? I asked you. I said, where did the Bible teach Marcus Garvey to start the Black Star Fleet? You said, don't the Bible teach you economics? Now you talking to her about whatever
Swab,
you finna talk to her about. Tell me which part of the Bible did he study to get the knowledge of how to start businesses, start a fleet, start
Swab,
newspaper, do payroll. Show me that.
Swab. I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna
Yes.
answer you after I answer her question, bro.
Go ahead.
Chill out.
No, that's the same thing I'm asking.
If you think somebody's moral code don't play a role in politics, then you're mistaken on what politics is. Now, Suave, when you
No.
talking about the Black Star Fleet, you talk about the Black Star Fleet. The Bible clearly tells you if a man don't work, he don't eat. The Bible clearly tells you to get up off your ass and get something done. See, what y'all doing is y'all making an excuse not to use your brain. Y'all just going off emotion. And the Bible clearly is telling you, use your brain, get knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. How could you not start your own business and all this shit without knowledge, wisdom, and understanding? Sis, you breaking up.
You back loud
Breaking up.
again.
That's your interpretation. That's just
How you gonna start a business without knowledge?
the Bible gonna say exactly knowledge from
How you
where?
gonna start a business without knowledge,
The
sister?
Bible don't give you knowledge though.
Tell me where in the Bible it teaches you how to start a business.
That's what
Sister,
I'm
how
asking.
are you going to start a business without knowledge and wisdom? How you gonna do
But
that?
where are you getting the knowledge from? Where's the wisdom coming from?
Wait a minute, brother. I
Bible,
don't
hold
disagree.
on, time out,
I
bro.
don't disagree with that. I agree with you. You need
Hold
knowledge
on.
and
Now,
knowledge to start a
let me
business.
answer Suave when
Where
he's
in
like,
the
where
Bible?
are you getting the knowledge and the wisdom from? You're
Yes.
getting the knowledge and wisdom from wherever it's at. Period.
Oh my
I
gosh.
can go learn something. Hold on, sis. I can go learn something from a white man. But if it's knowledge and if it's practical and comply to my everyday living, and if I feel it's just, I will receive that knowledge.
Now,
Come
can I
on,
ask
bro.
you this?
Y'all
Can I
don't
ask you
come on
this? Now,
now.
can I ask you this? If you didn't read the Bible, you wouldn't have known that.
No, I wouldn't have known that I'm supposed to go get knowledge for wherever knowledge
Hold on,
is.
hold on, hold on,
Go
hold on,
get it.
hold on, hold
If
on,
I
hold
was
on.
if
Now
I was
listen to
on
what
some
I
black
just said,
power
brother.
shit,
You
if
finna
I
do it
was
again. You just gave an example that with the knowledge, you went out there, and you got a job or whatever the hell. You go get information from a white man. If you didn't have that Bible, would you not know that?
listen, this is what I'm telling you.
Thank
I'm
you.
telling you, no, bro. You see,
Bible, I
you
wonder.
tripping. If I did not have that Bible and that Bible didn't tell me with all things get knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Let's just say if I was on some black power,
Bible.
fuck the cracker shit, which I see a lot of people on today. If I was on that and I did not understand the Bible told me to go out and seek knowledge and wisdom, I would if a white man had some knowledge that I knew that was knowledge or whatever, I wouldn't accept it. Because according to some, not all black power people, the white man is the devil and you can't trust nothing he say.
Okay, now let me respond to that.
Ain't that what y'all saying? Is
Let me
Israelite?
respond to that. Don't take that. Listen.
I said some. Did I say all? No.
But isn't that Israelites believe? Don't
Hold on. Go ahead. Y'all build right quick. Go ahead.
don't you talk about Edomites and all this kind of stuff? You know what y'all believe? That man is
Say
the
that.
devil.
Say that again, sis.
Don't you all believe that the white man is the devil? Hebrew Israelites.
Those one West New York Israelites believe that.
Oh, so you don't subscribe to that?
No, I don't.
Okay, you don't say the white man is the Edomite or whatever.
No. I spoke on that earlier. I said Edom came from a black man and a black woman. So therefore he couldn't have been a Caucasian. Now for people who say he was a Caucasian, just
Hmm.
for something just for something that you can respond to them as, if you look at Edom's history and his story, he married an Ishmaelite and two Canaanite women that we all know were black women. So even if he was white and he married three black women and the scriptures say they was interbreeding, how could they come out white? There's no
But
way around that. They're caught with that. The Edom is the white man.
that's what I'm talking about when I be seeing mass confusion because you have all of these Hebrew Israelites and like you say all of that, and then the other ones say that white people are Edomites. They say the white man is the devil, and then
Here
again,
is a
everybody and
misconception with them.
y'all are using the same doctrine. And
No, we
that's
not.
very
No, we not, sister. We are
not
not
they
using
don't
the
use the
same book.
Torah. I thought they used the Torah.
Hold on,
I've heard
sister.
a hell of a lot of them
Okay,
go
can I
back.
say this? Can I say this before I got cut off? Look, when you black power, okay, we have the sense to know if you need a job, get a job. If you need to eat, you eat. We do not call the white man the devil. We call him the white devil, meaning there are many devils. He's ours. He's the one causing mass confusion and destruction and shit our way. Okay? When you hear people say the white man is the devil, these are religious people who believe in the devil and God. When we ride on black power, those terms you gotta quit doing that with us. You got to quit doing that with us. Those people
Bro,
are not speaking as a black, they're speaking as a Hebrew, a Christian, or somebody who
bro,
believes in the devil and who have a grief with the white man.
bro,
What?
you're in error. Sister Renee asked me, do I believe the white man is the devil? So what do
Uh-huh.
you don't put that on me? What are you saying?
She asked you, did you believe the white man was the devil? What did you say?
And what did I tell her?
What did you
What did I
say?
say, Sister Renee?
No. You said no, but you accused us of believing that earlier.
No, 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 no. I said, hold on. I said some black power people will be like the white man is the devil.
But they
And
not
if I
speaking. Well, listen, what I said, I didn't misquote you. When you say the devil, that's different than the white devil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a religious person speaking when they say the devil. You good at interpreting. When you hear somebody say the white devil, who is that? Who said that? Does Farrakhan say the white devil?
Yep. Oh, he says the
He
devil.
says the devil.
Yep.
America is Satan. When you hear our brother say it, we just said we speak in the general. That white devil, that white devil. They letting your ass know, man. That ain't that.
bro.
We not building a
You're
doctrine.
speaking. You're speaking for yourself and probably people who you know around you. Not every Black Power
Okay. And when
person will
you
say,
say, you don't see the white man as the devil, you're speaking for yourself. Because the general
That's
consensus of y'all
Ain't
believe the
that what
white man
I
is the
said
devel.
Sister Renee?
Yes.
Ain't that what I told you?
Yes. But yes,
See,
yes. But you said
I
but you
learned a
saying
long
it in
time
a
ago,
different
brother.
light now though.
No, I'm
and
not.
that's no,
That's
he
the
did say
same lie I said.
that. But the thing is, that's why I told him that that's just another example of confusion. You have a whole
Sister
ton
Renee,
of
listen.
Hebrew Israelites who believe that the white man is the devil. And then you have brothers like this who are saying, no, I don't believe that. And it's like, again, y'all
I
using the same
learned. I
because
learned a long time ago.
many of them use the Torah. Like you said, you go by the Torah. They do too.
I
So y'all
learned a
argue.
long time ago. And I learned a long time ago. Every white man ain't your enemy, and every Black man ain't your brother.
I
That's
think
just the basics
everybody
of it.
knows that. I think everybody knows that. We're speaking in
So
terms of what the current condition is, the current climate is, what we have endured, what we continue to endure, mass incarceration, everything that's going on. It's not to say every Black person is not a quote unquote devil or that every Black person is righteous or however you want to put it. It's not is to say that though, as a group, as a collective, we have been enslaved and oppressed by this specific of people. And as a people, we have a collective experience as Black people in this country, no matter what state or city you live in. Not everybody's gonna say they have the same experience, but we got a common one, got a very common experience. And so, because of that, we're unifying on that basis of Black people and the fact that we are being exterminated and we care about that and we want our people to get it together. So, this idea, and I don't understand personally why any Black person, regardless, why any person would have a problem with saying the white man is the devil. Why would that bother any Black person? Why is anybody caring about if another Black person says a white man is the devil? But if
Because
you say
black
Black people,
people, yeah,
let me say something. Wait, let me just say this. But if you say Black, let me show you how this is. If you talking to Black people, and some people may admit this or not, but you in a group of Black people, you be like, man, Black people ain't, excuse my French, Black people ain't shit. Man, Black people is the devil. Black people do this and this. I bet you 9 times out of 10, no Black people gonna be like, yep, you right, yep. But honey, be with that group of Black people and say white people are the devil. White people do this and that. Why you not all white people? Well, they not racist. Well, I my friend so and so, or this and that and the other. Well, my so and so is me, and yeah. And that shows you the level of sickness. See, Black people get pissed when you say white man is the devil. When you say white man is the devil, they say, yep, they agree with
and I'm gonna say this. They I believe a certain amount of them get afraid when they hear us say that
you.
because they know what's coming next.
Mm-hmm.
As long as the white man see you in that Bible, he know you playing the game. I still got you.
Yep.
When you put that Bible down and you start reading stuff outside that Bible and practicing stuff outside that Bible that benefits you and makes sense and don't harm people or don't try to. When Black people come in and they say stuff, they can say the white man is God and they can say the Black man is the devil. But when they say the white man is the devil, they know what's coming next. It's time to kill. It's time for somebody to die. And that's what happens when we stand up.
So let me
That's
ask you
what
this:
happens.
Did
Go
the
ahead,
white
brother.
man look at Yahweh Ben Yahweh down there in Florida and say, "I know I got you because you in that Bible. I know I got you." Did he do that?
Uh, I want to know, brother.
Did he look at Malachi Z. York and say, "Yeah, you in that Bible? I know I got you." So
Yes.
that's not that's
Yes.
not necessarily true because the white
But
man destroyed
what
them.
I
You
do
keep
know,
saying necessarily.
but
I want you to make facts. I want you to
Hold on,
bring.
bro. I'm asking you. I'm not saying necessarily. I said, did the
I'm
white
telling you,
man?
when the white man see you in the Bible, he know you still compromising yourself to any degree.
that's right.
That's it. That's it.
So why does he come at people who in the Bible like Yahweh ben Yahweh? Why'd he come at him like that? Why'd he come at now? Mind you, these people, him, Malachi York, were accused of doing a lot of things a lot of
Mhm.
white people practice.
Uh-huh.
So why did he come at them like that? These people
Because
were
he
in the
was
Bible.
because he was building something.
That's what we saying though.
And how was he building something?
He
What was
was
he
building
building it
something.
off?
He was building something. He was gaining influence on people. He was
And
getting
he
his
was
numbers up.
using that
And
book.
But in general,
brother. He used the book for motivational speeches.
right.
He used other books and other papers to get money to build the buildings to buy land. Stop giving the Bible credit for anything other than making
When
you feel
Malachi
good
York
about what you
went
want.
to
Listen,
jail,
listen,
no,
listen,
bro,
listen, listen.
you
It's
twisted
not telling
something.
you that Bible don't name one building to go to, not one paper to ask for, not one file to complete, not one person is. It doesn't tell you
That's
that.
your
You sit up
thinking,
and saying
though.
because I read the Bible, everything that come after that is because of
No,
the
bro.
Bible.
Stop trying to change stuff like you moving the goalposts now.
But wait, now let me
The argument was
everything
if
they
you
do,
still in the go ahead, sis.
everything. Okay, I'm I'm so sorry, but you're right. What you were saying. Everything they do comes after that. But hold on, the exception is only if it's good. Only if it's good. Everything they do after that Bible that's bad, they don't blame that on the Bible though.
Hold
So
on,
they
sis.
wouldn't say he wouldn't
Sis,
here and say, hold on, wait.
sis, I'm not interrupting you. I'm telling you, repeat what you start from the beginning because you was breaking up.
Okay. I said, what I said, basically, you trying to say, or a lot of people trying to say that, once the person reads the Bible or they in the Bible, everything they do after that comes from the Bible. I said, yeah, but the exception is everything that's good. Anything they do that's bad, nobody relates that to them being in the Bible. So the molestation of children, all of the other things that they do, nobody will blame that on the Bible. Want to blame anything that they do and say, oh, that's because they believe in the Bible. Man, it's ridiculous.
Sis,
It's
I don't
ridiculous.
know. I don't know. You said you have you come from the church background. Is that did you say that or am I wrong?
I went to the
They
same
trying
Bible
not
set
to
up most black
die.
people did, which
Hey,
is
Suave.
the Bible was correct, and we went
What's
to
up, big
church.
bro?
Man, peace, everybody. Peace, man. I appreciate everybody listening and tuning in to this throwback of the argument league. Shout out to Sister Renee and shout out to Sa Nigga and shout out to Suave Boss. You know, Gold Man Brandon Bay. That was the good old days, man. I miss them days. I miss them days. Yeah. Um, Back when people used to believe they could argue with me about certain things. Oh man.
Every
Did you
Sunday,
come?
but
Did you come from a religious background or did you go to
Absolutely.
church and all that?
Absolutely.
I don't know any black people who didn't.
So
Not
what I'm seeing here, and I'm guessing. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm guessing both of y'all were probably in a Christian church, right?
Yep.
yeah,
So what I'm seeing, what I'm guessing is, and I'm guessing. So correct me. So what I'm seeing is some way down the line, y'all figured out there was some lies in Christianity, and you came up out of them lies,
There's
right?
lies in the Bible. Period.
Yep.
That's what I determine.
Yep.
The
Okay,
Bible itself is a lie. That's what I determine.
okay. So you came
No
up
matter
out of
whether
there.
it's Christian or Israelite or whatever, it's the Bible itself is highly flawed. It's nothing but fairy tales.
Nothing but fairy tales.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yep.
so if you like I pointed out those laws in Leviticus, if you eat pork shrimp, and all these unclean animals, it's a fairy tale that will affect your health.
This is the
No.
thing, but you're making logical fallacies. Like these arguments you're making don't disprove what I'm saying. Just because there's
I,
something in the Bible
I,
that tells you don't. Just because
you
there's
just
something in the
said
Bible.
it's a lie and it's fairy tales. Now, which
Hold
one
on,
is it, sister?
hold on. Just because there's something in the Bible that tells you don't eat pork, that doesn't mean that the Bible is not false. That doesn't mean that it makes the Bible real. That doesn't make the Bible not a lie because it has
So we
something
did. So
about
is it
pork.
fairy tales or is it something else, sister?
You know how much is in the Bible? You're going to take one thing and supposedly tell you not to eat pork, but that's
Okay,
supposed to be
okay,
argument that the
okay. We're
Bible
gonna go over something else I went over earlier. So
come
the
on.
scriptures tell you not to sleep with another man's wife. So that's a
Oh my.
fairy tale.
Okay, so
Yes, it
what
does.
about
What's up, Solar? Say what's up to Soul. Welcome to the panel. What's going on, Solar? Yes, it does.
Jonah in the well? What about that? What about Noah's
You
Ark? Is that correct?
you don't know Jonah in the world. The whale, excuse me, is a parable. You don't know that.
See, there we go. See, now that's a parable. Now that's a parable.
So
But other
sister,
parts of
so
the Bible,
sister, hold up,
other
hold up.
parts of the Bible are
So
literal. Wait, other parts are literal, and then some parts are parables, right? See,
so did we? Hold on, sister, hold on. So
ridiculous.
did we not discuss earlier, Suave, when I said the Bible is well? No, you was here on the line, Renee. So we not discussed earlier that the Bible is a book of parables, metaphors, riddles, knots
Okay,
that
listen,
you got to
listen,
decipher.
but
And if
listen,
you're
listen,
not
bro,
using
listen,
your brain,
listen. Okay, we went over that now, but listen to logic. What's up, Solar?
Hey, it was good. It was good.
You got it, brother. Thanks for joining us. Now listen to this.
what's going on,
The
Solar?
stuff,
Peace, peace. What's going on?
the stuff that's supposed to be in that Bible, that's historical fact. I don't want the poems. I don't want the parables. I want the stuff that's historical fact in that Bible. It's
Israel
made
existed. That's the historical fact.
where?
Did I not tell you to look up Hezekiah seal?
I just asked you where.
All through what I stand on the Torah, all through there. Did I
No,
not say look up
where
Hezekiah seal?
geologically? Where geologically?
Listen, see now we're gonna go into geological stuff.
That's not difficult when you name a place.
bro,
The next thing you expect
stop,
somebody to ask you about a
stop,
place is where.
stop exploding, bro.
Where is
Let-
Israel? Where was Israel? You said Israel
We
existed. Where
we
was it
were
at?
all over the place. There's proof, historical proof. We were in the
Okay.
Americas. There's historical proof. We was in Egypt. There's historical
Uh-huh.
proof. We was all over Africa. So what
What?
is you? There's historical proof. We was in Europe. So what do you mean
Okay.
where?
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
understand why
Maybe I'm
y'all
taking.
willing to
Can I,
give
can I,
y'all
can I say something
history.
real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
See, Suave, you don't know. I be sit back and I be listening, but I don't see nothing in the chat room. What's going on, Sister Renee?
Hey, peace on mine.
That's
Yeah,
what's up.
I think that one of the arguments that he made once y'all began to challenge, the spooky shit, what y'all call the spooky shit, was what happened then to the people that was ruling. How did they allow a minority group of savages out of caves rule them? I think that was a good point that he made. You have to explain if it ain't prophecy, if it's not prophecy, if it's not some type of divine intervention of us breaking certain laws, then how can you explain ignorant, savage, animalistic people ruling an Egyptian dynasty? Like, how can you
Simple. What you're doing is assuming that at the time when the Greeks invaded Egypt, that they came fresh out of the caves. They didn't. These people had already been introduced to, and that's my point. I think we prematurely introduced an immature species of man to technology they weren't responsible to have. And then it got to the point, instead of falling in line, they decided it'd benefit us more if we go the other route. And so they went violent instead of falling in line with everything. Because we won, like he said, we had many wars. It wasn't about eradicating, wasting people. Even like he said, they beat Nubia all the way to they weren't even on Earth no more. But then they came
No, I
back.
said almost extinct.
That's what I said.
You said
Almost
today.
one on Earth no more. And yet they came back and they won. Why was that? Because Egypt wasn't sweating them. Go ahead, multiply, get your numbers back up. Just don't try that bullshit no more. And if you do, make sure you're ready. And they did, and they was ready. So what I'm saying is that Greece knew better. These white people knew better. If you're gonna do this, you have to kill them from the babies to the elderly. You have to destroy their culture. You cannot do what you, because he said, what they do is they go into your culture and they, take it over. They didn't even do that with Israel. They destroyed that shit. They destroyed that shit. They turned that shit into Greek. You ain't reading hieroglyphics. You're not reading. You are not reading the meta-net. Stop it. You're not reading the meta-net. You're reading Greek. They changed it. What? What's up?
Those are Macedonians. I keep telling you. This is Macedonian and Greek is two different things.
Yes. That did what? The Macedonians did what? Let's walk through this again.
That conquered.
Conquered what?
And took, dude. You know what we've been talking about. What are you talking about? Conquered?
I'm walking you through it because you acting like we just didn't talk about it. You acting like we just.
They conquered the earth at one period of time.
Oh,
they
man.
were in rulership.
Okay, did they conquer? Did they invade Greece?
Yes, the Macedonians.
Okay, and when they invaded Greece, did they replace the culture or did they integrate themselves into the culture? Take the culture and add a little bit of shit to it.
They came into the culture and took it as their own. This is why you call them Greeks.
Now listen, man. Now listen. You prove my point. They go into these places and they say, we're the Greeks now. Did they go into Egypt and say, we're the Egyptians now?
Yep.
Fam, you willing to do that to yourself?
So
show me one point in time in ancient history where the white people was calling themselves the motherfucking Egyptians. Was claiming they was the pharaohs. They was Ramses. They was Thutmose. Show me. Do not do that. Just show me where white people said they were the pharaohs that ruled over Egypt and built Egypt and did all of this shit. You can't. You can't. Serapis. Oh my. You
have a fun time looking that up.
What does Serapis have to do with it?
This dude he wanted them to make them a pharaoh. They came in and made this Serapis god.
That's two different lanes.
No, it's not.
Ptolemy, that was Ptolemy requested to make a
to make us god named Serapis.
Yeah,
God. I'm saying is when you said they went into Greece, they said we're the Greeks. They didn't say, can you make a Greek god after the? They said, nigga, this us.
Bro, they already had.
Come on,
Greeks
man.
themselves. The Greeks already was using the Egyptian gods. What are you talking about?
Okay, my point is this. These people that you say were ignorant and came out of the caves and this, that, and the other. By the time they got to this point, they were civilized. They already had their army. We had taught them math, philosophy, war, all type of shit. We gave them languages, all type of shit. We put them on. Just like the Moors came and civilized a year later on, it was the same shit. We put them under our wings, said, look, we finna show you how to do it. And the motherfuckers put the knife in our back.
You do know blacks was with them, right? You do know blacks was with the Romans.
Yes.
So again, the point is, how could this small group of people, of savages, come along and take over a ruling class, sophisticated?
They were more violent. They were willing to kill to the T. It was something that they were willing to take out a whole existence of people. They don't want you to know about them. They don't want you to know.
We was violent. We
would not take. Okay. Who did we extinct? Who did the Egyptians extinct?
I'm not gonna say the Egyptians because it was more than just the Egyptians on
Man,
the
then
earth
what
at
the
that
fuck is you
time.
talking about? What are we talking about
Dude,
then?
every black person ain't no fucking Egyptian. Get out of Egypt with that. We was all over.
When we talking
Why are
about
you?
Egypt, when we
I'm
talking
telling
about,
you,
okay, now
blacks
let's talk about black.
exterminated
Now
blacks.
let's talk about, okay, now let's talk about black people all over the world. Let's talk about, because blacks were all, let's talk about that. What? Now that you moved it there, now what?
Blacks exterminated blacks. Blacks killed blacks. It was wars going
Wow.
on. What are you saying? So
These
when
are
you
two
say
different
they
things,
were
man.
violent,
You
no,
know
it's
what?
not. It's the same
That's the
thing,
same shit y'all do when y'all say Africans enslaved Africans. What white
brother.
people did, listen, what white people did was not just enslave your ass, they dehumanized you. They dehumanized you. They
So
put your ass
blacks,
in the category with the plants and the animals.
so blacks cutting off other blacks' dicks, giving them to other pharaohs and kings. That was not dehumanizing, bro.
No, it
We
was
did
cutting their
this,
penis. No, it was cutting a penis off. It was cutting a man's penis off. It was not saying he don't feel this pain. They could take more pain and this, that, and the other. No, they were cutting his penis off. It was what it was, but it was not pronouncing to the world these people are.
No, that was dehumanizing, man. I mean, we gotta keep it.
bro. If you
That
ain't
was
got no,
no okay. Now
can
let's
you
keep
live
this
without a
literal.
penis,
When I
Swab?
say dehumanizing, let's not get even.
Every
It
time
was
somebody commits an offense against somebody,
Since you breaking up, we
what
can
you
hear
say,
you.
sis.
I say every time somebody commits a physical offense against somebody, that doesn't make them dehumanizing the
That's
person.
what I'm saying.
No, no,
These
you
people
Swab,
got,
you can't
proclaim
live
to the
without a
world.
I
penis.
mean, you got somebody's penis off. I mean,
Come on now,
That's not
Swab. Don't
said.
even go there,
Listen,
brother.
That's cutting your penis
that's
off.
insulting his manhood. That's
Saying
saying you're a woman. That's saying you're a woman. Fuck
that's
you. You don't even
dehumanizing.
deserve balls.
and the
What
woman
that's not saying. What that's not saying is that you're a gorilla. You swinging from trees with a bone in
No,
your nose. You're
that,
uncivilized. That's
it's
what
no,
dehumanizing. Dehumanizing mean
but he
represent.
ain't just do that, brother. They put him in slave too and sold him. So I mean,
That's what I'm saying. Dehumanizing is classifying your ass as something other than you're not. Even when Africans put Africans in slave, they knew who they were. They were allowed certain practices. It wasn't a disconnect from their whole fucking existence. That's what we
I
went
think
through. You if you cannot line those two things up by each other and say they're the same thing. Just like you cannot line up what the Greeks did next to what the Egyptians did, or any black African, any black people anywhere, where it was like, yeah, we don't want these people to. I don't want to see these motherfuckers no more. You can't name not
I think
one
like
group.
I think once again the argument that he posed, like with the even if they was like barbaric and animalistic, I mean, how can you let them beat
They
you?
wasn't barbaric and animal. What I'm saying is they were willing to kill more. They were willing to
I
kill.
know, but I
They
understand if you got a bunch of savages, that are is not as intelligent as you. That's no different than a bunch of lions running into your tribe or whatever. Like you
uh,
can't handle that.
but let's say there's a person. Let's just use this hypothetically, because to me, I'm not super well versed in all of that history or whatever that did or did not happen. But let's just use this analogy. One person, two people are into it. One of the people is highly intelligent, right? They're very intelligent. They know a lot of things, whatever. Let's say they have a high IQ, whatever the case may be. The other person is not as intelligent as that person. But let's say that person is willing to get more grimy, if you will, if you understand what I'm saying, than the other person. So let's say the one person is like, they trying to fight. Yeah, let's fight. We're going to fist fight. The other person got a gun and he said, nah, I'm going to just shoot you. So what I'm saying is the other people don't necessarily have to be more intelligent, but if they have a nature that is more fierce, a nature that is more destructive, and they don't have as much reverence for life or culture or what have you than the other person or group of people have.
Right. I'm the point. The point I'm making is when you see you're making an argument like it was this highly advanced civilization that they was almost to the advanced or even surpass where we at now.
yeah.
So it's hard for me to believe that they would allow Just like imagine if a group of motherfuckers come out of the cave right now trying to rule the white man, what he'll do to them. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but what I'm saying, there was a time for
how
these
you gonna
people to
stop all that?
evolve. They
But
they did they didn't come straight out the caves into Egypt. Like they were actually fucking with us. We was trading with them. They was traveling with us. They had
So that
places in
means that they
Egypt that
weren't
was.
savage, and if that's the case,
Bro,
That's
that
what
means
I'm
that they weren't
saying.
savage.
I never said they were savage. All I said is they made the decision that if they're gonna kill, if they're gonna war, they're gonna take everything out. They were in our home. They were in the middle of the shit. They knew all they had to do. I could get close enough to the people I need to get closer with. Look how many Indians was in America.
So that means they outsmarted the African.
yeah,
Fine. If you want to call the play, if you want to call the play on, I didn't expect you to stab me in my back, meaning you're smarter than me. I just think they were lower. They were willing to go lower and do more violent things. It's the same thing you see today with them. How many whites did it take to damn near push the Indians out of existence? Did they bring 9 million white people? No. They
here's the
just clearly, huh?
here's the problem with that, Suave. If we talking about back then, their numbers weren't that large. And when we talk about the Indians today in this
Whose
land,
numbers weren't that large?
so-called white people, they didn't have numbers like that. Remember, when they came into Egypt in servitude, Egypt was a metropolis. This was a popping mega metropolis at the time.
And the Greeks were popping.
But if we talking about the
These
Indians at that,
civilizations are rising up right next to each other. This like what are you getting? You putting you. It's like you
I'm getting
taking the
that,
right.
bro, because we going back in circles over this. When you say the Greeks were popping, the original Greeks was black. These white Macedonians invaded and
Oh
took over
man!
and became
So
the
if the white
hierarchy.
Macedonians went into Greece and took over, who the fuck was the Greeks at the time of the invasion? Were they not white people? They
That
weren't the black people that you would like to think they
were
were. So
white.
now now guess what? The Greeks are white. Stop talking about these black people that's no longer Greek.
hey y'all, I didn't realize it was 6 p.m. I'm about to go. I'm tired. I've been at work all night, so earlier tonight. So I will
For
talk
sure,
to
since
y'all.
I appreciate you stopping through, man, and everybody you need a graphic, fuck with Renee's Black Graphics. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Everybody have a good day.
All right,
Peace.
Renee.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that they weren't like savage, illiterate motherfuckers. Like they were crafting shit. They was on their thing. They was on their point to the point they thought, man, this motherfucker weak, man.
Let me
I,
point out some history. Let me point out some history about, because when you brought up the Indians, how many white folks did it take to get the Indians to kill all the Indians off
yeah,
today? And I think some point down the line, Suave, me and you gonna end up in a debate
mhm.
because we agree on a lot of stuff, but it's stuff we disagree on.
That's how everybody feel
When we
about me, bro.
when DeSoto and them came over here, remember, Christopher Columbus didn't come to this part, but when
Yeah,
DeSoto and them came to this part, they had blacks with them,
yeah,
Morenos. They
yeah.
helped them do this stuff. Blacks was with these
How
people
many was
the
it? How many
whole
was it? How
damn
many was it?
time.
How many was it?
I couldn't give you a count off
That
my
was my
head because they
question.
came
You
with
started, you brought up
boatloads.
my question and told me about some other shit. That's what
No,
I'm
no,
saying.
no,
That's
no,
what
no,
you've been
no,
doing
no.
all
Hold
night.
on, hold on.
Was
No,
it
it's not
9
Suave.
million? Okay, the numbers was 9 million Native Americans got pushed down to 3 million, right?
I don't know where'd you come with them numbers from. I don't know that.
All right. All right, let me look
I'm
it up.
asking you.
If I'm mistaken, them last time I looked the stuff over, whatever. Oh,
What I'm telling you
go
is
ahead.
these people came with black. DeSoto and them came with Morenos. These were blacks. These
Yeah.
helped them invade this land.
Mm-hmm.
Contrary to popular belief, a lot of these so-called Indians were blacks. They label them Indians now, but if you get a book by Ivan Van Sertimer, they came before Columbus. He points out we were strolled all up and down the Americas. We were everywhere over here. So what we have
Mm-hmm.
here is it's just like my point. No one can give at least to me, nobody can give a credible point to say If they don't go off the scripture when the scripture said you guys were so wicked that this is going to be a punishment for you, I'm going to take a nothing people to overthrow you. Nobody can say, no, that ain't true, and give me a credible reason why it happened. Now, I heard Shaka Amos come up with, well, what happened was the white people came into Egypt and we had mulatto babies, and the mulattoes took the white people's side. So you mean to tell me your children, that you had these babies and you let your children overthrow you? That means you wasn't teaching your children or not. That don't wash with me. So what I'm telling you
Yeah,
is
I
nobody has
think it's
come.
like I think that that is a murky territory. Like when it's talking about explaining how it fell, because I mean, if you're going to sell me this idea that they were like this super metropolis, or they were even more sophisticated than modern society as we see it today, there's no way that you're going to convince me that a motherfucking primitive savage people.
They weren't primitive. Why do you keep painting them as they had the same technology we had, the same weapons.
I mean, that's a whole nother argument then.
I mean, but you see this. You see these establishments in Egypt prior to the invasion of Egypt with the Greeks, where you had the Ionians.
So you're saying that they taught them the technology?
Yes, Egypt taught the world. That was the whole. Egypt was this.
Yeah, why would you teach a savage people technology?
We didn't look at them like we weren't under white supremacists. We weren't under white oppression. We taught them because that was
like the secret. They they got secret rites of passages in Africa, and
that's why I believe, and I've said this before, that's why I believe Egypt went wrong. They got too cocky and they started thinking that they were the teachers of the world, like they could police the world, they could influence culture the whole world and make it all one big system with the different. So they put on the walls everybody's race, including the white people, and they gave everybody laws and statutes, and this is how you. And a lot of it was based off of astrology and just the relationship of people biologically, how they set up to the gym. So they knew that white people would get sunburned, and they knew that white people couldn't eat from certain trees and shit like that, or to burn them from the inside. So they didn't like those laws. Like, damn, we want to be able to move how y'all move, but they were saying it's not us. It's the things that we anthropomorphize. It's just how the earth is set up. We not doing that to you. We don't hate you. We cool with you. Here, we'll teach you how to farm. We'll teach you how to, whatever you want to do. They're not looking at them as enemies. They're looking at them as potential brothers. And so they got them in their empire. They trade, and these people are selling things in Egypt. They're sending money to Greece. The Greece is taking people in and integrating them into their army. There was no problems. These people were not savage. They weren't primitive. But when they made their move, they knew it had to be big. We got to take out everything. It was just simple as that. And they've never stopped. Every time that you go somewhere now, it's decimated. It's decimated. That's the same thing. When we warred, it wasn't important to destroy your books, your buildings, to change your names, knock your faces off your wall, destroy your. It wasn't about that.
Why they burned down Timbuktu, brother, or the Library of Alexandria? Why they destroy all that?
The Library of Alexander, just off the top, I think because they see the manipulating that they was trying to cause to do. They didn't agree with the literature. This shit was bullshit.
So why is most of the literature in the Vatican now?
Because that's the same people. These are the same people.
This is what I'm saying, though. You saying they didn't see a need to destroy your buildings, your books, and all that. When obviously they did see a need to do that. See, they knew and we're gonna say we, and I'm gonna say we for just this purpose. They knew we had knowledge. They wanted that knowledge.
Yes.
I was not erroneous when I said that every culture they invaded or took over. They just basically took over the culture and claimed it as theirs. That's us. But it's amazing how once it gets to Israel, though, oh no, they didn't take over that. That's some bullshit. But they took over
Uh,
everything else and pretended to be everybody else. It's just amazing
That's
how
that that's what the proof shows. What you just said something. You didn't say you didn't prove shit. You just said something. Yes.
no,
That's what happened. You even said it yourself. When they go into these places, they adopt the culture.
but
They
didn't
adopt
do
the
it.
culture.
They didn't do
They
it with
adopt
Israel.
the culture.
But they didn't do it with Israel. That's what you said, right?
They didn't do it with Egypt.
No, 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 no. I said they didn't do it with Israel. That's what
I
you
don't I
saying,
don't know
right?
what what they did with Israel.
You
But
said
all I know
Egypt,
is
bro.
when these Greeks who were the Macedonians or whoever you want to, when they invaded Egypt, it wasn't to replace, it was to completely wipe this shit out.
Well,
Start
Bro,
they had to adopt the culture of Israel. They claim to be Israelites today.
they
say it
did
again.
not.
At some point, they had to adopt it because they claim to be the Jews today, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But when you look at it, that's not the same culture. That's why they making so much fun of them. That's why they calling them jokes to their face. This
Hold
is
on,
not the
bro.
progression of Egyptian culture.
Let me
This
see if
is
I
a
got.
this
Let me see if I got you right. I'm just asking. What did you say? You said they did not adopt the culture of Egypt, or they did.
they did not take the culture of Egypt and say, we are Thutmose. We are this person. We are that person. They destroyed this shit. Like they went into Greece and they said, we are the Greeks. This is us now. No. They took
Brother,
it over and they stayed who the hell they were.
they
It
made the
was
Egyptians make them pharaohs, bro. What are you saying? The Ptolemies ruled. This is where you get
after after
Serapis
after
from.
after after the invasion, after
It wasn't until like the late 19th century that even the idea of the Egyptians being black began to become mainstream with Geromancy and Alvin Boyd Kuhn and Godfrey Higgins. They had a whole movement to whitewash, Egyptian history, right?
not the Greeks. They
Well,
wanted
I'm
that
talking about
shit. They wanted to prove
the
that.
white man. They claim
Yes.
that the
Yeah.
white.
Yeah. When they went back into Egypt and discovered that shit, hell yeah, they started whitewashing that shit like crazy. But
Bro,
the initial plan was to wipe it off the face of the earth.
bro, they wanted the knowledge the Egyptians had.
Yes, they did.
They made the Egyptians make them pharaohs, bro. You don't see the gods they erected, Serapis and all
Those
that in
those
Egypt.
those
Yeah,
those those aren't
Ptolemy first
those
became pharaoh. You know that, right?
huh?
Ptolemy became a pharaoh.
Okay.
Ptolemy Philadelphus, his Ptolemy the first, all them. These were pharaohs in Egypt, and they were Greek Macedonians.
Okay. Where
So
does that prove? Where does that prove
I mean,
the
that
fact that
was adopting certain aspects of the culture. I think that's what he's saying. And Serapis is like from Apis. Those are Egyptian gods merged together.
those are Greek gods? If you want to call them jokes, because I've seen evidence of this where they take, that's how Amon Ra got made. So cool. You gotta sell some of the truth to sell your lie. And with
But
these
the
people,
statue of Serapis is a white man, clearly.
facts. If you as Macedonians or whatever you is invading Greece, it's bullshit. Here we are. You invading Egypt, you notice the truth. We finally finna get our hands on what's real. This is gonna go different. This ain't the old 1, 2, 3 we used to pull it. This the big heist. How you don't see that? How do you think the same? Look at the culture and the wars and the outcomes and how those civilizations was able to come back, and then look at this. Where are they at? Where
Who
are
at, bro?
they at? Huh?
Who are you speaking of when you say
The
where they at?
Egyptians. The Egyptians.
Bro, they got pushed south. They still there. You got
Wow.
them in Sudan. You got them
Uh,
in Uganda. You got them all over there.
okay. Okay.
They ain't went no. They still in Sudan, Uganda. Some of them in Somalia. They still there, bro.
Why they not in Egypt?
Because they got pushed out. You see who in Egypt now?
Hmm. I
They
want to
got
know where
pushed
I
out
want.
by the Arabs, the Ottoman Turks in them.
Okay, that sound like facts. I want to know where is anything that you said contradicting anything I've said.
Here's where we got the point of contention. I'm saying to you that they came in and it wasn't like they was trying to destroy everything. They just came in and assimilated the culture. They just came in, make me a pharaoh. Some of them priests over there who refused to do it, they put them to death in front of the other priests. And the
They
other priest was
wanted,
like,
they
all right,
wanted, they wanted the knowledge. You know this. You said it. Both of y'all said it.
yes, yes,
That's what becoming the pharaoh is. I want the knowledge. Make me a god. Give me the information to control shit the way y'all control shit. Do that.
right.
But
But
the
what I'm,
thing is, you get that information from the cosmos. They couldn't do that. They had to translate that shit themselves.
bro, say that
That's
again.
what we was.
I didn't hear you. Say that from the beginning. I didn't hear you, bro.
The thing is, you get that information from the cosmos. They have to translate themselves. They have to translate that for themselves. So when you sit up here and you dealing with the Egyptians giving the Greeks some type of super duper power, that's impossible. So when they take the information, they try to decipher it. That's what they going. They still doing it today. And as they do,
No,
they come up with this technology that amazes you and do all it was knowledge. I want the knowledge. Y'all say y'all know about life and death. Y'all know about pre-life and post-life. We want that information. We want to be able, but that's a different relationship to the earth. So it
they
was never
taught them.
possible, bro.
They taught them the Egyptian mystery system. That's what they taught them.
Which would be useless to a non-Egyptian. The math, and all of that stuff, good, good. But when you
So
get down to how you rule yourself genetically, you know what I'm saying, in relationship to the earth and stuff like that's a different story you got to tell, and
bro,
that's where the contradiction comes. That's
it
where the
wouldn't be
contradiction comes.
it wouldn't be useless to them because they use some of that stuff they got out of Egypt, some of the stuff they got out of Israel to rule the world today. These people who have this knowledge are in power. These are your Masons, and if you want to use the term Illuminati, see, it's certain things they know. Well, you can't say common sense no more because we've been stripped of that knowledge. They know certain universal laws that the common man don't know, and they keep that to themselves, and they use that to rule. That's just it is what it is.
I agree with you. I agree with you. They got that. That's what being a pharaoh is, knowing that information. But they got to decipher it to match their, the way that they shit set up. You can't just take it out of the PlayStation, put it in the Xbox. You got to take it out of the PlayStation, decipher it, reprogram it, reformat it, and then you implement it. They've been ruling off their military might. That's
This
what
is what
they've
I'm
been
saying,
ruling
bro.
off of. Huh?
This is what I'm saying. One cannot steal law in the sense that universal laws is the same for everybody. One cannot take law from another person because it's all the same for everybody. However, if you're ignorant to this law and somebody who knows this universal law, he can manipulate and use that above you against you.
Fam, if you're a white person and
Mhm.
you eat food that's soaked in the sun, it burns you from the inside. You don't know that.
Keep going, brother.
Do you know that?
Yeah, I heard you say it. Keep going, brother.
So you don't believe that?
I didn't say I didn't believe it. I'm just
I'm
asking you.
asking you, what's up?
Yeah, bro. Okay.
Okay, that's a different consequence. Universal law, different consequence.
Okay.
Okay,
So hold on. So let me show you the reverse. So if I know E equals MC squared and you don't know equals MC squared, I can use that to my advantage over you. I could build things, I could create things, I could do all
yeah,
kind of things with that you can't because you don't
yes,
comprehend that.
yes,
So this is what I'm saying. They use certain knowledge that they got from us to their
yes.
ability.
Listen, they militarized everything they could. How does 10% of the earth rule 90% of the earth? The same way 10%, 1/10 of the people can take over Egypt. The same way a small amount of people can take over America. You kill everything. You don't stop until you get to the last of them. As simple as that. This is what they done all around the world till they run into Haiti and got their ass whipped. And
I
other
don't
places
believe.
that they won't tell you in the white history books, but they turned up. That's it. We
I don't
cool.
believe they
We
did
got
it
we
by
got all
themselves.
we need. We got all we need. Now let's make our move. We in the house. We in Egypt. We here. Ain't nothing. Turn to your left. Turn to your right. Start slaughtering. Bring in all these people. Bring in all the troops. Bring in all the troops. Everybody a troop. It don't matter. Put a sword in his head. Get him. Kill him. Kill the
Listen,
baby.
bro. They
I'm
couldn't have
listening.
done that by themselves. They didn't have the numbers to do that by themselves. They couldn't have done it. Even if they had this savage mentality where don't stop killing till everything's dead, they didn't have the numbers to do it. So are you saying black people just sat
Okay,
by
so
and
okay,
let
so how did
these
they do it?
small
So how
group
did
of
they do it?
savages?
So how did they do it?
History shows us time and time again that they had people with them that looked just like you and me.
I
And when you
did.
go in the
I never
scriptures,
said that wasn't true. I don't have to go in the scriptures. I could go into the letters of Aristius. I can show
but
you
what
where
I'm
they said
saying,
they
but
integrated.
but what I'm saying is when the scriptures told us that as a punishment he would turn man against man and make man side with thy enemy, this is what happened. These people he put in charge. Well, he said, listen, since y'all did this, I'm gonna do this. Till y'all learn y'all lesson, y'all gonna be oppressed. I'm gonna turn man against man, and I'm gonna use your brother to side with your enemy to conquer and destroy you.
Okay, and I believe that's bullshit. I believe they making up for the fact that they turned on people who put them in the game, and now they saying that it was divine. I believe that's bullshit.
So let me ask you this. So you don't think there are no so-called black people running with these same people, the descendants of these same people today?
I
Or you
think it
think
might be.
it's only
I think it might be a rulership of black people that's over white people that's using white people as a buffer to control the rest of the melanated world. I have proof that shows that. I don't know. I'm still learning, but I know
so
that black. I know that melanated people, black people, integrated into white societies and fought for their purposes. But I also know that when it came to making decisions, just like always, they weren't included. They were used for their intelligence. They was used for their knowledge. But when it came down to constructing things,
let me say something. Now, I was talking to Renee earlier, and we was talking about when she asked me about is the white man the devil, and we started talking about Esau and Edom, and
yeah,
I pointed out to her like Esau, Edom came, and I'm gonna show you how this. You know, you don't believe in the scripture, but
that's what's up.
Edom, when most people say Esau is the white man, I disagree with that because Edom or Esau came from two black parents.
Okay,
Okay, regardless if his color was different or not. Let's just say he came from two black parents, but he came out white because two black people can't have a white baby, so to speak. So I'm not getting into the science of it. I'm just saying.
yeah, you just know
Now,
you just getting away with bullshit. Go ahead,
hold on, bro, hold on, bro.
go
But
ahead,
let's just
go
say he
ahead.
came
Just
out
go
white.
ahead, man. Just go ahead, man. You can take it. I can take it.
This is where the whole Edom Esau is the white man falls apart. Let's just say
Uh,
he came out white. The scripture also shows us he married Ishmael's daughter, which was a black woman. History will
uh,
show that. And he married two Canaanite wives, which were black. History shows us that. And the
uh,
scripture also shows us he intermingled with them. And they were intermingling with themselves as incest. So even if even he did come out white, he had three black wives and their offsprings were inbreeding. So you know the black so-called black genetics is dominant. So these children over time, that white is going to get erased out of them. So Esau, no matter how you look at it, he did not start off as white. Now here's how I think Now I don't know because nobody's on the line who says Esau is the white man. Here's how I think they get confused when they see Edom. If you go through the scripture, you will see Edom has a way of when he infiltrates a society or a group of people, he mixes with them. So his offspring is gonna look white, his offspring is gonna look black, his offspring is gonna be look Asian, his offspring is gonna look different because he has a way. He never put us in captivity himself, but he has a crafty way of getting in good with the people who put us in captivity. This is how he infiltrates. And if you look at certain people today, that's how they infiltrate. They go in, they make babies with these people. They take the babies that look like these people, they train them, raise them up, and put them over the people. This happened with Hitler. Hitler was actually, if you want to call Jewish, he was a Jew. He was not a German. Hitler was the grandson of a Rothschild. So the Germans thought this was a German, our German Führer, but in actuality, he was a Jew. Now, the reason why I bring this up is, like I said, everything is a repeat. There's nothing new under the sun. If you can identify a certain trait, a certain behavior of a people, you can trace back what they did. We don't need no books. We don't need none of that. This is why the scriptures say, learn the past. He who does not know the past is doomed to repeat it. When you learn the past and you can see what the people was doing back then, you can see what they're doing today. Ivan Van Sertimer, and I don't have to stay in the scriptures. Ivan Van Sertimer told us that even if they destroy all your books, history leaves its mark on everything. If there's no books, there's flowers. If there's no flowers, there's stone carvings. If there's no stone carving, history leaves its mark on everything. We have to be cognizant to know, to look around and see what's going on around us. That's just like that. These people ain't changed. They still the same people. They infiltrate, they mix with these people, they put people in power who you think is you because they look like you, but they're really not you.
I don't know. I don't know where you think that doesn't correlate with what I'm saying. Like I really like. I feel like you really moved over, and you're saying stuff that like I'm saying.
Bro.
Yeah, the white people today doing the same thing that they did back in the day. Just like how 10% of the earth is militarily ruling 90% of the earth. That's how a small group of people control a large group of people.
So let me say this. Don't you know the British monarchy, them people over there who say they the British monarchy, don't you know they call themselves the original Israelites?
Don't they say they're the bloodline of Christ.
The whole thing, the queen, everything set up.
They say they're bloodline. They say they're the bloodline of Christ. Yeah.
The word British is right there. They tell on themselves. Brett Covenant-ish man, the covenant man. They trying to. These are people usurping somebody's history that don't even belong to them.
Yes.
They chased out the blacks that were ruling over there, and they took their shit over. They do this all the time, but they use black people to help them do it.
Okay, man. How many times do you want me to say yes to that? What did you say?
Motherfucking Israelites, man. Man, it just happened, man. This is breaking news, man. Motherfucking Israelite upstrap at the Sunset Club in front of Mike Tyson. Trying to get clout for Mike Tyson. I'm going to just let y'all play it. I'm going to just play it. The nigga high, drunk, something. Tomorrow, all I need is you. Motherfucker, all I need is you. Did he say? Did he say? Can I get a fade? That nigga was trying to challenge Mike to a fade. Clowns, man. Nah, I'm joking. Nah, I'm joking. Y'all can't hear? Hold on. No, that's Mike Tyson at the bottom. That's Mike Tyson sitting down. That's Mike Tyson sitting down. Let me see which mic is on. Okay. Okay, so can I get a fade, bro? Mike. Like, come on, man. Dude come up and say, man, get out of here, man. Abstract.
All right. All right.
That's all he wanted was a hug. This nigga clout chasing Mike, drunk high. Some shit. Abstract. Told everybody, I'm not gonna do what you think I'm gonna do. Everybody sat down. I just want a hug, Mike.
Huh? All right.
And how do I know he an Israelite? That nigga said New York. Oh shit, Brownsville. Mike ain't. That nigga said New York. Shalom. Man.
Sometimes you just know.
This is what I'm saying. They could not do it by themselves. Now, whether you believe in the Bible or not, the Bible said that was gonna happen, and he said he was gonna turn your brother
I'm saying
against
that
you.
I'm saying the Greeks
Okay.
invaded Egypt, destroyed everything, took the literature, took the knowledge, wrote their own version of as much as possible, and they sitting on the rest and they're deciphering as they going. What is you saying?
Bro, they couldn't have destroyed everything. Them pyramids still standing. They didn't
What are
destroy
you
everything.
saying? What are you saying?
I'm saying the Greeks did not invade and destroy everything. They just simply went in there and became the Egyptians in their mind. Now we are the Egyptians. We are the rulers.
Then what is Greece? If they were an Egyptian and became Egyptian, what is Greece? Why are they still the Greeks? Why are they using the Greek language? Why the Greeks still got the damn material? Why when you look at Israel right now, it's full of Greeks?
Brother.
You got
Regardless of what you say,
That's
those are
Sarnetta
not
and
Greeks.
Crown
You
man.
got Macedonians in there, you got Ottoman
Who
Turks in there.
became Greeks?
Regardless of what you say,
They didn't call themselves Macedonians, they called themselves Greeks, right?
you cannot wash away the Ptolemy kings. You cannot wash away.
No, I cannot.
So they were in there ruling. And then after them, the Romans came in and did the same thing. They didn't destroy, they just tried to take over. Now, it wasn't until you come in and get Napoleon in them that came shooting shit and stuff like that. Now, they came in shooting shit and destroying artifacts.
Way before Napoleon even came in, shit was stripped, tore down. Do you know? Do you actually even like really know the history?
Why do they still got the hieroglyphs, bro? I know the history. Why the hieroglyphics?
Because it's everywhere.
So why
It's
they didn't
everywhere,
destroy it,
and on top of that, they still haven't deciphered it and unlocked it. So it's something they can't get rid of, and it's
why
something they can't
get rid of it? If that's the case, why do they break the noses of to all them statues, bro?
Okay, they cannot get rid of the hieroglyphs because they have to keep the original because they still using it. If they were able to decipher that shit, it would have been destroyed and it would have been transferred over to Greek, and that would have been the primary source of it, just like every fucking thing else.
So you admit they didn't destroy everything. That's the whole point.
What the fuck's going down? That's your point now?
Bro, you said they came in and destroyed everything.
That was a comment I made within making my point about my greater subject. When I say that, okay, they could not destroy everything. They destroyed everything they could, and they couldn't destroy everything for one or two reasons. It was they couldn't destroy it completely, or they needed it, and so they kept it in rotation. But once they all the stuff that they were able to jump in and translate and be like that, you never heard of that shit no more. You never heard of that shit no more. You have no clue where that shit came from. All you know, the Greeks just popped up with this shit. You know, they invaded Egypt and then they popped up with this shit. Now here go a whole Jewish culture that never mind. But here you go. It's to take over history, and they write in history as they go. They write in the future right now, and they write in the past. They write in the present, the future, and the past all at the same time. And now you getting those books, and you thinking some shit is prophecy. It's the same game. They looked at how people enslaved people in Egypt. They look at how people, war with people through Africa, and they perfected it. They turned that shit up.
Bro,
Like they could have did better. Like, you know what? Egypt would have never had to worry about the Nubians if they would have did what? You see what I'm saying?
Just like I told you earlier, when I look at them scriptures, I can tell what's been added. Just studying history.
That's not your job. That is not your job. That is not your job. You are taking upon you. That is not your job. You know that's not your job.
Explain your statement, bro.
It is not your job to read that book and then tell me what you think it say.
Bro, I just got finished telling you, I can look in that book and studying history, knowing what happened, I can tell who added what and when they added it. I'm not telling you, I'm telling you from my point of view, I know what was added in there. I told you earlier, I can read the first 2 pages of the New Testament and the whole book is shot. The whole New Testament is shot off the first 2 pages.
Okay. And I go back to my question, who gave you the New Testament?
Did I not say?
Yeah. Romans, and it's the same people that gave you the Old Testament. It's the same people that gave you the Old Testament.
No, it's not, bro.
Yes, it is.
Don't play these word games.
Why is it in Greek? Why is it in Greek? Why is it in Greek? Why is it in Greek?
We're going to go back to this, bro. The original.
No, I never asked you that. I never asked you that.
Yes, you did, bro. I told you the original name of it was the Book of Remembrance.
No. You said the Book of Remembrance wasn't wrote by the Greeks.
Bro, that's what I'm telling you. Yes, that's why I said we gonna go in this circle again.
No, you just said something that had nothing to do with my question. I said, who gave you the New Testament? The same people gave you the Old Testament. You said no. I told you it was called the Book of Whoopty Whoop. I said that's not the Greeks.
All right, let's go into this again. When we go into the Old Testament, your point of contention back before when you said it was the Greeks over there in Egypt, right?
Sure.
And my point of contention was I disagree with that because the way when I follow history and I look at what was going on, I said those people over there who were with the Greeks, the so-called Greeks, Macedonians, who were in Egypt at that time were not Greeks or Macedonians. Those people were actually Edom. And when I brought up the movie 300, that is a clue in history that shows you right there. And the book of, Esther, the book of Esther tells you when these people was ruling with the Persian Empire and the Persian Empire was about to fall, they had to flee. When I forgot the pharaoh, the ruler of Persia at the time was. He's the same ruler that was in the movie 300, Artaxerxes or whatever his name was. When he turned when they tried to come up with a plan to destroy Israel out of the Persian Empire, and Esther talked to her husband, and he turned that against them. They had to flee. The only place they could flee was to whoever was in power that can oppose them. That was the Greeks. They ran over. The book tells you they ran. They fled. They ran to the Greeks. Some of them pretended to be Israelites, and the other ones fled. They fled to the Greeks. So you had these people over there in Egypt for 100 years with these. When Greece conquered and Persia fell, these people was already over there with them. History will tell you they were Greeks. But if you study and do research, you will see these were not Greeks at all. It was the Ptolemy king who told them, gave them the idea, y'all should call yourself Israel. This was Edom. That was Edom over there. I think it was Ptolemy Philadelphus. He is the son of the father.
And they got the last of himself.
Y'all should call yourself Israel. Now, history will tell you they were Greeks, and Greeks translated the Septuagint. but that is false. And I would debate anybody on that because the Greeks did not come up with this Septuagint. Those were not Greeks. History clearly shows you these Edomites ran when Artaxerxes turned that death knell on them. They ran to the Greeks, the only power that could oppose Persia. And when Persia fell, they was already in with them. They had been over in Egypt 100 years before Persia fell. So that's why I didn't want to go in this circular argument because we was gonna get back into that, and I was gonna tell you when you say the Greeks gave
we
you,
never went through this. What you just said, we
yes,
never
we
even spoke of
did,
that.
bro. Bro,
I,
we did. When you
I
say the
asked
Greeks
you.
gave you the Old
I
Testament, go ahead, bro.
I asked you who introduced the Old Testament. You gave me the history on a whole bunch of stuff before the Old Testament. Who took those works and made the Old Testament?
Oh, nigga. That nigga over here
The
arguing with
Old
old
Testament
videos.
was translated plenty of times. You had what history calls the Greeks, but I see those was Edom. Then you had it was put into Latin. Then you had it was put into English. I mean, so it passed through many hands. And before they translated it into Greek, it was in its original script, which there's no language called Hebrew. That's false. But I think it was a form of Aramaic script that it was in. This is what they spoke in that language.
Now I want you to stop because you know there's no proof for that.
There's no proof of what?
And
Aramaic?
A primary source.
them translating that shit from some Hebrew, supposed to be Hebrew or Jewish or Aramaic Hebrew type.
There was no Hebrew language, bro. It was
I,
Aramaic.
okay, okay.
So, but you saying there's no evidence of them translating this book from the Aramaic to Hebrew.
I'm saying what they translated from.
It was a form of Aramaic.
What did they use to translate it?
From what source? What
What do you
writing? What
mean? What did
script?
they use to? How did they translate it? That what you asking me?
Yeah,
You got
sure.
me. Apparently, they believe they translated it.
He said you got me.
It's fake. They wrote. They
He
can't
said
show
you
you the
got
sources
me.
because the sources they got when they invaded Egypt. It wasn't Hebrew. It wasn't Arabic. It wasn't none of that shit. Maybe the Arabic helped them translate it with the helps of some of the black people or the Africans or Egyptians that went over on the other side. However
Nah,
it went. But they
Arabic and
cannot.
Aramaic is two different things, bro.
What did I do? What did I say? Did I
You
say something
said
wrong?
what? Yeah, you said it wasn't Arabic or whatever.
Oh, it could have been the Aramaics. Okay, yeah, my bad. But however it go, they can't
Yeah.
show you that shit because it's the rest of the shit that they hold in secret under the Vatican that they won't let your ass see. It correlates with that the truth. The truth. They won't let you know the truth. They wrote this story to legitimize what they're going to do to us
In the
based
mid.
off what we did to ourselves, but with their own twist on it. They knew about slavery. They knew
So
about
check it
art.
out.
When you speak, what's up?
You know that they got artifacts all over Europe of showing these characters in the Bible as black, right?
What characters?
You've heard about the Black
Jesus.
Madonna. You've heard about not only
Yeah.
Jesus, just a lot of people. You heard
No.
about the Black Madonna. You heard
Yeah.
about all this stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So why would they worship these black figurines, these black idols, or whatever you want to call them, these black statues? Why would they themselves worship these statues or whatever? That right there is clear indication they stole somebody's identity.
Like I said, they didn't steal somebody's identity. They didn't. They didn't. None of the way that you saying. That's some of the evidence that leads me to believe that there's a hierarchy of ancient Egyptian or African people who chose to separate themselves from the rest of the earth based off their intelligence. People are stupid and need to be controlled. I believe we were egotistical by the time we got into Egypt. We felt we could just dictate way too much. And it got out of hand and it collapsed all around us. When I look into Europe and I see black things, the black Madonna, I know they know the truth. I feel they know the truth. But I don't know if they're being lied to or however. I don't know. I haven't been able to study that. But I know they keep that shit from us. And I know that saying, there's a black Madonna is something that people say to show that they know something that most people don't know. I know that we know that Jesus had plenty of white pictures. There's a very famous picture of a white God painted on the 16th chapel. That shit is not plentiful. So, like I said, if you do, like you're saying, if you do study history, you see this shit. But what you doing is just usurping yourself and people like you right smack dead in what they created. They lying and saying this is us. They made up some people. They made up some people. Because when we spoke about people being chosen, it was in correlation to the earth. We're chosen by the sun. We're chosen by the moon. We're chosen by the fruits of the trees. We're chosen by the animals. When we look at the rest of the people on earth, they say, damn, we chosen.
Chosen for what? Here's the misconception
That was
that
the
people
question.
get. Yeah, here's the misconception people get off the scriptures. When they look at these scriptures, they think, oh, these people trying to say they chosen, they. No, when you read the scripture, it tells you they were chose for a purpose. They were chose for a purpose to spread the laws of the universe, spread the laws and the knowledge of the
Okay.
universe. Listen, this is what y'all need to do. If y'all do this for me, go around and take these laws everywhere and make sure everybody know them, I'll do this for you. That's all the chosen is. Period.
What laws? Whose laws?
Did you not hear me say the laws of the universe?
Who
Universal laws?
the universe gave the Jews laws?
The creator of the universe
I
gave
just asked you who. You
the
said the universe.
hold on. The creator, because these are universal laws. The creator of the universe tasked Israelites with going around making sure people knew these laws. People were being depressed. I pointed out to you before. That was nothing special about Israel. Even in their law, it says, "Thou shalt not sleep with animals." There was no reason to give them that law if they weren't doing it. We could see they were doing it off that. We could see Egyptians were doing it. Wickedness was going on in the earth. So you think that whoever created us, let me say this. You think whoever created us would sit back and watch us do all kind of abominable things and not chasten us, not say, okay, I'm gonna set up some guidelines for y'all, and if you get out of line, this is what you're gonna get?
I don't even know how to answer
Or
that
we
question.
or we left that, or that was up to us.
I believe that there's a set of
You know
laws,
how
and laws,
to.
like I said,
I
are
fuck with
not
me.
are not honored through military enforcement. They're just what's right and what's wrong. If you jump off a cliff, you die. If a rich white man
God,
jump off a cliff, he
he
die. That's a
died.
law.
That's a
All
law.
these privileges that's held up in these systems that y'all call laws,
Fact.
that's enforced by death
Fact.
or imprisonment or other violent things.
Hey,
These
that's
are
what
not laws. These are things that make.
that's what a universal law is. A universal law is the same consequence across the board. If I jump off a cliff with a rich white man, we both hit the ground and die. Law. All this other shit is man-made honor systems built and enforced militaristically. I'm gonna harm you. I'm gonna excommunicate you, lock you up, put you in the jail. I'll kill you. Something gonna happen. You're gonna come up off some money, and I'll escalate it all the way to your death, but you're gonna get in line. Cat. Girl, man. Yeah, I fucks with old me.
Other that people use to enforce their comfortability.
So you don't believe in what you put out comes back to you.
I believe that what you put out in the universe will come back to you. Yes.
Right. So then that is a law. That's a universal law.
Yeah.
And so a kid growing up in Chicago who has no knowledge of universal laws, he shouldn't, even though universal laws still apply to him, but he don't have no knowledge of it. He didn't grow up in that. So you saying that somehow or another he's gonna know these universe. He's gonna know because it's just in him to know that what he puts out will come back to him. He don't need no instruction on that.
Yeah. He's gonna know. He's gonna know that if he treats somebody kind, they're gonna treat him kind back. And then when that doesn't happen, it's gonna traumatize him. It's gonna alter his level of morality eventually if it persists. And he's gonna be like, damn, well, I'm gonna quit smiling at niggas. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna quit speaking to niggas. But yes, you initially know if I slap you, I'm not too surprised if you slap me back. If I go to hug you, I'm not surprised if you hug me back. That's like ain't nothing mystical about that.
I think you take for granted that you know that, but it's a whole lot of brothers and
No, no, no,
sisters
no,
in the
no, no, no. I don't
cemetery.
take for granted I know that. What I do is I stand on the fact that I know that.
Right.
What I don't do is let people paint us like by the most ignorant of us.
But this is
What
what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
do is
It's a
let people
whole
sit up here and say, I don't know not to kill. I don't know not to steal. And then you say, well, black people don't know not to steal. No, ignorant people do not know not to steal, not to kill. Ignorant people don't know. Ignorant people don't know to respect your mother and your father. Ignorant
it's
people.
it's a whole lot of people in the cemetery that didn't know none of these universal laws. They didn't know what they put out was gonna come back to them. They didn't comprehend that. The
I mean, well,
cemetery
to
was
tell the
full of
truth,
them.
at this point in time, when you talking about cemeteries, what you're looking at is a bunch of black people who saw a dominant system who didn't pay for the misjustices that they did, and so they feel like, damn, fuck it, I'm gonna take the risk,
That boy.
or I'm not gonna get the punishment that I'm supposed to get. Or you have to put like you put your Bible in context. You have to put the stuff you say in context.
This this is what I'm telling you.
That boy
As
foul.
I stated, universal laws. There's nowhere in that Bible that tells you these laws were not known to man before the Bible. These laws were known. Man had got to a point where he was degenerate. This is why we got overthrown. We was fucking up. Why don't
Okay.
y'all want to admit the fact that we was fucking up? We got
I
to
already
first
said,
estate.
I've been said by the time we got to Egypt, Egypt had already stepped out of line of nature. They had stopped that, they had stepped out of the natural realm of laws and they had start creating laws. And that allowed other people to start making laws. And when you're dealing
So
with the people, what's up?
so do you agree the consequence of that is the Egyptians and all the other dynasties that was empowered but was doing that would fall and become subject to somebody else? Or do you think no, that ain't the reason why they fell and became subject to somebody else? It's another reason.
Yeah, they lost focus. They lost focus. They spread themselves too thin. They assumed they had, they were untouchable and they were, their egos got in the way. And shit got real on them.
But what I'm saying to you is a force had to bring them down. A power is a push or a pull.
Uh-huh.
Something had to push them off top. And a handful of cave dwellers could not do that alone. It
They
had to
weren't
be a
dwelling in
plan
caves.
and a
They
design.
were they weren't dwelling in caves. You
Goofy.
couldn't classify these people as cave dwellers.
Goofy.
Okay, bro, but even by today's standard, they still in the minority. So
Hmm.
something had to be designed for them to get the rulership. There had to be a design for them to get the rulership. Period. They could, even if today, if they didn't have the technology, let's say today they didn't have no technology, because
Hmm.
it's similar. It's kind of like the same thing. Back then, their numbers were low. Even today, their numbers are low.
Uh-huh.
They stay in the rulership by the weapons they have. Back then, they didn't have no
Mhm.
weapons, so how did they get the rulership? They didn't.
They did have weapons.
Where did they
Why
get
do you
them from?
why do you
Exactly.
think why do you think these people didn't have weapons?
Don't fucks
Where did
with
they get them
me.
from? They
Don't
had to
fucks
get them
with
from
me.
us,
They made them.
They had to get them
bro.
from us.
We were so civilized and highly advanced. What did they make? Stick rocks, and beat our civilized weaponry with their primitive weaponry? It didn't happen
No,
like that, bro.
we talk. What are you getting? We weren't holding the knowledge from them. If we knew how to make swords, they knew how to make swords. If we knew the animal husbandry, they knew animal husbandry.
Cass, get your
What they were
butt.
willing to use it for, what they were willing to do with it,
Cass.
was just way more extreme. This is what you see today. Everybody got guns. A lot of people got nuclear bombs, but America seems the one who's just hell bent. Well, not just America, but all these white countries and territories are just the ones that's hell bent on threatening motherfuckers with this shit. They know they cannot stop. This is the same war. This is the very same war. It never stopped. And
Okay,
that
bro.
book is a tool that they use. That's not your sword. That's their sword. You're cutting yourself with it. You're legitimizing your enslavement because you think it's divine. You think it's a punish for something that you did, which I could see you making that correlation, but you're taking it out of bounds. You're going too
Bro,
far with it.
bro.
The fact
Even
that
though
hold on. The fact that Egyptians allow people to come in that close, it jeopardized. It jeopardized them. They stepped out of their laws. They took on too much. They got too headstrong, too cocky, and that allowed people who were in a different frame of mind to capitalize on that. Like these motherfuckers is lax, fam. Like they really think ain't nobody touch them.
all right,
So what you
bro.
see is the same shit as today.
Here's the deal, bro.
But the thing is, they took that book, that literature, and wrote what they needed to write. So when you read it, you was like, damn, this shit divine. Like, okay. But the thing is, all it is white people met black people.
Here's what you leave it.
If you hold on, let me say this last thing. Because I'm saying this for something bigger than just this conversation.
Right, right, right.
When you look at the total existence of Earth, this problem that we're going through is a speck. It's not the biggest problem in existence.
Facts.
Our existence does not rotate around racism. The nucleus is not white supremacy. We stepped out of our law, and it wasn't the first time. It's civilizations on top of civilization. And I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna let you say whatever you want to say. We allowed people too close, and we taught them too much too soon, and they put it on us, and they never stopped. They never stop. They don't care. Whatever you pick up, it better be what they created. Even if it's black power, it better be their version of black. You better be screaming all lives, Black Lives Matter. But you cannot stand up and say the things that I'm saying, Sister Renee saying, and other people who speak on behalf of black people solely despite their religious preference. That's not allowed. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. When you say they use that to for you to look in there and say, "Oh wait, our slavery is divine" and all that, what you saying is, what you leaving off and what you not expounding on is, it also tells you that listen, if you want to get their foot off your neck, this is what you need to do. To this day, we have not come under that and did that. Period. You can't get around that. Now, as far as the Black Power thing, as I spoke to you and I stated to you and Sister Renee earlier, we can look at the Black Power movement and see where it was infiltrated, how it was infiltrated, and the mistakes they made. And to this day, the majority of people running around now, in Black Power, don't look at those mistakes and try to correct that.
But that's a lie,
They
though. What's up, Psycho?
hold
Welcome,
on,
Psycho,
bro.
to the panel.
Hold
No,
on,
because that's a lie. Because
hold
what you see
on,
now
bro,
is black
bro.
people saying the
Y'all,
one drop rule is false. We're not dealing with swirling. That shit is all.
bro,
These are learning
bro.
from our mistakes.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
Okay,
The
go
one
ahead,
drop, the one drop rule, that was something Caucasians came
man.
up
I'm
with
telling you, we
anyway.
learn from our mistakes.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Because we haven't learned from our mistakes. Because you just brought up the Black Lives Matter movement. And so
Hmm.
many so-called black people was into that movement before they
Black
found out
Power
these
people
people.
were never into
Black
that
Power movement.
movement.
Yeah, I
Bro,
was just about to say
bro,
Black Power people was not in the Black
Never in
Lives
that
Matter.
movement.
All
time
spoke.
out.
Those were African Americans.
We all
Time
no,
out,
Those
no.
were
Those were the people. The black people that got caught up in Black Lives Matter was those SJW far left Democrat types that just believe in that support lesbians, the LBGT and feminism and immigration. You know, just SJWs, just attack everybody's plight is our plight. Those type of black people thought that shit, but they're not Black Power. They more
on, bro.
all lives matter than Black Lives Matter, to be honest with you. We're
Hold
the
on,
real
bro. Hold
Black
on.
Lives Matter motherfucker, but we don't run around here supporting that bullshit that they was doing because we know that was all political.
Hold on, bro.
right.
Before, when the Black Lives Matter shit first jumped off, damn near all black people got caught up in what was going on. Now, let me explain what I'm saying. When Black Lives Matter started off, they did not come right out and let people know they were homosexuals and gays. This started coming out over time when people started seeing what they really were. What I'm saying is that when they came out and did this Black Lives Matter, you had movements across social media and people, hell, we need to stick up for black folks. We need to do this for black folks. We need to do that for black folks. But
Again,
as
those
a
are legitimate,
whole,
but
we didn't understand that it was white Jewish people heading that. And we take that and go right back into the civil rights movement. It was the same trick.
the
They
same.
repeat the same tricks.
No, see, this is what you're missing. Like I said, the black people when the hashtag first came out, we was on board with it. But then we saw what was going on once white people started joining in and they're like, hold up, what the fuck are y'all doing? Then they started organizing everything else. And like I said, people like myself was like, oh, this is some fuck shit. Y'all go ahead and get the fuck out of here with that. I don't support the hash. I support the core message, but I don't support this fuck shit. Y'all turning this shit into making websites like this shit, some type of organization. Like, well, who's running this website? Like, what is this organization? Like, no, man, I ain't fucking with that shit. Like,
And that's what I would say. The average person that might consider themselves black, not Black Power, pro black, maybe they were fooled by that shit. But the people who are solely here for black people's liberation and the betterment of us, it didn't take long for us to know, oh, this some gay shit. Or, oh, this George Soros funded. It didn't take long. We didn't wait till the news showed us D-Ray. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a totally different. And like I said, those people, when you look at the people who really for black people in their community, they're against Black Lives Matter. Because what Black Lives Matter do is when something happened in your city and you as a concerned citizen start a group and start a movement, Black Lives Matter come in, get all the coverage, get all the funding, and then they leave and you have the same problem.
same way Al Sharpton used to do back in the day and everything else.
We've
Like
seen this before.
It didn't take long for the Black Power people to see this was some bullshit. It took forever for them to find out about COINTELPRO, though. That took forever. That was years in the making. It didn't take years for the people to see the bullshit with this Black Lives Matter shit. Just about a month. People saw the bullshit within a month. Like we was over it. Like, oh no, this is bullshit.
All right, I'm gonna give an example, and this is an example of something that's going on right now. And to me, this is where a lot of us brothers letting our sisters go astray. And I'm not mean letting like we got to rule over them, but we seeing it happen in front of our eyes. And a lot of us are don't want to either want to side with the woman or they don't want to stand up to what's happening. This Me Too movement, same thing. When the Me Too movement started, it was a black woman and it was sisters around her. Then they let these white women infiltrate. It's the same repeat thing that happened when they split
These ain't
a
the Black
woman.
Power women. These ain't the Black Power
Hold on,
women that support that.
Yeah,
hold
you
on,
got to
bro. Hold
acknowledge
on,
that.
brother.
You can't just build on the
If you
premise that they
say
Black
wait,
Power.
hold on, bro. If you it's not the Black Power women, you got to say it's not all. Because I argue with a Black Power sister all day over this damn shit. all goddamn day.
I'm talking about the
Bill
Me Too
Cosby.
movement. I'm talking about the Me Too movement. It is not red, black, and green.
I'm talking
It is
about the
not
Me Too
afros and sisters.
movement.
I'm talking about you talking about a person who's both black power and concerned about the Me Too movement. There's no movement for that. Those are two
Brother.
different movements.
I don't even think that's possible. I don't even know how
No,
you can't.
no, yes, it is possible.
Them,
By
those
sisters,
are two
Because if you
different movements.
brother.
support the Me Too movement, you're supporting more than just black people. You're supporting women of all races when you're supporting the Me Too movement. Like
But what I'm saying, the Me Too movement started out as black women. See, this is
yeah,
how they
that's
got
not what
sucked.
it is
They
now.
get sucked into it.
That's not what it is now, though.
But you still have sisters in it.
Facts. I don't know where your point is. It's not a black movement. It was not a black movement. It never was based on the premise of helping black people. It
Brother.
was helping women who were raised in a social sick society finally get some answers for what they've been going through.
Brother.
Addressing some images that the white man has created.
No,
That's it.
brother. If you can't see the trickery and
Let me
what
ask you a
it
question.
started out as a black
Who
movement.
the black women that you see defending Bill Cosby? Those are
Say
black
that
power
again?
women. You see black power women defending Bill Cosby for the most part. Those ain't like the other women that you're talking about. They're happy as hell Bill Cosby got locked up. Most black power women aren't happy about that shit, and they still defending Bill Cosby to this day. Still defending.
What I'm saying, brother, it's some women on YouTube that claim to be black power, saying Bill Cosby did it and he got what he deserved, bro. It's not.
If you hear any black power people not caping for Bill Cosby, that's because they thought he was a coon. It ain't had nothing to do with him being like they actually thought he raped the women or whatever. You got a lot of people that they ain't gonna cry for Bill Cosby because they think he a coon, but that's something other than whether or not he actually raped these women.
Right. I understand what you're saying, brother. What only thing I'm simply saying is you cannot say these black power women as a whole, because if Suave keep doing this, I'll try to talk one of the sisters to come on and she can tell y'all what she thinks. She black power and all this, and she
And I
claims
want you
Bill
to bring
Cosby
a
did it.
girl. I want you to bring a girl from a black power organization. I don't want you to bring a girl from the Me Too movement.
Hold on, bro.
Who's
Not
claiming
all
to be
these.
black power who really ain't black power.
I'm telling you, you
Now,
have
now
to
she
have a
might be.
combination.
She might be claiming to be black power and she not. I don't know that, but she tell me she black power. So if she in the organization or not, I don't know.
If you can get her in here, I'll love to talk to her.
I don't know if
Definitely.
she in an organization or not. But when I talk to her, she black power and all this, and I argue with her. I try to show her that this is some fuck shit that happened to Bill Cosby. Not saying Bill Cosby didn't put himself in that position, but the way they did him, it was some deceit and trickery. And she like, nah, he raped them. He admitted it, and we argue about this shit all day. And I'm looking like, how are you supposed to be black power
That doesn't make the
when
Me Too movement a black group. That's
no,
what
I'm
I'm
not
saying.
right. I'm
But
not
that's what
saying
you
the Me
said.
Too
That's what
move,
you said, though.
bro. What I said was there are some women
Try to say
who
black
call
power
themselves
people are
black power,
to
and
fall
they
these traps like the Me Too movement or Black
right,
Lives Matter. That's what he's trying to insinuate.
right.
Right.
That's exactly what I'm trying to insinuate.
Hey, so
We
so can I ask y'all a question? So y'all
What's
saying
up,
that
man? Yeah.
say for Black Lives Matter or the pro black movements, right? Say that the Caucasians or the Europeans want to participate and they don't see the racist side of it. Are they able to be a part of the movements? Or y'all say that they're not?
First of all, Black Power is not a movement. We haven't been allowed to be a movement. You understand what I'm saying? It's just a recognition
It's
as
a
to
lifestyle.
what the fuck's real talk. It's just a recognition of where you in. It's like waking up saying I'm a prisoner because you found out you was in prison. You understand what I'm saying? We haven't been allowed a movement. But I'll
It's
tell you
a
like this,
lifestyle and a
completely and
mindset.
honest.
It's just a
If I'm
lifestyle
up,
and mindset at this point until it turns into something else. We're trying to get it to turn into something else, but trying to get everybody to jump on board, that's the problem.
if a white person is truly concerned about the black condition, it first of all, I don't see how you know, but if a white person is concerned about the black experience, they have to recognize that first of all, you can't be the face of this shit. I don't care what money you got to donate. You just got to do whatever good you got to contribute and move the fuck away.
Matter of fact, yeah, just make that donation and just keep it pushing. Matter of fact, hit the super chat.
Yeah.
Hit the super chat. Don't even leave a message. Don't even leave a message.
Don't expect no pat on the back. Don't expect no trophy, no honorary mention, none of that shit. Do what you want to do out the kindness of your heart and leave us to our own. Don't tell us what we got to do with it, what we should. I don't want to hear none of that. That is your contribution.
Now let me point out. Now I agree that for so-called black people to fix their situation, they got to be in control of every facet of them doing it. And I agree, if somebody's gonna want to contribute, they got to be on the outside. If you gonna donate, you know what I'm saying, donate from the outside. You can't come in the inside of black people solving their own problems. Right. But here's my issue. And I'm not singling you brothers out, because apparently y'all think differently. And I'm not gonna call no names, but when I say this, y'all probably figure out what I'm saying, who I'm talking about. Probably. You have black power brothers on the internet with large platforms, and come to find out they're doing business, and they're putting over them so-called white folks. Mm-hmm. They're letting white folks control facets of their organization. And this is what I was talking to you about earlier, Swab Boss, when I said some of us have not learned the lessons from the past. If we don't learn from that, we don't know the past, we doomed to repeat it.
Now, yeah. I actually don't disagree with you on that. And we call these type of motherfuckers out for doing that type shit and saying how they being hypocrites and contradicting themselves, and how they not really living, how they not really walking it the way they talking it. Like we do call this stuff out when we see it. Right. You know, at least, you know, there's a segment of us that will, because we're not on that whole clout chasing, celebrity worshiping bullshit, because it's being mesmerized by people's views and sub counts. We're not into all that.
Yeah, you know? And I don't care how big of a platform you got or how influential you is.
Well, I agree, because to me, listen, I came in the conscious community, the so-called conscious community, like kind of wide-eyed, like, man, I see all these brothers and sisters. Okay, they say they got a conscious community and things finna, okay, this is who I need to, be around, these people I need to be around. But I slowly started to see that it was not what I thought it was. You had like very, straight wicked people just in this.
Well, I want to take that opportunity to tell people, like, don't always have to go through these experiences. Know that you can't come out of one romanticism into another. There's nothing is not there. That doesn't exist. What religion teaches you to expect does not exist. You have to be realistic with this shit. Fuck with people in the fashion they fuck with you. Stop thinking because you go out for drinks with this one dude that you could go catch women with him. Stop putting people on these pedestals and glorifying them because they impress you with the fact they got more than one woman or some games or whatever it is. Be realistic with yourself. Stop expecting this over glorification of people. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not that. If you'll find solid people. You will find solid people. But stop thinking.
Let everybody out. That's all. See who's real and who's just talking. Some people
stop coming in the room, and just because everybody got on red, black, and green, you think it's been solved.
Right.
Because the white oppression, white inferiority is only one layer. Because once we get into that, then we obviously have problems that we're gonna have to take care within ourselves. Because the Hebrews think they're chosen people, the Christians think they're chosen people, and there's gonna be people like me that are gonna be, spoke of in the ill manner. And I just want to make sure that y'all won't become my oppressors when we help y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because when we build something, we don't want y'all walking up to it talking about, look what God did. We did that. We'll help you build your church. We'll help you build. because we liberated. That shit don't matter no more. But as long as this system is set up with this whole Vatican, you know, it's really so simple. Y'all make the shit complicated. You know what I'm saying? Like you really just got it. Like okay, read the book Genesis to Revelation. Read it twice, and then put it down and read something else. Don't go from Genesis to Revelations your whole life and then tell your child to do the same thing. And don't be too impressed with the fact that you say the New Testament is bullshit, and now you have another rock that you can stand. That's full of hoes too, and you know it. And you know it, especially if you hold the English version, the King James version. You know what's up. I'll accept you, and you can talk that shit to the white people. If
bro.
it's a white person, I will let you talk your shit to them. Nah, my niggas the chosen people. But just know that when it come to
I
him,
defend Hebrews to white motherfuckers all the time. White motherfuckers be trying to bang on the Hebrews. Like, hold up,
that's
bro.
black power.
Yeah, you're not gonna.
That's black
I
power.
don't even subscribe to the Hebrew doctrine, but you ain't gonna just be banging on them like that in front of me. Like,
That's black power.
not gonna happen because there won't be no Hebrews around.
Even if they right, bro.
Black
Right
motherfuckers
is right, bro.
They
Right
not
is right and wrong is
I'm not gonna
wrong.
let
You telling
motherfuckers
me
go crazy.
if they speaking truth, they can't speak the truth in front of you? You said that's what you're saying. So you
A
saying
white
that
girl,
What I'm saying is
a
they can.
so-called white person
What I'm
who's
saying is
against
what I'm saying is I'm not gonna be in a room full of white people and they talking shit about my brothers, regardless of their spirituality. I don't care what their spirituality is. You ain't gonna just be talking crazy about my brothers, and laughing and joking, and having lunch on them. No, it ain't
I
happening.
agree with y'all to an extent, man, but this what I think that this is where this is where the fucking problem is with these so-called radical blacks and all of this shit because they missing the whole fight. They want to unite all together and don't understand that we would never get to the top of the totem pole fighting every fucking body. We fighting ourselves, and then we fighting the white motherfuckers, the Chinese motherfuckers, the Mexican
but
motherfuckers. We
you
do
agree we can
everybody
fight
over us.
ourselves. We just need to stop fighting the white people.
Hold on, man. You can't say that we're not fighting ourselves. We kill more
No,
motherfuckers.
that's not what I said. I said that you agree with us fighting ourselves, but you don't think it's beneficial to fight the white people.
No, that ain't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we can't just look at ourselves because check this out. It's more of us that's doing harm to us than it is white people, bro. We
Are you
gotta
sure of
fucking
that? Are you sure
I'm
of that?
fucking how many gang bangers? Well, I stay in Atlanta, bro, and I don't fucking I really don't have any interactions with motherfucking no Caucasians hardly like that. The motherfuckers who I worry about when the police get pulled over, I rather where I'm at in Atlanta, I'd rather it be a white boy, bro, than these niggas, man. These niggas is worse than these fucking crackers, bro.
Mm-hmm. Why they don't own any aircraft carriers?
You talk about aircraft carriers. I'm talking about gangbangers in my neighborhood, bro.
I'm telling you that you bringing up a microcosm in a macrocosm situation. I'm talking about the
you
bigger
telling me that
picture.
the
I'm
aircraft
talking
carrier?
about the
What does the
bigger.
importance of
I'm
an
talking
aircraft
about the
carrier
bigger
have, bro?
picture. You're complaining about the water on my floor, and I'm telling you there's a hole in my roof.
How many people died?
So you telling me that
Let me ask you a
aircraft?
question.
What did you mean by the aircraft, bro? What does it matter who own an aircraft, bro? What did you mean by that?
Can I ask you a question real quick? How many people died in your town last night?
Shit, I don't know. I got to look it up, bro. But I'm pretty sure it was a lot, and I'm pretty sure the black ones that did die.
Don't even know.
Listen, I don't know. I don't know. You asked me a question. I don't know how many people died.
Give me a roundabout number. Give me a roundabout.
I don't fucking know, bro. I'm not going to even guess, bro. But I tell you, I will tell you this.
More than one? Do you think it was one?
Hell yeah, I know it's more than one. I know it's more than one.
Okay, do you think it's more than three?
Fucking right. Just on my street alone, just in my neighborhood alone, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think more people got locked up last night or got shot?
Shit, locked up.
Okay, well, when people get locked up, how does that affect people's lives?
What you mean? Fuck, they lose their jobs, all kind of shit. It depends on what you locked up for, how long you locked up for. What you mean? It's a whole domino effect. Every action is a ripple effect.
Right.
Anything when you step outside is a ripple effect, bro.
Right. And all that goes on records and everything else, and that slowly decreases your value in society, right?
Right.
It is a ripple effect, right? Now we get somewhere because that's what that is now because what you're telling me about is when the ripple effect happens, the ripples are bigger from the impact of whatever hits the water. Let's say a rock or whatever, boom, it hits the water. The ripples are real big, right? At that point, by the time they get to the shore, them ripples you would barely see it. they damn near leveled out. What you're telling me is the level out part is worse than the part with the big ass ripples on the impact. That's what you're telling me.
What I'm telling you is you cannot fix the smaller problem until you fix the larger problem. You're
Right.
saying the nose on your face is the biggest nose in the world. You're saying the fact that you see when I step out of my neighborhood and I look at the world, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. And it's not black people, it's not gangbangers, it's not the Bloods and the Crips, the folks and the Vice Lords, it's the Democrats and the Republicans. It's the capitalists and the communists. But you choose to focus on one of the internal problems that we have, that we haven't been allowed to fix, because we set up plenty of systems to stop this shit, and we've been detoured every time. But guess what we were allowed to form? Gangs. We couldn't afford community organizations.
And churches.
And churches. So you got to understand what type of culture they pushing in it, and you act like we pushing it. We don't own no mainstream media. We not putting these pictures out there. And when you see these kids be born into, just like you was born into a gang situation, and you didn't know no better, you didn't wake up looking at boys in the hood and say, I'm gonna be a lawyer. Right. You assumed your motherfucking role. Mm-hmm. And then you came up on information once you mature.
I'm gonna be the best dope boy I can be when I get older.
Then you came up on information when you matured, and that was fucking your head up. And it got you saying shit like, hey, we our biggest problem.
No, that ain't me, bro, because when I was in the neighborhoods, I seen all this drama. I always wanted to get away from it, bro.
That's what's up.
Been my whole get up the whole time, bro. I never been in the gang, none of that shit, bro.
Even when
I always talk to the young brothers.
You still got to deal with white supremacy. You got to deal with white supremacy whether you in the hood or not.
No, I don't, because I don't give no fucking white folks no supremacy over me. That's what's wrong. Y'all giving these folks power.
We not giving them nothing, man.
Y'all give motherfuckers more power than anything, man. Because we want to take responsibility for ourselves.
Wait. Did I put these policies in place? Did I put any of these people in office? Did I create any of these bills? How did we create white supremacy? You guys explain this to me. How did we create this? I didn't put my people. We didn't put.
I didn't say you created it, bro. I said you're giving them power, bro. You giving them power by talking this white supremacy shit and thinking that somebody is supremacy or superior over you, bro. You feel what I'm saying? It's for one, bro. I just don't see no white and black, bro. When we get past this, once you realize, because once you realize at the top of the police department, bro, it's black, Chinese, white, all these motherfuckers, and they don't see no color, bro. They see they badge. This is what we gotta honor ourselves, bro. We can't. Ain't nothing wrong with us trying to uplift our people. Let me just say this real quick. There's nothing wrong with us being so-called pro-black and one of us, because I want my people in my neighborhood to do good too. I got fucking 20 goddamn siblings, 20 of us, bro, and I want my sisters and brothers to do good. Damn right, I'm out here want my people to have businesses, but we can't have black businesses when we talking about black businesses, and we want our people to fuck. We want businesses. We should have
black businesses sell to white people.
No, what I'm saying, we should have businesses.
Black businesses sell to white people.
Facts. To sell to
Chinese businesses. Chinese businesses do not have to hide the fact that they're a Chinese business. Right. And we ain't gotta act like we.
But we gotta run ours the same way when the Asians come in our community stand third, they have no problem taking our dollar. But guess what? You don't see no black cashiers working in the stores, do you?
And I ask them, are they hiring on purpose? Everywhere I go, and I ask them, are they hiring on purpose? No, they're not.
Facts.
I can agree with you, bro, and I agree with y'all on that. We definitely need more businesses, right? But it come to us, we don't do good business with ourselves. That ain't on them, though, bro. That's on how we do. No, it's not. It's how we do business, because motherfucking niggas do business fucked up, bro.
We get squeezed out when it comes to margins and everything else. Like we can't compete with the margins that these other stores can compete with. That's why black businesses are notorious for overpricing and this, that, and the third, everything else. Not because our people are greedy. It's because our people actually have to try
to make it. It's because we get taxed every step of the way. It's because you don't got the connections for delivery. You don't got the connection for manufacturing. You don't have the connection for mining. You do not have the connection. You're getting charged more for less every step of the way. They're controlling your dollar before, while, and after you have it. and you're
Right. And that's
ignoring
because
it.
we keep on attaching ourselves to black motherfuckers. If we knew that Africans and the Japanese and all these folks, they come in with their nationality and they got paperwork for these folks. They ain't got shit for our black ass. That's what we missing. They don't have shit for us black motherfuckers.
We not
Y'all telling
looking
us
for them
right
to
now,
have
one
it.
of the things that us in Americans, right, we missing is our own land, right? We missing land. How the fuck we gonna get land and we steady claiming ourselves black? You find some fucking land that's black out here.
We're gonna buy it. Yeah, that's the most impossible thing in the
You
world,
just said
right?
we don't even have money for fucking the businesses to get
As
delivered and shit. How the fuck
individuals,
you gonna buy
that
some
you
land,
don't
bro?
you
They
don't you
not
don't
selling
see
you
an
no land,
overflow of businesses popping up. That's not the same thing.
bro. You just telling you ain't buying no land, bro. You black,
Why
bro.
not?
I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Why
Because
not?
then you ain't because you consider dead. You don't even own your fucking self while you
They
claiming
still
yourself
take your
black,
dollar.
bro.
They'll still take your dollar from your dead ass, right?
Yeah, they'll take our vote.
They gonna
They'll
take
take our dead
everything
ass.
from your
They'll
dead
take our
ass.
dead ass
It's my
vote,
point
Okay.
right?
exactly. They
So
gonna
they
take
won't let. So
everything
they
from
won't
your
let
dead
you.
ass,
So they won't let you. So they won't let you buy land.
bro.
They'll
All right,
take
bro.
our dead
You got to
dollars.
own yourself,
Take our
bro. You
dead
got to take
vote.
ownership of yourself,
Can
bro.
you?
Tell we
Will they let
while
you
we calling
buy
ourselves
land?
black, we gonna fucking miss out. We missing out on the whole fucking picture, bro. That's all I'm saying, man.
Will they
I'm
let
with
you buy
the
land?
people, but as long as we keep attaching black to us as a whole, we are fucking losing, bro.
No, we
Period.
are not. No, we are
Yes,
not.
we are,
You
bro. We
don't have.
losing.
You don't even have to attach yourself to black. This is the whole thing. But when we do, stay the fuck out of the way. When we say we black, stop having an opinion.
Mhm.
Because when you don't consider yourself black, but you can ridicule us and criticize us, you calling yourself black. I don't give a fuck when the Chinese are talking about Chinese business. Every time black people stand up for themselves, somebody want to come along with some newly found information that impresses them. That shit don't impress us. That's why we not in none of these groups. What we are saying is
All
we
right,
need to
let's do another one because y'all be pulling up definitions. Pull up the definition of black. Pull up the Black Laws Dictionary of black and see what they consider it, and see if you want to fucking keep calling yourself black.
Words to
Yes, I
men.
That's what you
do.
do.
Yes, I
Pull up,
do.
pull up.
Words
Let's
to men.
pull up shit, and then we can
Let
get
me
through the
ask you a
facts.
question.
Because
Let me.
when y'all dealing, you talk about what's not facts and what's not true. Y'all Hebrew Israelites, this ain't just no Morris talk. The Hebrew Israelites talk this shit too. And if y'all not fucking doing y'all real research, bro, this is why I have a problem with it. Because y'all putting
You're
we,
arguing
y'all
over
saying we. And when you say we, that don't just consider you. That consider
We're not
us, the
looking for
masses, and the
classification
majority of the
acceptance
motherfuckers.
from the white people. We don't want them to change how they classify us. We want them to leave us the fuck alone so we
We
can
done had them
classify ourselves.
how we classify us. Technically, white people don't even call us black anymore. They call us African American. And we
African
called this
American.
That's
for
still
over
fucked
30
up.
years.
African
So
Americans is just as
we
worse
call
than calling
ourselves
you
black.
black.
We're the ones who's telling them, fuck that African American shit. We ain't African American. We're black.
We
Don't
black.
call us no
Until we fix
motherfuckers.
the
Don't call
black
us
problem,
Americans.
yeah. Till we fix the black problem. You see when we rose up, we was hitting their ass, we black. We them same people. We ain't the Negroes, we ain't the boys, we ain't the colors, we ain't the African American, we the black. And they know who the hell they talking about. Look at the other people who align themselves with black
That
and
shit
see
crazy.
what they had to do
It's
to
bad
them.
that we align ourselves with something that we know that we not. Look at
You're
this man
not.
gloves
You're
on his.
not.
Look at this man. Look at this man gloves and his jacket on his fucking avatar. That shit is
You're
black.
that's
And y'all
that's what
and
I'm
we know that
saying.
we're not black, and we
You're
fucking
caught up in
attach
the
that shit to
information because
ourselves.
it's new to you. You think
That's
we
just like saying that you a soda. That's just like
You
saying you a
brought up the
fucking whatever you a woman or whatever it is,
brought
and
up
I
the
know that you a
Greyhound.
man, bro. What the fuck,
Can I
man?
speak to the brother? I'm
What's up,
sorry.
Sister Renee? Go ahead. Huey, that's Renee Huey. I don't know if y'all was on the line earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, we was on earlier, and y'all boys been going in. I gotta say that y'all boys been going in for fucking what,
Appreciate it.
7, 8 hours.
I'm sorry. Like, I'm so tired, but I had to. I could not. I could not. I want to just say a couple things to the brother. I think you may be a little bit confused in terms of, like you were saying that, you know, it's black people who do all this and that, and you don't see no white people and you don't this and that. The thing is that, like Swab was saying, you're looking at something that's micro when this is the macro problem. And basically, it's very easy to pinpoint personal situations you have, but the problem with black people is a systematic issue. See, the things going on in the community, they are not the cause, they are the effects. Okay? They are the effect from the system. So it's easy to say, oh, we got gangs, oh, we got drugs in the hood. But
Let's get
see, if you
Jackson.
really want to deal with that,
you got to go to, well, where did these drugs come from? When did they get here? Well, wait a minute. Where did these guns come from? And where did the ammunition come from? And then, wait a minute. Why are people doing that instead of getting jobs, gainful employment? What's going on? Then you see who's behind the drugs, the guns.
So y'all say only the white people is behind the drugs, right? So y'all saying that the white people is the ones that's running
when you introduce crack into the neighborhood and the blacks didn't start buying crack, they start giving it away because we wouldn't buy it. And then they started giving you they started giving you painkillers in the hospital that was the damn near the same shit.
Yeah,
they know what they was doing, bro.
The white people are the cause of drugs in this country by means of allowing the drugs to come in the country. Other motherfuckers are making the drugs, like the Asians. They
can stop anything from coming in this country.
Right.
Period. You mean to tell me
y'all just think that it's white people? When y'all see at the top that it's people of our complexion that look like us at the top of this motherfucker that's letting that shit in. Yes, it is, man. It's a fact.
Wait, hold on. At the top where? Tell me where specifically.
The top of the fucking whole totem pole. This is what y'all try to. This what I be saying. Y'all put the fucking white people at the top like they the ones.
I want to ask the brother, where at the top are black people?
At the very top of the totem pole, right? The system, the control motherfuckers, right? listen. Can I fucking speak, man?
Michelle Obama.
At the top of the thank you.
What about her?
Thank you.
She's on the Council of Foreign Relations.
Thank
you.
So
is Barack Obama.
So
let's go to the Bilderberg. Let's go to the Bilderberg group.
Barack Obama's not black. He's biracial.
Yeah, Barack Obama's not black at all.
And he's not even American. He's not even an American black. His father was directly from Kenya. So name to me.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Now, y'all said Barack Obama is not fucking black. Michelle Obama is not black. Y'all
I didn't say Michelle
Obama. You didn't say Michelle Obama wasn't black.
Okay, Barack Obama is not fucking black. He looked just like. The fuck you mean he not black?
So who said
you just said everybody ain't black? Ain't nobody.
But why would y'all say that? Barack? My point is, why would you say Barack Obama?
Because he don't have a black mother and a black father. Because he doesn't have a black mother and because he doesn't have a black mother and a black father.
That's a slave mentality to say a biracial person is black. That comes from white people telling us that that's what
hey, look, man.
And guess what? Hey, that's us learning from our mistakes.
Let me say this real quick, man. Y'all gotta realize, ain't man one of y'all on this fucking panel 100% black. Not man one of y'all, man.
Wow. Wow.
Only black people in this country are the only ones who do this one drop crack. Like you go anywhere else outside. You go to a black country like Haiti or whatever. They know a mulatto is a mulatto. They gonna call them what the fuck it is. Like you go anywhere else, you come in this country, one drop of black blood, you're black, and that's because white people told you that since slavery. So you're the one who's holding on to white slave traditions, not us.
And that's why it's important to listen when people say that. Let me say this, and then you can go in, sis. Me, Renee, Psycho, mama black, daddy black, spouse black. Kids black. That's black. That's black. That's why Obama's not black. It's simple as that.
Telling me ain't none of us got no white in our blood. We ain't been
listen. That's your problem. That's your problem. My mama black, my daddy black, my spouse is black, my kids is black. What's the deal? What's up? That's it.
All throughout history, it was known up until I guess the age we in today, that you followed the lineage of your father. I'm not condoning. Hold on for y'all go in. I'm not condoning you going out getting somebody of another race. But when you say, and this shows us we've been robbed of knowledge itself. When you say Barack Obama would not be considered black because he has a white mother, to me, in my opinion, that's erroneous because he takes the lineage of his father. You can go to Africa today, and if a man and a woman gets divorced, in a lot of those countries, the children go with the man because they know that them children come from that tribe.
Go ahead, Renee.
Yeah, I mean, that's just utterly ridiculous.
That's not ridiculous. Those are facts.
Okay.
Those are facts,
But
man. He
then,
just dropped some serious
can
shit.
I just say something,
That
please?
was not even serious. That's what I'm saying.
That was ridiculous.
What? He just said that was profound shit.
That was.
What do you mean, bro?
Can
Some bullshit, bro.
Go ahead, Renee.
That was ridiculous. That is some from a religious mindset. That's something biblical or what have you. Because the truth is, now this is what is a fact. This is provable. That you get 50% of your DNA from your mother and you get 50% from your father. You get 23 chromosomes from your mother and 23 from your father. You are what both of your parents are. That's why when some people get genetic abnormalities that run from their mother's side. Why? Because you take on the DNA of both of your parents. You are not just one or more. You're not more of one than the other. Even in terms of Black people being dominant. Black is not always dominant. That's number one. You have plenty of mixed people who are white passing.
Like
and number
Meghan
two,
Markle.
whether you think is dominant or not, it's still only 50% of that person's DNA. And I wanted to just say this, and I'm gonna fall back to the one brother that was speaking earlier about white supremacy, talking about y'all giving it power and all of this kind of stuff. See, here's the thing I feel a lot of people don't understand about that. You can call it whatever you want. You don't have to call it white supremacy. You can call it sparkles. You can call it whatever name you come up with. It will not change the fact that Black people are in a lower position socially, economically, in every way possible in this country. It will not change the fact that Black people are the targets for mass incarceration. We are the victims of poisoning, from lead in our water to the feces and hookworm that's in the water to all of the other ills you see in the community. So you can choose to not call it white supremacy if you want to. That does not change the dynamics of the situation.
All right, I hear what you're saying, but check this out. They drinking the same water. They go to the same fast food restaurants. They eating the same fucking food at the same goddamn grocery stores.
What they got to do with us?
Listen, what I'm telling you.
They supposed to be drinking this shit. They supposed to be drinking this shit.
What I'm telling you is she's saying that we are getting poisoned. Like they're targeting us and we're getting poisoned. That shit leaks. So hold on, listen what I'm trying to say, man. They are fucking poisoning themselves because they drinking and eating the same things that you are eating, yo. They have the same. Listen. Let me say this real quick, man. They go through the same. They got the birth certificate, same social security card. They go through all the fucking same shit that you go to. They accept driver's license when we know that we travel and we don't have to have driver's license, right?
Why was Flint water so bad and not Auburn Hills?
Say that again, bro.
Why was Flint water so bad and not Auburn Hills,
bro? And all the fucking water is bad, bro. You just gonna single out.
No. Do the research.
Let me tell you this. Flint, all right, let me tell you this. In Flint, because I got people in Flint, right?
It's overwhelmingly Black.
No shit, but it's fucking white people there too, though. It's white people all around Langston and everywhere. What are y'all talking about, man?
Have you ever heard of something called collateral damage? Have you ever heard of collateral damage? Brother, I really encourage you to look into Neely Fuller, the 4 things that white supremacists are doing now. And that's one of the tenets, is that there will be white suffering, if you will. And
there'll be Black catching the benefits when they mix with white.
The process of exterminating people when you have an integrated society. So there will be white people who go by the wayside, but overwhelmingly the target is Black. And for the hookworm that's going on in Alabama and Mississippi, it's in areas called the Black Belt area where it's Black people and have been there historically. Those are the people who are getting hookworm that you only find in third world countries, not white people. So you're false. And if you want to talk about the food and all of that that's poison, up in Harlem, and there's you can look everything up that I'm telling you. In Harlem, they delivered milk that had toxic waste in it. Toxic waste in the milk. And they specifically put them in Harlem mom and pop stores, not in the big box retailer stores and other places in New York City. They specifically put them there. And it was found in the Black children's teeth. that they had radioactive material that you could only get through dairy or through, I think it's water or some other or something like that. But they
This
traced
what they've been putting in us all the whole time, sister.
They
When they
did
tricked
put
us and
that into
told us
white
that milk was good for
I'll
us.
give
They
you one
tricked us and
more.
told us
I'll
that
give
we
you
need to
one
eat
more.
meat for
I'll
protein.
give you one more.
Fuck.
The CDC had a whistleblower that, and you should care about this. All that black boys, little black boys between a certain age period, when they get this vaccination, that they have a very high likelihood of developing autism. There was somebody who came out who was a whistleblower at the CDC.
You talk about the brother who they killed. The
And the
brother who they
doctors
killed down
knew
here.
it, and they were still giving the vaccinations to little black boys. And it's been thousands of black boys who have developed autism from that very practice. So yes, there are things targeting black people specifically.
Yeah, vaccines and all that. I don't deal with the vaccines and all that shit, but we have to be aware of that shit. But they're not just they targeting people in general. When you realize that the powers that be, they got a thing where they're doing population control, and it's not just to control the so-called blacks. They trying to control the fucking entire population because they want to get rid of half of the population. Period. Whites, black, Chinese, all these motherfuckers. They
Brother, let me ask you
all
something.
of them. All
Can
of them.
I ask you this? What's the percentage of population of white people on Earth?
Bro, I don't fucking know.
Okay.
I know it ain't fucking. I know it ain't near as what we looking like. If you want to go
like
by the whites,
10%,
the lighter,
like 10%, like 10%.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I would say probably less than that. Goddamn.
Okay,
pretty much.
so if it's less than 10% and they have a motherfucking plan to depopulate the Earth, how big of a problem is that for whites?
See, because it ain't what I'm saying. The powers that be, the powers
How
that be.
big of a problem is it for whites?
It's a big
if
thing.
they're less than 10% of the Earth. If listen,
that's what I'm telling
if they're
you.
less than 10%, fam,
if
they less than 10% of the, if they less than 10% of the Earth, and they have a plan to depopulate the Earth by over 50%. How big of a problem is it to white people in comparison to melanated people?
Fucking is a great problem because it's about their survival. It's way more of us than what melanin in our skin on the planet, all around the fucking planet, bro.
Okay.
Because you got to add Chinese, Japanese, Mexicans, all these motherfuckers in, but y'all don't. Y'all try to separate that shit. You feel me?
Who all believe Michelle Obama is black? Raise your hand.
You can't see our hands, bro.
I was just walking around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Michelle's black. We didn't say nothing about Michelle. We talking about Obama.
No. I was gonna point out something about her, but
yeah,
Michelle Obama. You know she comes from Caucasian stock, right?
Is her mama and her daddy black?
This how it goes.
Wow, bro.
Y'all
listen to me.
Is her mama and her daddy black?
No, not
completely. What that got to go down the line, though, bro? You telling me just because her mom and daddy don't go? What if her grandma was white?
We black, man. We black, fam. We black, fam. What y'all want, man? What y'all want?
Her great grandfather is white.
Does she have at least three black grandparents? Does she have at least 3 black grandparents?
Her great. What did he say? Her great grandfather is white, bro.
Does she have
at least 3 black grandparents?
So this is what I'm saying. Okay, I will have to ask you. So that's what y'all consider as black if she got 3 black grandparents. Okay,
for the most part, yeah. For the most part.
Wow.
I'm just asking, bro.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what happened when black people come together and they're actually able to define shit for themselves. Y'all gotta respect that shit. Y'all just can't keep pushing on what the white people told your ass black was. The one drop rule, and you gotta be mixed. Hold on. All I'm saying is like this: when black people really start getting together for black people, it's uncomfortable for other people. And y'all making it seem like we doing something to y'all, attacking y'all, and we got to explain to y'all why we want to be black, or go back and talk about white people that you used to like. What the fuck's going on?
Nobody's saying you attacking nobody, bro. All I'm saying is I follow you are what your father is. That's all I'm saying, bro.
And I'm saying that's a play from a person who didn't have intelligence that came up on intelligence that plays on it for his comfortability. All I'm saying is if you have a mother, listen. Let me say this in
new knowledge, right? What I'm saying is what you saying is because you see it the way that you saying, how he's seeing it, how brother's seeing it right now is just because that's how he was fucking programmed. Are you
What
fucking
I'm
crazy,
saying,
bro?
what I'm
Come on,
saying, I
man.
don't, I don't, I don't
Yeah.
even understand. But what I'm saying
Because you
is
said that
this:
he only feeling this way because he was programmed to think that this is what the white folks told him to know how to recognize
I
a black
said
man.
y'all gonna
White
quit
folks.
accepting. I said y'all gonna quit accepting the terms and looking at stuff from the white man's point of view.
Do you understand what the history of the one drop rule is and why it's widely accepted in this country that it only takes one black parent for a person to be black? Do you even understand the history behind that?
Bro, what I'm saying, the one drop rule don't even apply. You can go to Africa today and they still follow that lineage of the father. I stated
Yeah, the
But
land.
my
what
Okay,
country.
that's fine. But but the rest of the tribe is going to acknowledge that tribe member right there is not one of them. That's his seed, but he's not really one of him. And that seed is going to be looked at different when it was getting raised. It's not going to be looked at as the same as everybody else's seed.
what I'm saying is this: you
Bro,
got a mother and a father, and if you need to know any more than that to know that you are both parents, something's wrong. You're using some information and you're displaying it in a way that you would like people. I'm the man.
no,
I'm
no,
the man.
no,
What you
bro,
gotta?
no.
You
What you
obviously
doing,
are, man.
what you doing is what Shaka Amos blamed for the downfall of Egypt. So we know brothers and sisters, regard mainly the brothers. I'm gonna focus on the brothers. We know
Mhm.
brothers as having children with non-black women, so-called non-black women. So by your logic, you exclude these children he having. Now, one would turn around and say, well, that's how white people get over on us. They use these mulatto babies and these mulatto babies attack us. How could you let a white person that you had a baby with use this baby to control you? Why can't you use that baby to control them? There's so many variables you can go with this.
Why
But
you
what I'm
want to
saying
control
is,
something? That's what I'm saying. That's the white
hold
mentality.
on,
We don't want to conquer or rule or control shit.
hold on, bro.
I don't want no mixed person as a leader of
Yeah, look, you
right.
fucked
But
up.
bro,
Tell your
you done
baby to blend
had
back.
mixed people
You
throughout
fucked
time.
up.
The leader. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
And how did
But
it
we're
work out?
learning from our
How
mistakes,
did it
like the
work out?
brother Saw pointed out. We're learning from our mistakes, and we're no longer letting that fly. Now, if you want to mix it, if you raise your child to mix with black people, and that child has a chance to start creating black kids, if you really give a fuck.
Bro, this is what I'm saying, bro. We cannot alienate so-called mixed race. If we have babies with
How is it
somebody,
alienating when we just recognizing what we are, and if you mix something with us,
You
it's
disowning
not the
them, bro. You
same
disowning
thing.
your whole
I'm
other side
not
of humanity,
disowning them.
bro.
I'm owning them for what they are, bro. White people ain't disowning motherfuckers. They said, look, if you mix with another, you not white no more. We saying if you mix with another motherfucker, you not black no more. That's not
so you letting
disowning
them
shit.
dictate to you how you think. That's
Man,
what you saying.
I know for a truth.
We're no longer letting them dictate what we think, and we're going to tell these people who's black and who's not black. They're not going to tell us anymore. Because before it was, well, if a black person and a white person got together, it wasn't no debating or nothing like that. No, it was the white man said, well, he ain't white, so therefore by default he's black. Well, that no, we're saying no. By default, that means they're not black either.
I understand what you're saying. What my whole basis is, if we could go through history, this is what I'm saying. We want to correct ourselves. I think every brother on this panel agree. We want to correct ourselves and get ourselves in a better position. What I'm saying is we can go back to our own history before we was conquered, before we fell, and see how we lived and how we did things. And if a brother had a baby with somebody outside of his tribe or whatever, he did not alienate that baby. This is a problem we starting to have with these mulattoes.
Outside of his tribe or outside of his race.
Bro, we can make a play on this race stuff, but I don't want to go in circles. What I'm
All right,
saying
okay.
is
Well, you know
we
you're not
having
talking
a
about that. You know
problem.
you. That's crazy.
We having a problem where we divide it. We're in a situation where we need to take advantage of everything we do and everything. You might not agree with this black man or that black woman going out having a baby with a other, but at the same time, we need to take advantage of everything we do. We have no room to say you are outsider or you not this. If you raise that person right to help his people and be strong for
So
his
you don't
people,
recognize white people as being something other than what we are?
I did not say that, bro. I did
I'm
not say that
asking you
at
the
all.
question, bro.
No, I'm
So
not
why
saying that,
would you even create a child with him?
brother. You preach it to the choir. We know it's happening. It's not about me. We know it's happening.
And
Period.
what we're saying, and yeah, exactly. And we can't stop it from happening, but what we can do is stop acknowledging the offspring of these relationships as black. We can stop it. We can stop doing that. All it takes for us to say you're not black, and that's all it takes.
Are you creating another? Are you creating another enemy for yourself by rejecting the offspring, or do you see that
Probably,
that
but
way or
that's only
no?
because you won't accept us for ourselves. You
How am I?
probably looking at yourself. You probably will turn into our enemy, but that's only because you don't respect us doing what we supposed to do.
If
Hey,
What
a
do
let
you
me
mean,
ask
if a
y'all
bro?
this. Around the
biracial,
world, right?
well,
All the brothers
I had
around
these
and sisters
conversations
around
with
the world, right?
biracials.
Hold on, let
I've had
Psycho go and then you can go,
My
bro.
bad, bro.
I've had these conversations with biracials who consider themselves black, and we have deep conversations about this and everything else, and they actually understand where I'm coming from. They actually get it because they've been raised confused. They've been raised this, that, and third. Like they understand exactly what we're saying, and they see what other biracials have done in the past. They've seen the damage that biracials can cause, and they understand. Like they can't help the way they born. So I'm not shitting on them. Like you're born where you are, right? But at the end
Right.
of the day, we can't. We as black people, we have to make a hard stance on who we consider black and who we accept as being black. Because again, this whole they ain't black stuff actually didn't even start from black power motherfuckers. This whole movement that's going on right now, this actually started from biracials. Biracials are actually the ones who started standing up saying, I'm not black, I'm biracial.
I'm mixed, yeah.
I'm not going to denounce the
I
other half
agree
of it.
with you.
I'm not
I agree with you to an extent, but go ahead, bro. I'm not trying to cut you.
yeah, I would say like you got like Tiger Woods and Meghan Markle and all these people that are openly biracial. They embrace their biracialness. And so where does that leave us? We sitting up here looking like idiots saying, well, you're black. And they saying, no, I'm not. And we're sitting up here arguing them down on what they are. And they telling us, no, I'm not black. I'm biracial. And
But here,
that just looks silly to me to see black people arguing with these biracials when they clearly telling you they're not black. And I actually
Hey,
agree with them.
let me
here's
ask
the
y'all a question.
danger.
How many people outside of America, right? If we gonna go outside of America, right? Let's go outside of America.
Right.
If you go outside of America and you get to us so-called blacks, and then you get to the so-called whites, how many people outside of America call themselves black
Nobody's
or
counting.
white
I
for
don't
that
feel
matter?
nobody should. I feel
Facts.
blacks are the people
Okay, cool,
who were
cool. So when you
disconnected
go
from their
outside of
history.
America,
You
only
can't.
inside of America are we the ones labeling our people as
So
black and
what?
white, right?
So
No, I'm just.
what?
This is a question.
But
I'm just.
here's
Listen,
here's
bro.
the
Listen.
danger
Just
in
hear me
that,
out,
Spark.
bro.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead and then
So
Psycho in.
okay, cool. All right. So we talking about this black situation and this black and white situation. Now we know that this is only something that's taking place right here on our land in America, right? We're the only ones that's labeling ourselves as this black or this white. All right. So when you go to say you go to Ghana or you go to Jamaica, you go to anywhere else where we at, we just
Mhm.
speaking a different tongue. All right. What do they label themselves as? And why are they getting land? Why do they have land and things of this nature?
Okay.
They
I'm,
label
I'm
Because
gonna
they know
take
who
y'all
they are.
somewhere with
whatever
this. I'm gonna take
landmass
y'all somewhere with this
they
now.
label themselves according to whatever landmass they live on, and they claim to be the indigenous people of that land.
To their
Facts.
nationality. Yeah.
Facts. Okay, cool. So right now in America, they got us saying that we're gonna get away from the African Americans. All right. All right.
That's
So
actually black people that started that, but yeah.
yeah, that's not the black people who started that. They start calling us that, right? Or
Yeah.
Jesse
Jesse
Jackson.
Black
I
Jackson
people,
mean, Jesse
black
started
Jackson.
that.
people,
Black
Yeah,
Jesse
people did
Jackson
start
got
that.
them orders handed to him. Don't think
Yeah,
he
I
came
know
up
he
with
Well,
that
he
shit.
got the
he
orders down, but
pushed
he
it.
was the face. He pushed it.
Yes, and that's why he not pro-black.
Okay, cool. All right. Now we don't accept that term because we know that if we can't be African American and we ain't got no land. We can't go to Africa and be African Americans and think we're gonna go get some land. And we can't be America thinking that we African Americans and get no land here. Right? They told us that Indians, they told us that Christopher Columbus came to America and he found Indians. We know that was a lie because this is not India. He came to fucking America and he found us, the copper colored people who was all around this motherfucker plane. That's all around the plane, Africa, Europe,
Yes,
everywhere
sir.
around
I agree
the
with you. But
plane where we at.
the thing is this, brother. We are not at the state. We do not have the privilege to talk
We
about
not at the
land at
state.
this point. Listen, listen. Let's talk about land. At this point, we need to talk about numbers. At this point, we need to get our team. We're picking teams. We're saying we're calling all blacks, and we're gonna get together. Then we're gonna speak on other stuff like land and shit. But we can't even get there because we can't even determine who's black and get people to agree you're black, despite whatever other sub term you want to be. Let's just
But that's gonna be a
recognize
hard
what.
one for me because I ain't gonna say that I'm pro-black, but I love my people. Like I want my people to do good. I got sisters and brothers. I
Then
try to
do
help
what's
out the neighborhood,
beneficial for
but
them. Do what's
I can't
beneficial
attach
for
myself
them.
to black, bro.
Then do what's beneficial for them. Because you're not going to call yourself American or anything else and get any land.
Yeah, you will.
Recognize you for what you are.
If you call
Recognize
yourself an American, you can get more land than you can get from not calling yourself
how.
an American, bro.
How.
Because America is who we are, bro. We are Americans,
How
bro.
do you
We're not
get
United States
land?
because you can take ownership of your land. You can go get
How?
land because you have
How?
to take. You're not right now. You're considered as a 14th Amendment citizen, which is a United States citizen. You are a slave to the United
When you
States,
have to
bro.
buy the land,
Bro, no, you don't have to buy the land.
they're going to
The
give you the
land is
land.
entitled. The land is entitled to the people of the land, bro. You don't
Aren't
have
they
to buy
going
the
to
land.
give
If
you
you
the
see,
land?
this is the reason why. This is the
I'm
reason why
asking, how do you get the land? You're renting. How do we get the
by
land?
claiming your nationality and
And
ownership to the land, bro. Who you are. Once we come together and say that this is who we are, that we are the indigenous people of the Americas, then they got to give us what's entitled to us, bro. And you don't have to fucking pay. You can return all of your fucking.
everybody's not the indigenous people of America.
We are, bro. You are.
Listen,
I am. Our
listen to
mother.
what I just said. Listen to what I just said. Everybody's not the indigenous people. The people that's black here is a mixture of people who came before and after the slave ships.
Yeah,
So
but what I'm
even if
saying
you
is, if
want to
you got
be,
100, if you got 100+ years of your family's ancestors' blood in
if
this
I got
soil right
100
here,
plus years in
in
prison,
this
I
soil,
hope to get out of
in this
prison
soil,
still.
in this soil right here,
And
this
I
is your
hope
land,
to
bro.
get
You're
out
not
of
from
prison
Africa, bro.
still. No matter how long I'm in prison, I still hope to get out of prison. I'm not just going to accept, well, I'm just a prisoner. No, I'm in the state of prison, so I'm a prisoner, but I'm fighting with the aid of the prison library to not be a prisoner anymore. So I'm using what I am, black, to get
That's
my
gonna keep you
numbers
a prisoner,
together.
dog. That's
To
what keep
get
you a
to
prisoner right there,
listen,
bro.
listen. You have to be willing to listen. I know you got all the answers. Three
No,
words
I
into
don't,
what
bro. I
I'm
don't have all
saying.
the answers. I
Okay,
don't
this is
have
what
all
I'm
the answers.
saying. You have to. They're not recognizing you as indigenous shit. They're recognizing you as black. So if we all come together and they finally say, "Damn, the blacks have come together," let's listen to them. And we say, "Well, first of all, we all are not black. Some of us feel we are indigenous, but the first thing you must do is come
Confusion.
together as what you are."
Hey, you
Confusion.
said the right
That's
shit
what
right
it
there.
is.
You said because we they not recognizing us as the indigenous of this land, right?
But you recognize you as black, so
Okay,
use that, and
great,
we'll
cool. You
open.
said,
We'll trust me. We'll help you become indigenous.
Why?
listen,
Just help us.
they're not recognizing us as indigenous,
What you
right?
say, Psycho Bro?
No, I was just saying, like, I never understand this whole indigenous land thing, because you're trying to sit up here and demand that the white man acknowledges us as the indigenous people of this land, but you have
And
no
walk out of
plan
the
on how
White
to
House.
do it.
Yeah.
No, I'm
You have
not. I'm
no
not
plan on
saying
how to
that
do
they
it.
have to acknowledge us. I say that we have to acknowledge ourselves as it, bro.
Why?
We not even
That don't make it true.
oh
I
my
can I
God.
can I can I
Because
can
this is
sit
the
up here
reason why
and
they're
tell
not.
all
If
the
we
black
don't look,
people,
that's just like
acknowledge
this. If I
ourselves.
stayed in your house, right? If I
We
stayed in
need
your
to
house
acknowledge
and you didn't
ourselves.
want to claim the
I can
ownership of
tell
your
all the
house,
black
why the
people.
fuck I'm gonna tell
I
you,
can
bro?
tell all the
Hold
black
on.
people on the country in the country. We need black is an evil word, is keeping us down. We need to stop acknowledging ourselves as black. We need to demand that that white people call ourselves Smurfs. We need to be called Smurfs. We need to be acknowledged as blue. Blue is better than black. Blue is in the sky. This is associated with God. We need to be associated with blue. Blue is better. Blue is in the water. It's all over the earth. Whether you think it's flat or round, don't matter. It's all over the earth. Blue is a better color. We should identify as Smurfs. We're going to demand they call ourselves Smurfs. Are they gonna start calling ourselves Smurfs, or are they gonna keep calling our black asses black? And if they do call us Smurfs, how does that
if you
change
fucking
it?
claiming yourself as who you are, they can't label you who you are. But if you saying that you black, they saying yes, you are black, and you fucking consider dead to us. You don't got no land. This ain't y'all land, so you got to figure out what the fuck your land. So you can't get nothing here. That's
Show
my
me the white
point,
man
bro.
who said that. Show me the white man said we
It ain't
under
just
white
the white
supremacy
man. It's all
because we was
motherfuckers.
called black.
Period, bro. Let me ask you this: Is this the white man's land?
Show me the
Is this
bills
the
on
Europeans' land?
show me the
Is this the
bills
Europeans'
that said
land, bro?
Show
Is
me
this
the
the
bills that
Europeans'
said
land, bro?
we under oppression because we're called black.
Is this the Europeans' land?
No.
They
This
stole
is
it.
not the Europeans' land,
They
right?
stole
But they
it.
control it.
It
They
depends.
controlling everything.
If you
They
go
controlling
by
everything through here.
possession, 9/10 of the law, yeah, it's their land. If possession is 9/10 of the law, it's their land. But they stole it.
Y'all difficult, boy. Y'all
I
try a
think
hard punch, boy. This is why we can't get nowhere as a fucking people, boy. This shit
No,
is
it's
such.
not. It's
It's so
because every
fucking
time we
sad,
start
bro.
making grounds
It's
as
sad.
black, somebody throw another loop in the hole. As soon as we get black, then all of a sudden we Christian. Then the blacks start coming up all of
Y'all
a
had the
sudden.
Black
Now
Panthers.
guess
Y'all
what?
got Black
No,
Lives
no,
Matter.
hold
Y'all got
on,
all
hold
this
on.
we
black shit,
gain
Then,
bro.
ground calling
then all
ourselves
of a
black,
sudden
bro.
we Muslim. Then when we start gaining ground as black, then all of a sudden we Hebrew, and that take away some of our black family. Then we gain each other as black. Now the indigenous movement separating us again. Every time we get some black knowledge and we start coming up on something, they find some way to divide us by releasing some old ass information that shocks y'all and impress y'all. Oh, look, this makes sense. More sense than the lie they told us. And you think it's heaven. Stop
Yeah, it do
believing
make no
all of
sense
that
that my
shit.
goddamn skin is
So what
not
is
fucking
that,
black,
brother?
and y'all
What
still
is
want to
that?
try
We're
to
not
call
talking
yourself
about a
black.
color,
And
man.
y'all,
You say,
it
you say,
is, man,
you say,
because y'all that's
we're
what y'all
not talking
talking
about a
yourself
color,
to a
bro.
color, bro.
Yeah,
You
We're
so
not
what
talking
talking about a
yourself
Right.
to a
color.
We all
color.
indigenous now. What? We're all indigenous now. What?
Now
We're
let's
not
make some
black. We're
fucking
indigenous
moves.
now. What?
Let's get
Now
out here and
what
make
we
some
do?
fucking moves, and we can go get some paperwork. Y'all got to goddamn turn in your birth
Paperwork. What
certificate, your
paperwork
social
do we
security
want to do?
cards, your bonds. Now y'all gonna say
Who we
that that's
going
some
to the
shit
paper?
that hold on. Y'all
Who we
gonna
gonna
say
get the
that's some shit
paperwork
that
from?
they made up too, right? Y'all
Who
gonna
we
say
gonna get
that's
this
some shit that
paperwork
they
from?
made up too. Listen, if
Who
I
are
showed
we
you
gonna
right
get this
now,
paperwork
let me
from?
tell you this. If I showed you right now that you could
Let's
pay
stick on the
bills
paperwork.
with your social
Wait. You
security
all over
card,
the
would you
place.
pay
I
them?
want to
Stick
stick.
on the paperwork.
Let's stick on the paperwork. Who are we getting this paperwork from?
What you mean? I agree with
Then
you
we're
on the
gonna get
paperwork shit.
paperwork. Who are
I
we
agree
getting
with
this
you on the
Okay.
paperwork from?
paperwork shit because that's my whole thing with the paperwork with the indigenous brothers. You feel me? I don't believe that since they held us in bondage with the paperwork, right? They got us they
Who
made
held
us
us in
slaves on
bondage? Wait, who
paperwork.
held us in
Listen,
bondage?
God damn. The powers that be got it. We are fucking slaves
Who
to
are the
this fucking
powers that be?
system. God
White
The
damn,
black
people.
y'all.
White
people.
people.
The
You
My
don't
black
even
people.
get a
people.
White
word.
people.
You gonna question every. I said the powers to be. You gonna say who's the powers to be? If I say the
Because I
goddamn
want to hear you. I
fucking
want to
look,
hear you
you gonna
admit
question.
that.
Let me just speak, bro. You
Because
can't
by
ask a question
default,
every two.
because what you're saying,
Fuck
because
it, man.
earlier I heard you deny white supremacy, and now you're specifically describing white supremacy
No,
without
I'm not. I'm
saying
talking about
white
fucking. See, I never said white, bro. I said fucking paperwork. So
I
don't
know.
put white in my
exactly
mouth, bro.
and
I didn't
who
say
has the
white
paperwork
supremacy, nothing,
and who
bro.
has the
I said the
paperwork.
fucking paperwork. So don't put white in my
Who has
mouth because I said
but
that
who
is
are we
black
going to get the
motherfuckers at the
paperwork
top of the
from?
thing, bro.
I know
I
what you're
never said
saying,
white.
and I know what you're saying. I just broke down what you're saying. I'm
Oh
saying
yeah, no, you
you're
can't break down what I'm
describing
saying because I
white
never said
supremacy
white, bro.
without saying. Listen, you're describing white supremacy without saying white supremacy. That's what I said.
Facts. You
How
can
the
hear
fuck am
you
how am
stuttering.
I explaining white supremacy without saying white
You just
supremacy when
Because
I'm
you
trying
get
to
to
tell
the
you
end,
that
you
held
this
like
is a
us
these
fucking
under
people,
bondage with
these
this
people,
paperwork.
these people, these people. Who is these people? Put a
when I tell you at the
specification
top of
on
the
it.
totem pole is the motherfucking powers to be. It's the haves and the
Who?
have-nots. When y'all realize that it's more motherfuckers that cut with color
And who are
like
the
our
hell?
skin. Hold on. When y'all realize that it's more people with skin like ours at the top of the fucking totem pole that got y'all ass in this situation, y'all gonna be sick to y'all fucking
So the
stomach when
top
y'all realize it
1% is
ain't no white
black. So the
person.
top 1% is black.
Fucking right. When y'all see
It's some blacks in there.
it's more blacks that's got you in this position than it is this whites, bro. This is a fact.
It's some blacks in there.
So
Where
blacks have
1% of the 1% is black. That's what's going on.
that's crazy,
Man,
man.
that's crazy, bro. When
So
you see
check
around
this
the
out.
world, all the world leaders, even you talk about Putin and all of these motherfuckers, they not white, nigga,
Yes,
and
they
they at the
are.
top of the totem pole,
Yes, they
making
are.
decisions with the rest of the fucking
They
government.
are
So what are
white.
y'all talking about, man?
They are white. They are
What
white.
the fuck? They white?
Putin is white. Putin is white.
Oh my god, man,
So
y'all,
let me
this shit
ask
is
you this:
weird, man. Y'all
How do
weird,
you
bro. That
take
shit weird as fuck, man.
Black.
Who
How
are
do
these
you
black
take
people that's the 1%? Can you name anybody? Because he just dropped some names. Name me one.
Vernon Jordan? He's in the Bilderberg group. I already named Michelle Obama, Barack, but y'all had a little issue
They
with
in the
that.
top 1%. I'm talking about the top 1% economic. That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
Right.
Because they're the ones who control the Michelle Obamas and the other dude you just mentioned. They're the ones who actually control them. When we say the 1%, we are talking about the elites.
Where's the black people on the Council of Foreign Relations?
I just named you. Michelle Obama is on the Council of Foreign Relations.
what black I mean, my bad, you right. No, I mean, what black person has veto power? What black person has a permanent seat on the UN Council? Where are the black people when you get up here? And that's the bottom. I'm letting you know that's the bottom.
So let me ask you this. Well, go ahead.
Politicians are paid for by the elite. The elite ain't even politicians because the politicians are just workers. They work for
The elite are sovereign people who are not punishable by any laws anywhere on earth. You do not know them. They do not trade money. They have no known title. They use any sign and no sign at the same time. When you're talking about the elite,
like the Soros motherfucker, he's a 1%er.
All right, check this out. You know, in what was it, 1948, the state of Israel was created, right?
Yep.
Do you know they created another state at that same time, but most people don't even know they created the state of Jordan at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
The state of Jordan, 90% of the people in the state of the country of Jordan work for the government. That state is basically a bank. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when the stock market crashed in 2008 with all the real estate bubble and all that, the only people who gained from that was Jordan. Look it up, the country of Jordan.
Yeah. They attached to Israel. They in bed with Israel. Yeah.
Exactly. But this is what I mean when me and Swab Boss we was talking earlier. When I said you got to be careful about who we classify, and this is why we get in trouble when we talk about black and white and we label each other like that, because most of them, like in the Jewish race, there are two different factions. There's Sephardic Jews and there are Khazar Jews. The Khazar Jews are the Caucasian Jews that come from southern Russia and all Poland and all this stuff. The Sephardic Jews, if you would notice, they even look different. You can tell there's something else in them. These are your ones like Adam Sandler, who have a darker complexion and dark hair. Some of them have curly hair. When I told you earlier, Swab, that when we was talking about Esau, these people, whether you believe in the scriptures or not, these people mix in with other people and take on their identity. This is how they remain hidden. So when you say the top tier of the ruling class are Caucasian, you can't name one black country with veto power. These people are hidden. They're hidden.
Our whole thing with the whole Jew thing, like they all white to me. That's like you telling me Italian and Irish dude who Italians and Irish traditionally look different.
All that shit white. And black people are the people of America who either went through the slave trade or got mixed up in the aftermath of it, but they were here before. Africans are Africans. Hold on. Africans are Africans. I look at them as in my family. I love them. I look at them as my brothers and sisters. But we have been disconnected. And they can't, they really can't call themselves black because they know who they are. And I don't think they should call themselves black. I think they should be proud in knowing who they are. And I think they should recognize the reason why we call ourselves black, because that's where we stand. We've been disconnected.
We don't know who we are. That's what you're saying. We call ourselves black because we don't know who we are, right?
Now let me give y'all something to argue about. Let me give y'all something to argue about because I know y'all gonna argue about this. Did it not say in the Bible a certain group of people were gonna be cut off from their lineage and not know who they are? I'm just asking.
Yes, that's because the people who wrote the Bible knew they were gonna do that.
And they just knew they was gonna do it to us in particular.
They was already practiced. They was just describing stuff that was already going on around them during that time because that was already happening during that time.
Very interesting shit, y'all, boy. I'm sitting back and I've been listening since yesterday. Now I done did a lot of shit, you know, as far as with the website. I was listening to y'all. Now I'm just playing 2K, listening to y'all, right? Y'all
That's
dropped
what's
off and
up.
came back on, right? So
So let me ask you
so
this.
this is what I'm saying real quick. What the guy just said, like y'all arguing about identity, y'all arguing about how can we unite, and it's a passage in the Quran. It says, you know, I bring forth the discrimination and I make things clear. You know, the straight path. Like I make it easy for you, but you reject it. You reject it. So what the brother's saying, I got the guy with the clown icon. I don't know the brother's name. Is
Sa,
that like
Come
a lot?
on,
What's his name?
Solar.
What's his
Sa,
name?
Sa.
Sa.
Yeah.
Okay. What Sa is saying is that look, y'all arguing about shit that y'all never want to be able to settle because we all mixed up now. Like, you know what I'm saying? But what we do know is that we fit these prophecies. I think that's what he's arguing.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't subscribe to the whole
But
prophecy. I think
Exactly. So
I think
wait, hold on. And I get that part. You say I don't subscribe to the prophecies, fuck the Bible. So now we're going back into the crazy shit. Because you're never going to figure out who you are because you're mixed. You're never going to unite based off of a nationality like everybody else, because maybe you're a chosen people, but chosen for what though? That's the question.
Well, I believe that we are, if you say chosen, I believe that we're chosen to bring end to the systematic, to the military force that's controlling the world now, because nobody's ever been brought down from the outside. It's always from the inside. Somebody left the window open, somebody snitched, somebody did that. And so we are the entity that came up in the middle of this shit. And we saying this shit is crazy, while everybody else is
I want
saying,
somebody to explain this to me though. What is all this vitriol against the Bible? Why people don't like the Bible?
I believe that it helped us when we was in slavery. I believe that it taught us stuff when we was a kid, but I think that we need to evolve up out of that or just grow up out of that. We need to learn more than that. It's stagnated. When we look toward the Bible for everything, like okay, I get me personally, even if I just say fuck it, it didn't come from the Greeks, it ain't all, whitewashed history, earth history. It don't even matter. It's just the history of the earth, the way they would like you to think it's gonna go. It's the future of the earth, the way that they would like it to go, and they're implementing that. That's why they're doing the chips. Everything that they say that's coming in the end time, they doing it not because it's a prophecy, but because they've been new to do that. They knew what they plans were hundreds of years ahead. They knew what was up because they
let,
already had the blueprint from the slavery in
let
Egypt.
me ask
Huh?
you this,
let me
Swab.
get my
Let me
That's the murky water that I always get into. And I'm not saying don't, those arguments are valid pertaining to how the Bible was used as tools to enslave, obey your master, et cetera, et cetera. I'm a realist, so I understand that aspect of it, and I could understand why people.
Can I answer the
I
question
can
real quick?
understand why people would not like the Bible because of that. But at the same time, though, it's like we're trying to find these explanations to the crazy shit that's in there. That is like, yo,
And see, that's it. You
it's
just
like kids talking about us. You know what I mean? Like the Deuteronomy 28, and it's like, damn, like, well, maybe it's
I think
something
that's
of
the problem right
prophecy.
there. I think that's the problem right there. Because to answer your question, why I can't answer for everybody. I know me from the outside looking in, I always saw the problems with the mentality of this of what the Bible has passed down from generation to generation to generation to generation, which is pretty much sit around, wait for somebody to come save us, and everything will be fine because this has all
Is
been
that what the
prophesied.
Christians did though? On some real shit though.
One second, because this has all been prophesied in the Bible. If you read the
Is that
Bible,
what the Christians did though in America?
that it will say that we supposed to be subjugated, and we're gonna be split apart, and we're gonna lose knowledge of self, and then Yahushua, Jesus, Yeshua, whatever you want to call them, is gonna come down and then fix everything. He's gonna come. He's gonna fix everything, whether it be a judgment day after you die, or whether or not you make it to the end of days, right? And you get
is that what the Christians did though? We heard the rhetoric before, but is that what the Christians did
As
in
far as
America?
what?
Like sit down and wait for Christ to save them. Like when I look
Oh,
at
most definitely when it comes to when it comes not when it comes to that
when I look at
individual.
Christians, hold on a second. Hold on a second. When I look at Christians, I look at Marcus Garvey. I look at Nat Turner. You know Nat Turner. You read the shit on Nat Turner. My friend just wrote a book on Nat Turner.
He said the Bible motivated him to go up and have the uprising. My thing about the Nat Turner thing is,
brother. Can we talk, brother? I'm making a statement. You try to. My friend wrote a Nat Turner. He wrote a book on Nat Turner. He actually won an award down in Virginia. He went down to the Nat Turner's plantation, and he was when he was studying for the book and doing research for the book. He needed access to the Blockson library up at Temple University, and since I had I think I still had my Temple ID there. I let him. We went into the Blockson library. We looking up, it was a particular book. I forget the name of it. That it was like it's supposed to be like the most authentic,
diaries
articles on Nat Turner, and it was speaking about how he was being interviewed, and he was saying that God told him to do that, and he was supposed to orchestrate the rebellion at a certain eclipse. He was kind of like so.
Okay.
I mean, all that to say, and then when he was asked, who visits you, he was like, the angel visited him. Like what angel? He said the angel from the prophets of old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I know the story.
So that's going back to some biblical shit. But whether you acknowledge.
I just want to address the net. Like I said,
1 second, brother. With all due respect, like I can't even talk for 5 minutes.
Okay, come on, because we anxious, man. We we ready, man. We ready.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's like I say something like, yeah, I know, yeah. Well,
I know.
Like,
I'm trying to respond to the Nat Turner because you're throwing that at me. I just want to respond.
Yeah, I didn't finish yet. I didn't finish.
All right, come on, because you drawing out the example and shit, and we get it. We know what's up. Okay, come on, let's go. Go ahead, wrap it. Go ahead. Say what you got to say, though.
My point to wrap it up, because y'all so anxious, is that throughout history, I see more stuff being done by Christians than Black Power motherfuckers.
Okay, that's fair.
So how can you say that? How can you say that? Well, the Christianity keep you docile when they did the most shit.
Okay. Now can I respond? Are you done? I can respond now? All right. Now, to answer your question about the Nat Turner thing, right? But first thing first, let's get to what you just said as far as Christians have done more than the Black Power thing. Well, we have been indoctrinated with Christianity. Everybody's been indoctrinated.
So you're not indoctrinated, but you do less shit. Then.
Come on, bro. You just
come on, don't do it. Yeah, that was wild.
I literally just got 2 seconds. All right, now everybody, all
Hey Suave, how you doing?
Muted. My bad. You already know, hanging in there. What's going down on your side of town? Can you hear me, Moonflower?
Okay. No, I don't know if he can hear me or not.
I can hear you. I'm saying, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I hear you now. I hear everything. Okay, hey.
What's up, what's going down?
Nothing, just at the casino.
Uh-oh, look at you. You
Yeah.
a gambling woman?
Yeah, I'm a gambler. I be gambling. But this my third time going. But I be gambling.
Oh, okay. I see
And I'm coming back tomorrow on Edith.
you. Uh-oh.
But we coming on Friday though. We come back on Friday.
Okay, who is we?
Me and my
Mm.
roommate. She right here. Say hey. Hi.
What's up, How weird was her face before she said hi?
Cause the way you said it.
She said, say hi. I know she's like, girl, hey. Don't be throwing no phone in my face. I don't know them people. Nah, that's what's up, though. That's hard. Glad y'all enjoying yourself.
Hell yeah. I just said, come on, we can go back in. I just finished smoking the blunt for we can go back in. We can go back in. Come on. Okay, we finna go back in. Bye.
All right, for sure. Have fun, man. Be back.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
For
tell you
sure.
how we do today. Yeah. Okay, bye.
Yep. Shout out to Moonfly with a better. Yeah, man. So I got nothing to do. Let's go over to the Argument League too and watch this video that Blue did that I just shared. Hey, let's go over to the Argument League too and watch this video that Blue just shared. Oh shit. Okay, my bad. All right, man. Let's go. I'm gone. Argument League 2. Hold on, let me set it up right quick. Let me set it up. Hold on. Before I leave, let me set it up right quick. Blue, blue, blue. Yeah, man. Well, isn't this out the blue? All right. Uh-huh. All right, there we go. 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 There we motherfucking go, man. I said, there we go. Ooh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we motherfucking go. Ooh. Oh shit, hold on. I think I started that motherfucker the wrong motherfucker. Oh yeah, not the argument league. Hold on. Delete. 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 Add new. Add new. The argument league too. All right. All right. All right. Hold on. Let me share the link to the video. Let me share the link to the video. Here we go. Here we go. All right, there you go. So I'll see y'all over there. Black Power. Peace.